Hello guys, it's May cleaning time. Look at how beautiful this room is. How perfect it is. Look what's happened. So it's time to fix it. Time to fix it. Who doesn't like a Hoover stream? Hello, Dave. Dave loves a bit of duster action. He is the dust man. Got the old techno music on my headset. I ain't got any marigolds on me. Why is my... My name Dave. Look at the state of that room. Oh no, it's a disaster. I can't even hear myself here. Oh well, right. Everything's all over the place. Yeah, well, because I'm using a little Rode lav mic for you guys. How you doing, Dave Cam? Your Simracing has a rig, your son's rig, and 4 3D printers. Nice. I don't have any 3D printers. I don't think I'd use them. Right. There's just shit everywhere. I'm going to take this out. I'll put my piano back upstairs. Back in a second. It's a keyboard rig. We have a sim rig for everything. We have rigs for every single item in this house has a rig. Technically, a desk is a rig for a table, a monitor. When is it not a rig? God, everything is so small in here. Lol, that's what she said. Right. Victorians built houses too small. The idiots. Did they not think that people would put simulators in them? What were they thinking? Oh, God. Ow. Victorians were small as well. I keep banging my head on the ceiling. What, FOV? Oh, I only use one of the screens. Kirith, they've wiped all the achievements. Oh well. I'm never playing AC again. Everything's FE. You wish you've got a house. Dave, you've got a whole bloody house. Shut up. Your house is bigger than mine. You live up north. You could. Dave Cam's. He has a nice kitchen and everything. Full of shit. Well, tidy it up then. You could, in the north, you could buy a huge extension for like, oh God, like so cheap compared to here. Oh, it's nice. Can't you, what about garage? Just sell your car, turn garage into a sim office. That's what I would do. I would okay. House with a double garage. And then I'd turn the car parents, but I'd turn the double garage into a sim studio. It's about the right size. You know what the worst is? Hello, Nikos. Will Ford from Boosted Media. He's the worst. Absolutely the worst. He's got like a triple garage, and then he's like, I could do with more space. Like, shut up. He has like huge studio. He has like a whole basement, and he's like, I'm struggling for space. It's like, mate, shut your face. An email, Dave, about a new force feedback wheel. Like a cheap one. Are you gonna? I was half tempted to. I might review it because there's been a lack of cheap wheels. But then I always worry. You agree to review like a cheap wheel, and it's so shit. It's like you want it to be good. I'm sure they'll probably contact you, I'd imagine. But do you know what I mean? Like, I'd love for there to be a new G25. What? There's no new deal to be in the next whatever they do. We're promoting a farming game. Let's do it. I'll do that. What's it called when you're like a white monkey? What's it called in Chinese? A yaoi? Yaoi? Dancing monkey. You'd be an Indian dancing monkey, and I'd be a white dancing monkey. It's a whole industry. Google it. It's like loads of Chinese and Asian companies. I don't think Korea does it because they're like really westernized. But in China, there's loads of jobs for like just white-looking Westerners to add credibility. How dare you! Oh dear. It's weird, we don't have monkeys in the UK at all. Look at zoos. Ow. John, yeah, it's called a Laowai, I think. Is it? Right, hang on. I'm going to Google it now. I think it's called a white monkey. China. I think it's less of a thing now. Oh no, Bao. Is it pronounced with a B? How do you pronounce Baihou? It's Bao. Or is that a Lawa? As you can see, my Chinese is amazing. Ow! So I have a cut on my leg, right? Here. Can you see the dot? Right. The reason I have a cut on this leg here all the time is because this sim rig sticks out and I keep bumping my leg on this bit of sim rig. So I have a permanent dent in my leg. I like Chinese food. I eat Chinese every day. Hello, Rob. Are there any? I don't think there's any new farm sim games, to be honest, though. I thought the Korean thing was like weeb anime type games, RTSs and that kind of stuff. Orange peel here. That's not good. The world's slowest amputation. Yeah, the problem is these are 55-inch screens, and they will have to be within range of this computer, and they go the full width of the room, and if I couldn't put them anywhere else. So you can't use longer HDMI cables because they don't work. at higher 4K 120 only works up to like 1.5 meters. Tea break. That sounds like BS. No, I've tried it. You can get like, I think 2.5 meters is the maximum before you'd start getting issues. I'd check on expensivecables.ru. That's where I buy my cables from. These are awesome, by the way. These are like monopod, tripod. But it's got a... bottom opens up into a tripod. Platinum. This is awesome for like a DJI Pocket 3 or mobile phone if you're out and about. Only like £30. Did a bomb go off in here? Yeah, I tidied the rest of my house, and then I was like, oh, I need to put the boxes and stuff somewhere, and so this room got neglected. Well, me, obviously, I'm the coolest thing in the room. No one can deny that. But after me, ow! I like banging my head on the ceiling. Oh, I don't know. What's the coolest thing? What would most people think was cool? I think people like DD Wheels. Mini Jardier is pretty cool. I don't know. Got a PS4 over there. Sim Experience wheelbase. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. The Hoover side is pretty cool. It's obscured at the moment, though, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Thrustmaster pendular rudder pedals. They're pretty fun. Don't fit on my rig, though. Yeah, I'm not sure, really. Ow. I don't have a model train set in here, so I'm a bit of a loser. All the cool kids have model train sets. Makita drill's pretty cool. This is pretty handy. You can do a lot with a Makita drill. Ah, dear. Oh, by the way, if you've got one of these SteelSeries mice and it's too heavy, you can put AAA batteries in it instead of AA batteries, and it works. There you go. That's useful to maybe one viewer. Oh, this is pretty cool. I bet maybe the force feedback joystick is probably the coolest thing, because I think it's only like, there's not many of them in the UK. This is pretty cool. Sinden light gun. It's pretty good. So yeah, the Sinden light gun and the force feedback joystick, probably the best things, coolest things. Aren't Kinder Surprises illegal in America? What a rebellious, out of control lunatic that Kirith is. Like, just imagine if I was like hot, like a hot woman, this stream again would be much better. I'm really working on it, guys. I can't afford the surgery. Full body. How could you transition someone like me into a hot woman? How much? That probably cost millions. I don't want to transition into a woman. I want to transition into a super hot woman, like top, you know, a 9 out of 10. You need new glasses. Oh. Some bin bag action. It's a bit warm in here. We've got tea and coffee. I accidentally mixed tea and coffee together the other day, and it actually tasted all right. It was surprisingly good. Might be onto something. A cough tea, yeah. All right, I'm going to take this chair up, I think. We're making fast progress here. Turbo cleaner. I'm better at cleaning than sim racing. What do I think will happen with Fanatec long term? I don't know. They've got a market. They've got a solid product base. They have staff. They have a building. So it depends. Like, it's just shuffling of ownership and stuff. Normally, if a business has a product, there's a tangible business. So I don't think they'll disappear. And they've got good brand awareness. So obviously, some people have problems with shipping and items and things, and I'm sure that support and everything else could be a lot better. But there's inherent value in Fanatec, so it would be unlikely to just disappear. But I could see ownership and stuff shuffling around. But to be honest, as I say, with all this stuff, so I look at stuff from a consumer perspective. If you're buying anything over £300, always buy it with a credit card. And then if you don't get what you ordered, or it breaks within a year or something, you're within your consumer rights of just doing a chargeback. So from a consumer perspective, that's what people should do. Yeah, well, if you can't, well, I mean, who can't get if you're buying if you're spending £500 on a steering wheel, toilet papers for when Sims are good. If you're spending £500 on toys, I'm sure you can get a credit card. like no. Who's buying £500+ of toy steering wheel that can't get a credit card? You know. So, like, yeah, I don't like credit. Don't get me wrong. Don't buy with credit. But I'm saying you should purchase with a credit card and pay back straight away. I hate credit. I think credit's evil. I don't think it should exist. But the only things that haven't failed from Moser, I've been using this for like 2,000 hours, 1,000 hours. R12. It's been pretty solid. Ah, yeah. Well, there must be in Europe. You have much better consumer protection anyway, I think, than America and UK. So, but my thing as well would be, so if I bought if I would buy, which is exactly what I did. Originally, I bought a G25. No, originally I got a Momo Black second hand off a friend that was like a dealer, sucking me into the dirty world of sim racing. Then I was like, then I tried a Momo Black with a G25 with Richard Burns Rally, and I was like, shit, now I've got to get a G25. So then I got a G25 with a credit card. I had no money. I actually did exactly what I said not to do. I used credit. It was only £150, which was a lot of money at the time. I couldn't afford it. Then I had that for 5 or 6 years. Then I bought a T300, which was £250, which was on sale or something. Bought that off Amazon. So then if you had any problems, you could return it. Yeah, I just... if I was going to spend £500 on a force feedback wheel, I would already have income to be able to buy a £1,000 wheel, if that makes sense. Like, I know a lot of consumers are impulsive with their spending, and they buy stuff that they can't afford, or they buy a worse thing to get it now rather than just getting the better thing. Which is like, I personally, if you have X income and you're like, oh, this is obviously the better product. So with DD wheels, you'd be like, Simracing, the Assetto wheels seem really nice. Whatever is the best product at the time of purchase, I'd be like, right, I will just save up and then buy the best thing. And that's cheaper in the long run because you have a capital asset that you can probably sell for more. Whereas if you buy a cheaper thing, it's probably less likely, probably more prone to issues, and probably not going to hold its value as much. Yeah, nobody should buy sim racing stuff. Like, you shouldn't buy sim racing stuff in the first place. It's terrible. The dumbest thing with sim racing, right? This is why I'm a bit apathetic to reviews and equipment. Is most sim racers are playing iRacing and ACC. Both simulators are demonstrably worse than stuff that came out 15, 20 years ago. And both simulators, both ACC and iRacing, do not use the equipment properly. So it's kind of absurd. You have all these people buying these really nice Assetto wheels, Simracubes, DD Podium, whatever, and then they're playing Gran Turismo, they're playing ACC and iRacing. That's fine, they enjoy those things, but it's like the software's the issue, not the hardware. It's just so stupid. It's actually one of the most ridiculous things I've seen in any industry, where it's like video games now with graphics cards. It's like, okay, I'll buy a really nice graphics card, and it's like, well, okay, well, what are you going to play? Because all the good games are run on potatoes. Counter-Strike 2, Rocket League, PUBG, even if you like Call of Duty, like pretty much anything that's good does not require a super duper high-end system. And again, the people buying super duper high-end systems are people playing shit stuff like ACC, iRacing, fair enough, like DCS, I guess, if you're into it, and Flight Sim, but it's so like back in the 2000s and up to like 2010, if you bought like the nice graphics card, the good games would be running better, like Doom, Quake, Battlefield. Like back when DD wheels first came out, nothing else existed, and you'd be playing R Factor 1, AC 1, or even prior to that. Like, it would make a massive difference, like, to quantify. Like, it's not that you'd be buying better equipment that you can't then use. It's such a weird state. But you don't make money. YouTubers and stuff don't make money by going iRacing shit. This popular game's a bit shit. That doesn't, for some reason, that doesn't make as much money. I don't know why. Like, for some reason, if you don't get on the marketing bandwagon for big brand stuff like Formula 1 titles, or you point out that these games like WRC, F1, if you're honest, for some reason, people don't sell as much, and for some reason, you don't make as much money, so everyone's motivated to like get on the hype train for stuff that's objectively worse than pre-existing stuff. But oh well. Capitalism, guys. Oh dear. They're not liars. They're capitalists, which is fine. Kirith is the worst. He's a proper capitalist. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. If this basement caught on fire and I was running around in flames, dying slowly, screaming, the next video would be Kirith would have an AI thumbnail and it'd be, was it Gamer Muscle's fault? Did he set fire to himself? Moser, guilty. To be honest, they'd be funny thumbnails. Oh, it's all right. We live in a capitalist society, so it makes sense to play the capitalist game. You know, like why not? Why wouldn't you make money? That's the world we live in. It's just a shame that it's the reward, financial reward, is only in one direction. That's the problem. Like the boy band. So I don't think there's anything wrong with people that want to make money by hyping whatever. It's just business. There's worse things, like people make. You know, it's not as bad as like bloody oil companies and God knows what else. Should I change my Fanatec videos to positive news for Fanatec? Affiliate link in description. I mean, I don't know. You need to the Formula One hype train. Fanatec videos about F120, the new Formula One game. Tied into that would probably be very profitable and lucrative. No, negative news is negative news is good for money as well as positive news. Look, it's just whatever's a motive, isn't it? But yeah, there's going to be a lot of money to be made from because F1's getting the marketing behind it at the moment. So Otto Rajala, you like racing, but use my computer for our digital audio workstation. Got myself an Xbox on sale. Yeah, that's fair enough. But that's the nice thing with. The good thing with Gran Turismo, for example, it plays well with the gamepad. So if you've just got a PlayStation, you want to play some driving games with somewhat realistic cars, Gran Turismo is really good. I enjoy playing Gran Turismo with a gamepad. I found it a bit pointless playing it with a wheel, but it's quite nice on the PS controller. Would I become an in-house YouTuber? I don't know. I'm too... I mean, I could do. Like, in my mind, I just have to say... I just have to go... right, I'm just doing this for money. A collaboration on Gran Turismo streams. There's no... Like, Gran Turismo drives terrible with a wheel, so I'm not going to play it. If hello Simracing Wales, if any sim comes out where the cars drive better than AC1 or AMS or like just drive realistically, then I'll be well up for it. I find it hard to ignore stuff that's objectively massively worse than things from 20 plus years ago. You know, it's just I can't turn the part of my brain off that goes, oh, hang on a minute, this seems a bit shit. Some people can do that. Some people, like most people, you know, they have normal jobs and they're like, shit, I need to make money, otherwise I'm going to die of starvation. So they like go to a job that they hate, and then they do whatever which they hate, and then so for them it's normal. But I've lived a life of hedonism, so I've always done what I wanted to do. So for me, it's much harder to do stuff that I don't want to do. I wouldn't mind working for Fanatec, to be honest, generally speaking, if I was going to work for a company, because they're in a really nice part of Germany, and I know quite a few of the people that work there, and they're really nice people. Ren Vito. Simracing Girl just did other stuff with her life. They have a vacancy. CEO. No, they don't. Thought they filled it in with someone else. I don't know how all that financing stuff works in Germany compared to UK, to be honest. I don't know if shareholder structuring and all that other stuff, if it's similar to... I'm only familiar with UK business. Right. Yeah, the sim industry is a weird one. It's it's just such a weird industry. What are you so the thing is for growth in sim racing, if you were like oh, by the way guys, Media Live Gamer 4K 2.1, that's what we're using right now. Thanks to Media for sending me a Live Gamer 4K 2.1. See, I've got morals. I totally don't use equipment because companies send it to me. It's all moral based. I did actually ask for this because it's got the 144 hertz 4K pass through, which is pretty good. I don't know if I think the Elgato ones might start doing that, or they might do that now. But this was the first one that did it. It's pretty cool. Fair play to him. Did it, Kirith? But that guy Kirith, he's a bit shifty. E-Neuro FPS, yeah, it will do. It'll work with anything that's HDMI. I don't know if... Yeah. You might be better off for, to be honest, if you were just doing... you could probably get these cheaper. The 4K 60 Pro Elgato PCI card. That's probably better as a 4K 60 for camera input. I'd probably get this if I was going to just for cameras specifically. I think the Elgato, I think it has more memory in it or something, like the frame timing or something about it is slightly smoother. I think the colours are slightly better. But as I said, the Media has better pass-through on it. So, yeah, the nice thing with these is that they'll have come down in price because there's been new ones on the market. Yeah, the main reason for the Media is because of the pass-through, which you wouldn't be using with the camera, so you might as well just get the Elgato or something. Yeah, so the thing with YouTube and sim stuff, what it is, it's basically latch yourself onto something that's got momentum behind it. So, of the 3 people watching that maybe want to get into YouTube sim racing stuff, the best thing to do is to, like, when a new sim's coming out that's going to be on console and PC, to just really aggressively cover that. So, like the new Assetto Corsa, the new GT led whatever it's called, Revival, whatever. What else is there? Stuff that doesn't have... They're new IPs, so they don't already have pre-existing huge streamers behind them. And then leveraging yourself to be in a position to be the go-to person for that thing. That's basically how you grow a channel. And then you don't have to even be that good. Just consistent. Korean farming simulator. I mean, I love farms. My passion is farming. Are you going to Gamescom this year, Kirith? Because I'm definitely going. We should do something together if you're there. There's like the farm sim stuff's hilarious. Gamescom's amazing. Like, Germans are so much better than Brits at going along with stuff that's fun. Yeah, I've not booked it yet, but I'm definitely going to go. I just like that area as well. Cologne's nice. Good kebabs. Forget Gamescom, it's all about the kebabs. Right, let's take this out of here for now, I think. I pay Mitchy Hoyer to do my ironing now because he's better than me at ironing. Alex could take these up. I don't really play BeamNG. I think Neil's Housing Velt's done some videos on BeamNG. Yeah, I've not played it recently. Thing is, very snap. No, I don't really want to play it. I saw that, yeah. I have yeah, I saw they just released that. It's just not really my sort of thing to play, to be honest. Oh. I mean, I could do a review of it, but then the thing is, MotoGP review, I know what it's going to be. It's going to be like, here's a list of the features. It doesn't feel very good to play. AI's a bit boring. So I mean, there's going to be nothing. There's going to be nothing in it that's exciting. Guaranteed. There'll be nothing novel in it. No drastically innovative control mechanics. No drastically innovative way of making motorbike games more accessible. No fundamentally different physics. No advanced haptic or force feedback wheel integration. There'll be no innovation in it at all, apart from something very mild, which probably a designer managed to get pushed into the project at some point, but no one cares. You just know it's just a state of games now is just so bad. It's not even going to have amazing graphics. There's going to be nothing novel about it to get genuinely excited about. Your commission's going up in smoke. Well, we need... I mean, right. I'm not sure who's to blame. Is it the publishers or is it the consumer? In that there's no demand. Thanks for the e-woo there. So the consumer's not demanding realistic physics because they don't know what realistic physics is with any game. So the developer then has to do that, but it's hard to do realistic physics. So why bother if the consumer doesn't want it because they don't know what they want? So why bother? Like, and so then the publisher's not going to go, oh yeah, like, Dave Danger, your new book, Why Being Honest is Not Financially Worthwhile. Like iRacing, for example, its physics are so messed up, but people would fine, and it's the most popular online sim. So with that in mind, why would anyone bother doing anything any better? Like, what's the point? ACC, massively messed up compared to the original Assetto or AMS1. Sold pretty well. Why bother doing anything better? What? There's no point. There's no motivation, is there? So like, why would a developer bother? It'll only happen if you have like a hobbyist or some mental person, like what's his face, Marcel Offerman's doing his last garage thing. That's the only time the innovation will happen, is because you have a mental person that's like, oh, I like making physics. Let's do some crazy shit. That's the only time the innovation happens. It's because they're doing it for themselves. They're not doing it for money, basically. Oh, hang on a minute. We're getting another lesson about capitalism here. The money, the great corrupter. The great corrupter of innovation. Money. Yeah. So it's a bit weird, the whole sim situation. If you make enough money, you can change the system. No, yeah, it doesn't work like that, Kerith. That's like going, oh, if you get high up in the political system, I will compromise all my political values so I can get high up in government, and then I can make change from the inside. It's an ends justifies the means argument, isn't it? It's like make loads of money and then make your own game or something. No. Yeah, because you end up being part of the problem, which then makes it harder to undo the problem. And but it's a trap. It's a common justification for doing stuff. It's a very common self delusion for justifying doing something bad. It's ends justifies the means. And means justifies the ends. Hang on. No, the ends justifies the means argument. Right. We're moving along here. Oh, the AverMedia, for the guy that was asking about the camera stuff, this AverMedia Livestreamer Ultra HD that can do 4K 60 and is cheaper. Doesn't have the same pass through, but if you're plugging a camera into it, that wouldn't really matter. Be quite good. Play with joy whilst capturing your glory. Okay. If you rattle the political cages, they will push you up. But no, well, no, that's not really. No, so Donald Trump is a narcissistic sociopath, and he's not really rattled. Also, Donald Trump is very clearly an asset for Russia. So, and also an asset for about 20 or 30 very rich tax evaders. So Donald Trump is just representing another small group of interests. So, but he's also mental. He's actually bad at what he's trying to do as well. So that's not really what you've said is true. That if you do rattle the status quo and the establishment, you will get pushed out by the status quo and the establishment because they'll see it as a threat. But Donald Trump is actually ridiculously dangerous. Like Donald Trump doesn't even do what he's supposed to be doing for the billionaire asset for the millionaires that he's representing. So, ironically, he's terrible for everyone. He's not so like Boris Johnson, for example, has been much more successful. The current Tories have been much more successful at stopping the 100 millionaire plus people that they represent from having to pay taxes due to new EU tax regulation. That's the whole point of Brexit, was the whole promotion behind Brexit by a lot of the newspapers and a lot of the media that was pushing for Brexit, and then the Tories that pushed that for Brexit were the biggest motivation was tax evasion and EU tax regulation. And Boris Johnson, who's just an opportunist, took advantage of that, as well as the other Tories that also took advantage of it. And they actually did a pretty good job because they managed to make Brexit managed to get it passed. And so as a result, there's a few hundred millionaires that have massively capitalised on it at the detriment to the vast majority of people in the UK. So they were at least successful. Trump's not been successful. So yeah, I've got to stoop because here's the ceiling. If I stand up straight, I'm banging my head on the ceiling. I can't defy physics. I can't just toggle no clip. Well, yeah, the irony is with billionaires and people with like hundreds of millions of pounds, the irony is if you keep pushing wealth inequality, you end up with a situation that happened in the 1920s and 1900s, and you end up with a huge numbers of disenfranchised people. We still haven't left the EU. What do you even, like, okay, Doofer. Right. Okay. There's just, you could go into it so much. What have you just typed there? I actually just feel stupid. You don't even know what you're typing. I have to give you a lecture on geographic realities of when a country is next to a country. Even if you leave one legal structure, which is what Brexit refers to, you're still going to be doing business with a large trading bloc. You're still going to have diplomatic paperwork going across. It's just not going to be in the previous legal framework. So, you know.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want, can't you? You just ignore everything.
Probably one of the sense. But one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or
one of the best
GT mods. It's really good.
Just need some decent screen, yeah. Yeah. Some billionaires have done some redistribution, or operate with projects, or they're not entirely just trying to. The problem. So once you've got like say £500 million or something, or like £1 billion, it becomes a political thing rather than a financial thing. It's the same as if you own like a bunch of successful businesses. Like money has no value to you once you've passed a certain amount of wealth, because you can't buy anything with it. So it just turns into a game of politics if you're doing it for like ego and stuff. Money basically only really exists and functions for people that have under £500 million. As like, well, even less than that, but probably like £500,000, assuming someone owns a property. And if you have let's say £20,000 a month coming in guaranteed, you own 2 or 3 properties, you have a really nice property yourself, and you have £300,000 of liquid cash that you could spend with, it doesn't matter because you've got 50,000 a month or whatever coming in, probably more than that. The utility value of money on a personal level doesn't mean anything. So all that it turns into is how much are you willing to manage your business interests, or how much do you want to manage your business interests, or how much do you want to manage people managing your business interests, and then how much do you want to do? It just turns into politics. How much income do I have? I'm not going to say in a live stream. I'm pretty rich, to be honest. Billions. Problem is, I put most of my money into Kirith AI, and it costs a fortune to run Kirith AI. Just every time it responds, that's like £50 to generate the messages. Otto, you were born with no money in your pockets, and I will leave soon with nothing in my pockets again. I work hard and spent it all. Well, you made the mistake of working hard. You shouldn't work hard. That's poor person mindset. Truly rich people don't need to work hard. You noob. Working hard. What a peasant. Absolute peasant mindset. I mean, if you're having to translate your work into income, you're a peasant. It's funny. I've been watching and reading a lot of books on like 1920s, 1930s, and fascism, communism, Leninism. It's just funny. It's funny, but not funny that right now we're kind of in a similar position to the 1930s, which is a great thing because, as you all remember, the 1920s and 30s was a fantastic time to be alive. Nothing significant happened in that point in time due to various uprisings of disenfranchised populations. Nothing at all happened. It was all really good. The irony as well, even in the 1920s and 1930s, there was a lot of people saying, this is the result, this is why we need equality. You need this, otherwise this will happen. Like, people were calling it out then. They knew in the 1900s. They were like, this is not a good situation. If you don't want revolutions, if you don't want like rando Marxist organisations that then turn into Leninist organisations, if you don't want that, You need to make sure that people are not disenfranchised financially and politically. But apparently humans just like to repeat history over and over again. Are the Nazis in the room? No. There does worryingly seem to be quite a bit of a rise of fascism again, though. You see it. It's a little bit creepy. Oh well. You're driving more on the right? I don't even know what that means. The only fascism you see are the extreme woke. What do you even mean by woke? Like, you can't just use words like that. They don't make any sense. You do know that there's people that are really woke on the right as well as the left. Well, no. So well, it depends. I think the best definition of fascism I've seen, if you're talking about literal fascism, is like a governmental body or organisation that tries to link together nationalism, nationalism and race, basically, would. Probably the best definition of fascism. But then if you're talking about traits of fascists, the problem is you're then describing multiple things, because you could describe like Leninism, late Leninism, not initial, but like once they were in power, you could describe that as very fascist, or like Italian, like Mussolini is fascism. That's more traditional fascism, like 1940s Germany, 1930s, 40s Italy. But yeah, what you're describing there isn't really fascism necessarily. It's censorship. But you can, that's within communism, specific parts of communism which you wouldn't describe as fascism. So just dictator behaviour. But you do know that. So this is the right make this mistake, is that they latch on to. They latch onto movements on the left, like cancelling on the left, forms of cancelling, which is even debatable to what degree stuff is cancelled. Like, if someone has a huge platform and they are spouting that they are genuinely being racist or they're genuinely attacking people, well, it's not really cancelling them if you're just saying, well, you can't use these platforms. That's not really cancelling in the same way. You're removing a commercial avenue for them. So that's not. It depends how you define that. But then you go, well, within a capitalist structure, go to a business. If you have a normal job in a normal company, you've got a normal job, right? Go to your office and say something. Bring up politics. You'll get sacked, or talk about something controversial. You'll get sacked, and that's because it's against capitalism. So it's not from the left. Even also, ironically, a lot of positive discrimination, which I think in some ways positive discrimination can be quite good because it can equalise a society. So I'm not saying it's positive or negative, but positive discrimination or to different races, minority sexes, or whatever, genders, whatever. Ironically, that's in capitalist interest. So you will get positive discrimination for some groups, which ends up being discrimination for other groups, but that's capitalist motivated. That's not the woke left. That's business. Like, you categorically if you're a minority in certain scenarios, it will be easier for you to get some jobs because it's some businesses which are what I said earlier about me being a white monkey. If I go to China, maybe less so now, I could get a job specifically based off being white and the connotations of being a Western white person and that adding value to their business. That's capitalism. So and that's discrimination, and that's, you could say that's wokeness as well, but it's part of capitalism. So you really have to define the word woke when you say woke, and also cancelling and suppression of views. There's as much of it in the capitalist system as there is outside of it from people that are more left-leaning. But we live in the UK and America, we live in such a capitalist mindset that it's the norm, and so people don't realise the degree to which people are censored in business, or the degree to which you just couldn't say certain things in some job places. Imagine going into your normal office and having a genuine conversation about Israel-Gaza 2 years ago. You'd probably get sacked. People would go, "Oh, you're stirring shit up." Do you know what I mean? So, like, even if you were being the most reasonable conversation, and you were just being totally reasonable, it's not going to go down well, is it? Or let's say someone goes into an office and they say, well, there's loads of things. You just wouldn't be able to talk about it. That's censorship. Right, Northern Ireland. Yeah, it depends on the business. But you know what I mean? There's certain things. There's censorship on both sides is what I'm getting at. I think there's people latch onto this idea that it's just the far left. Look at the protests at the universities in America, which you could argue are motivated incorrectly in some ways, but the protests against the Israel's strikes on Gaza, right, and the degree of them. Look at how the police has cracked down on them relative to how the police has cracked down on other stuff. It's completely disproportionate. So who's more or less woke, and who's more or less like, do you know what I mean? It's not clear cut, is it? You could totally dislocate things from left and right and blanket terms like woke and just outright cancelling and stuff. So stuff just gets distorted massively for people's interests, and then people use stuff disingenuously to try and make their own arguments. You see it, right? Whenever we talk about iRacing physics, right, you see what happens. This is how people argue. They do it with politics, they do it with everything. So because I'm like vocally critical about iRacing's time model at the limit being absurd, which is patently the case, like there's many real world drivers that will point that out. It's just obvious, like you just can't deny it. And instead of someone arguing genuinely giving genuine counter arguments as to why they think it is how it should, that's how they think it should be or whatever, some people do give genuine arguments, but you'll notice the vast majority of arguments are super disingenuous and they're fallacious arguments. They're not logically coherent. And then you notice that instead of arguing, the next step that people do is they send death threats, they clip live streams with jokes out of context, to the point where you have semi-mainstream live streamers then reposting those clips to then try, it's all to silence someone that's saying views that they disagree with. It's not even about whatever the clip is. And that's what happens. This is how it works with all these things, is that people go away from arguing a genuine argument for and against stuff, and they start going further and further down disingenuous methods of trying to shut people down. That's the problem, is the disingenuous arguing. which is what people resort to, and that's got worse and worse. And I think the internet enables that because of the way that the way that stuff that's more at the extremes, or the more emotive something is, the more you can then, the more visibility something will get. So it promotes bad faith arguments as a tool to try and achieve what you want to achieve. So if you see it with something as mundane and stupid as sim racing, you can imagine what it's like with politics. Like all the newspapers, how disingenuous they are with their coverage of facts and evidence and different views. Right. Take some more stuff up here. I think I might take my drill and power saw up. Put it in a cupboard. Martin Orr, the alternative political commentary channels on YouTube can be an example of the positive side of the internet. Oh yeah, no, you do have some good conversations. Someone that's been on iRacing for a year and spent 300 will tell someone racing for 5 years and 1,000 that their opinion doesn't count. Yeah. Yeah, no, there are some really good YouTube channels with really long interviews. We'll probably do some iRacing once we get set up. I don't know if you guys watched the Joe Rogan podcast with the archaeologist. It was a really good example of the dangers of Joe Rogan, and also a really good example of how dumb stuff, if not confronted, can gain so much traction. So the pseudo archaeologist that does the ancient civilization stuff, who has a Netflix series, and he gained traction and interest because of Joe Rogan having him on the show 10 years ago, which allowed him to then promote these ideas which are like just anti-science, like just ridiculous to anyone that follows any basic scientific methodology. And then only when you have someone that actually knows what they're talking about to actually point out how science actually works within the field of archaeology, do then people watching then go, oh yeah, okay, we can see why what this guy's saying is ridiculous. So this is the thing, if you've got long form interviews but you have actual experts, it's fine. But if you have a long form interview but you have someone that's really just a pseudoscientist, it's not fine. Right, I'm just going to take these up. Holding a toolbox. This is how I cut my table in half. Why is Dibble equally ridiculous? He wasn't. Explain why he's equally ridiculous. He was entirely reasonable, pointing out in that you don't, and then you see how things correlate with the existing evidence that you have. You don't go, oh, I think there could have been ancient civilizations, or I think the pyramids could have, how could they have cut the rock like this? It's like, well, you can speculate infinitely. The point is, you don't speculate. You go, right, what evidence do we have? What other things in the area do we have that support this thing? You're trying to make it as hard as possible to maintain any preconceived. You're going by what the evidence points to. Like, you don't, if you find a dead body with a knife in it, but the window's open, you don't go, oh, the knife maybe came through the window. You'd be like, right, okay. You'd look at everything in the room, every single thing in the room, and then you go, okay, well, most of the time when someone's got a knife in it, someone has stabbed them. If they're in this thing, that's what normally happens. So, okay, we'll start with that. You don't start with the knife came from outer space or something. Lock this down. He was caught lying about a statement he made on the other guy and kept... No, Doofer. So you're talking about the point where he said... so he'd done a post, an article, and he'd pointed out that, I don't know, the Ancient Aliens guy or Ancient Civilization guy, he'd said that the Ancient Civilization guy was continuing what are racist tropes, i.e. Atlantis. They're stuff that's used they have been used historically by Aryanists and racists as a justification for white people being the super race, right? So no, he wasn't lying. The Ancient Alien guy was using evidence that's been commonly used. It wasn't even evidence, it's made up evidence that's commonly used as a justification for Aryanism. So he wasn't lying, he was making a totally valid point that if you're a legitimate archaeologist, you don't go and go, right, I believe that there was an ancient civilization. Whoa, let's see what I can find that backs up this. Oh, Atlantis. Oh, let's just ignore the fact that Atlantis as a myth was written largely as a way to, as a narrative that white supremacists, and also it's massively cherry picked. That's if someone does one article where they mention that someone is repeating white supremacist tropes, they're not even necessarily saying that other person's a racist. They're saying that the other person, the archaeologist, needs to be aware that what they are referencing and referring to are very blatantly racially motivated stories. So, no, but Doof, I'm just disputing what you've said. You said Dibble was lying and was ridiculous, and I've just explained why, no, that article that he referenced that point wasn't ridiculous, and he wasn't lying. So you've misinterpreted that. you've misunderstood the point. That's not to say that people don't use accusations of racism to shut people down. Of course they do. But that's not the point. Yeah, and I've just explained why that wasn't ridiculous, and so you now have to change your view, because yeah, it's not ridiculous. What? Are you a qualified lawyer in Ireland? Our Bar Council's policies, equitable briefing. Are you call to all solicitors to hire barristers based on gender, women, court experts? Oh yeah, no. There's a lot of positive. Are you talking about positive discrimination of employment? There's a big thing at the moment for people that are like, if you happen to be like white male in certain areas, you'll be overlooked for worse candidates because there's a push to have more women or ethnic minorities in certain positions, at the detriment of sometimes quite significant detriment, or even there's like they genuinely cannot find a minority or whatever for those positions. They can't find them, and so they're screwed, and they have to reluctantly go back to the white male. So, and the irony is, so it's like the goal is that I don't think positive discrimination is always bad. I think it can actually be quite a good thing to do in many cases. But the thing is, if you do that really aggressively at the detriment to everything, what you're going to produce is more racism because you're being racist. So you're going to make people become racist because they'll be like, oh, I was discriminated against on my race. So then there's a good potential for those people to then be like, well, hang on a minute, you're making race the most relevant thing. That's the problem. Like, you need to, all the emphasis needs to be on making sure that people are not racist. Like, you have to be aware of systemic racism, historic racism, and historic gender inequality, any inequalities, don't really matter. And then you have to really be aggressive about making sure that minorities aren't discriminated against. But I don't think positive discrimination is always bad. It totally depends on the situation. You'd have to investigate it on each situation. But like, you end up with the it's like tokenism, isn't it? If you have like people that are obviously there constantly as a token, you undermine the people that got there that are of minorities, gender minority or whatever in that context. You undermine the people that got there on their own merits, and so people then automatically assume that they're just there as a token, and which then puts things further back from the goal of actually achieving like equality of choice. So like, just because you're female or male or whatever race or whatever in a different environment where you're the minority, you should be able to do whatever. Like, race and gender should be irrelevant for the vast majority of things. Well, I think a lot of people aren't particularly critical, are they? My view is that you need to start with wealth equality is a really important start point for all these things. And I think if you achieve wealth equality, you actually then, as a knock-on effect, start to achieve race and gender equality. Because if you've got, ultimately, because we live in a capitalist society, wealth is effectively tied to freedom. And so, as a result of that, you need to pass a certain wealth bracket to have the freedom to be able to do what you want to do, regardless of if you're whatever gender, sex, race, or whatever. So, the problem is, anytime you suggest a policy that addresses wealth inequality, you're attacking the establishment. so you're not allowed to talk about that. But you are allowed to. You can use, within a capitalist framework, you can say, there should be more women in motorsport, for example. Like, because there is, statistically, there's no reason why there should be more women in motorsport, right? You can say that, and obviously half of society will be like, for guaranteed one, most women will be like, yeah, obviously, and a good like 30, 40, well, probably 60% of men would be like, yeah, obviously. So you can't argue against that, right? But if you were to say motorsport should be accessible to more people, which requires wealth equality at the base level, it's too diluted. Like, because a lot of half of women will be like, I don't know, that sounds communist. Half of men will be like, that sounds communist. And business will be like, no, that's terrible. So, or not all business, but a lot of business will be like, no, that potentially changes power structures and things. So you can't. So the underlying root issue, wealth inequality, can't be talked about, can't be addressed, and so the actual gender, sex, race, whatever equality doesn't get addressed because you can't address the root issue, which is wealth inequality. So we just go in circles. Otto, culture and racism the same, or where you're born, you look a bit extra when you've never seen anything. It's not hate. I'm not sure what you're saying. Istvan. We are different. Everyone has own weaknesses and strengths. We should complement each other and let everyone do whatever they want to do. Well, yeah, no. I mean, you want a society where people, as long as someone's not hurting someone else, you want to allow people as much autonomy as possible, don't you? But like, yeah, I mean, if everyone had a house, this is like mental to me. If everybody had a house, and let's say in the UK, you've got a house and everyone has £20,000 a year, guaranteed. Like, you can't go wrong. You have a house and £20,000. That's it. That's just guaranteed. That would give people so much freedom. They could do jobs that they want to do. They could do stuff they want to do. They wouldn't be... For some reason, we are happy to enslave people through capitalism and go, well, they can choose what they want and they can't choose what they want. And that's an okay form of slavery. Oh, it's so weird. It's just weird what people accept. Hello, Radweasel. Fodes. How's it going, man? They did this in Finland and it didn't work. No, they didn't do it in Finland. Okay, so first of all, if you're talking about universal basic income, first of all, if you do it in a limited sense, it's not going to work properly. Also, if you know it's for a set period of time rather than being in perpetuity, well, it's not a fair model of it. Also, you will see societies with the lowest amount of wealth inequality tend to be the happiest. Also, all the universal... I don't think universal basic income is actually the solution, personally. But no, if you actually look into the data of it... Also, yeah, just... We seem to be perfectly happy with wealthy people having properties. We don't question that. You just inherit stuff. Don't question that. So why question it? Why not just have the government do it? Why, like, council housing was well successful in the UK until they sold it all off. You've just cherry picked. I don't know what you've probably misinterpreted what you've cherry picked as well. So do a link to what you're talking about. Yeah, well, if you look at income levels historically, people, so real wages now, British people are £10,000 worse off since than they should be, based off where wage growth should have been from 2007. So imagine if you've got your normal income now in the UK and you're earning, let's say you earn £35,000, which that's what you get as a sort of median income. Now imagine if that was £45,000 instead of £35,000. An extra 10 grand a year is insane. Yeah, so if the UK economy was operating vaguely normally, we'd all be on like basic minimum wage should be like double. Like, it shouldn't be. If you go to a restaurant, it's like £30-40, right? That's like a day's labour for someone. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Doofy, you're just typing stuff that you'd have to link what you're referring to, because from the vast majority of studies I've seen into universal basic income actually demonstrate the opposite. And again, I don't think universal basic income is actually the solution myself, but Yeah, well, it's housing prices, aren't they? Like the thing is, fundamentally, you have to own a house. You live in a house or you live in a flat, so you don't have a choice, do you? You have to live somewhere. So that's going to be £700 a month out of your salary, and salaries haven't changed, so. Istvan, throwing them out in the cold is not taking care of them. Renovator, you don't think flooding the UK with people willing to work for buttons? Okay, so I looked into all the data I could find on economic immigration. Even if you take like 30-year-olds that are coming in on dinghies illegally, they're all a net benefit economically to the UK. So again, that's not, you can't really tie immigration to the economy in a negative way. It would just be a policy. Immigration there's cultural issues with immigration of people in immigrants. Let's go. Yeah, all the data I can find on immigration is it's a net benefit financially. Even if even if you really go out your way to try and go, oh well, purely financially, like I'm not making a cultural argument. It's really weird that people make a financial argument against any form of immigration because there's no evidence to support that it's negative. No, well, look, what latest stats? The thing is, the UK has an ageing population, so if you have a younger group of people coming in, it's a resource. But yeah, you have to capitalise on that resource. So you need to have colleges, education centres. This is the problem. The Conservatives have no imagination at all for anything. So they don't capitalise on things that can make money in the long term. So you build, if you weren't a stupid government, you build colleges and you also build affordable housing and you make it so that local people can get jobs in those colleges or they can get training as well for free, and you make it so that immigration, people coming from other countries can go to those colleges. You pay for training at universities so that people already in the UK can get jobs in those colleges. That'd be a good way to revitalise the North East, wouldn't it? And also, then you would have people working together on positive stuff, which would be really good for relations and getting reducing racism. And it'd have such a beneficial soft power. It's just the government has no imagination. We don't want to work together. No, people want to work together. If you stick around people, it's all right. Hello, Frosty Bird. Right. This is mindset of scarcity. The only scarcity is that a small number of people are stealing all the wealth out of the economy and not actually offering anything of value. It's almost as if politicians know that they can uncreatively use racism and foreigners as a way to leverage tribalism to make them to allow themselves to get political positions for their own interest. It's almost as if that's the case. It's almost as if it's easier to take advantage of critical thinking flaws that people have as a way to gain political power. Funny that. Isn't that weird? Yeah, divide and conquer. Oh well. What can you do? Have you noticed how, like, you know, the whole sort of magic money tree thing? And then there's like no money, there's no money available for, I don't know, schools or health or whatever, right? But well, there's billions available for this war or something. Billions available for this. The banks have failed. £5 trillion. Here you go. But hang on a minute, aren't you going to enslave all future generations for the next 20 years and make it harder for... No, banks need saving, mate. But doesn't that mean that banks are motivated to not actually run things properly because they know they'll get bailed out? No, but it's £5 billion. Doesn't that seem a bit socialist? Isn't that a bit anti-capitalist, bailing out someone that's massively messed up in business because they haven't leveraged the risk properly? No, that's capitalism, mate. That's not socialism. If you give money to banks, that's not socialist at all. But hang on, can we have some affordable trade? No, that's socialism. But we use the trains to go to work. Socialist, you need to pay for the trains as well. But hang on, I'm only using the train to do the work that I need to do to pay for my... No, pay for it. What? But I'm already paying for everything. No, you pay more, you shit. Isn't this just slavery? No, it's capitalism. Don't complain. You wouldn't want to be a socialist. Dirty socialists. They're the worst. But hang on a minute. Wasn't the most advance in quality of life in the UK, didn't that occur after World War II when we had the most socialist policies? And didn't that allow for the biggest economic growth over the last 40 years? No, that was capitalism. Nothing socialist about that. But hang on a minute, didn't everyone having free healthcare as a result of feeling we were responsible for each other due to everyone dying in World War II? Wasn't that social? No, not socialist. Didn't it help people not have to worry about being ill and allow them to focus on doing work and life? No. Privatise. We can make some money in the short term. Okay, rant's over, guys. This is how I do all my cleaning. Clean and rant. Fun fact, I found out recently that, do you know, it was on one of those YouTube channels that talks about weaponry. You know the Mac 10 submachine gun, little handheld Uzi, that they're made in Tunbridge Wells. Thought it was really funny. Just like little village. Nice little village. What do you make? Oh, you know, submachine guns. Oh, look at the sheep. Look at the river. Oh, it's all nice and countryside-y. What do you do? I make weaponry to kill people. Oh, yeah. UK's one of the biggest arms exporters in the West. Oh no! They took me arms! They took me arms! God damn it! They exported me arms! Oh, it's a stupid joke. Bloody hell. How many of you have lost your arms due to the arms exporting industry? Let's get the Hoover down here. That's why they make them here, because they know that the Brits aren't going to use them on each other. Oh, thank you. I can't hear it. Here we go with the DD wheel. Thanks, Darren Evans. Welcome. Really appreciate that. I can't hear the music on my headset because it's not connected. What a beautiful moment. I should go to jail for that song. So bad. It's an addiction. Yeah. There's more progress in this than there is in a sim racing live stream. Need to take some stuff up here. What am I taking up? I leave cleaner down. We need to bring the Hoover down. We need to Hoover the rig. I've got so many cables on this rig, but they're just not long enough to, like, if I can't tidy them because they're too short. Hello, Ritual Horse. How's it going, man? Okay, let's take this up. Oh, pretty good progress. If you scroll back, you'll see how bad it was earlier. Let's get the. I'll get the Hoover down here. The downside. Also means it's. Yeah. We could be cooking it. Like finances and politics and stuff. I was like 24, 25. I mean, I knew that Tories. Oh, yeah. It is, it's Henry Hoover. Ow. I was loading the dishwasher as well. Proper Hoover this. Real Hoover. Do they have Henry Hoovers in America? They probably don't. They're pathetic Americans. What would Matt Malone do if he had a Henry Hoover? I bet he doesn't. I bet he doesn't even know what it is. Do they have them in America? No, I'm not doing a pose for you to have a new bloody Hoover account icon. I'm sure you'll get one. How often do you think you should Hoover your Simri? I need to get the butt kicker back on this rig working. they've got a James one as well. The builder ones. The reason why the screens are that far away from the wheel is A, you're on a wide angle. Thanks for subscribing. You're watching on a wide angle monitor, camera lens. It's like that's a proper wide angle lens, and then also. It's more comfortable, and it also means the rig's further out, so I can access the pedals and things. So they're 55-inch monitors. They're not small. Like I'm 6'2", so the monitor is like my body size. So. They look like small monitors on a wide angle, weirdly. Oh, I forgot to bring my tea down. Such a noob. I'm going to use the back to front Hoover. Double Hoover technique. Oh, I've lost my nozzle. Oh, it is. I'd recommend getting one of these off eBay, Amazon. They're really good. Electric duster. My back's been all right recently. I just have issues with mild chronic fatigue, but my back's fine. Well, it aches, but it's not painful. Akimbo hoovering. That's where it's at. Or the best hoover is Akimbo Hoover. I might not be an alien at sim racing, but pretty damn good at hoovering. nobody questions my hoovering. I don't ever have people coming in chat going, oh, you're hoovering too over the limit. They don't dare comment. Imagine if the Hoover was strong enough to suck up the Simri. Ah, my nozzle's come off. It's been an honour. Oh. I need to cook some stir fry. amazing. Oh, it's better. Could really do with moving some stuff around. But can't really be bothered. We've got a few wheel rims. I don't know what to do with them. Where is it? No. Try and change the camera here. Ah. Yeah. Thing is, it'd be nice to take most of the stuff off the rig, but a lot of it's handy. You see these rigs in marketing material where they just have the sim rig and it's just got wheel and pedals on it, and you're like, oh, that looks nice and tidy. And it's like, well, yeah, but by the time you add a keyboard tray to it, a joystick, a shifter, audio. I don't think anyone's really come up with a super elegant but also really functional sim rig design. I'm always amazed by those super expensive rigs you see done by car companies, and they have like oh, hang on. I thought it was raining, but it's my stir fry cooking. Let's get my stir fry. We've been going for an hour, or that's what it feels like. How long have we been going for? Oh, 2 hours? Still pretty good cleaning. We were talking for like half of it, but... Got some stir fry here. Some egg noodles and black bean stir fry. Oh, boy. Well, I don't really eat biscuits anymore, so if I did, it would be good. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could really do, which would be nice, is basically getting rid of Getting rid of some of the monitors. Just having one monitor on the rig, like an ultra wide. And I could have if I had one ultra wide monitor on this rig, the rig could go in the corner on the left next to the window. More monitors. Yeah, give it Hoover. What would be really good is if I had cables that were longer for the main rig, and if the main rig was on like sliders or something, so I can move it forwards and backwards easily. Like wheels, if you had locking, the problem is too heavy for wheels. If you had like some kind of rail solution that allowed me to move the rig forwards and backwards easily, and then you had the PC. The problem is I can't have the PC on the rig because then the cables for the monitors wouldn't be long enough. It's always with this sort of rig, it's like a massive compromise for YouTube stuff. If it's just a rig for you playing games on, you're not filming or anything, it's not too bad. You just put the PC on the rig and it's all good. Stir fry's got to be like one of the most cost-effective, fast as well. Get the butt kicker back on set on the rig. It's plugged into is broken, and if it triggers if it is broken, all the power for the whole house goes off, which is a little bit of a problem. Could see another power supply. Let's have a power supply hunt. I'm sure if I plug it into that bloody power supply, it's going to trip the power because the power's not tripped since I've not used the bucket. Lorenzo, hello. You bought the Sparko R33. You bought the Sparko R33. Yeah, no, it's solid. Yeah, it is just expensive, isn't it? Yeah, it is nice and solid though. Oh, got my noodles here. Bit of stir fry with noodles. It's the mechanism. Yeah, it's pretty solid. The holes in the back of it are quite handy to attach things to. A brake inside a brake. Darren, yeah, they're good. They're pretty good pedals. They're pretty similar to real plane pedals. They're not bad value compared to other ones on the market. Flight sim equipment's really expensive. Thrustmaster have been selling those same pedals for so long as well. You'd think they'd have updated them at some point, but they haven't. How much did you pay for them? I think they're like 300, aren't they? £400? Something stupid for what they are. Like, really? They shouldn't be more than like £200. They're not complicated. Yeah, the WRC wheel should be all right. It's a little bit tacky, but it's not. I don't know about the. You'd probably want a stronger wheel, regardless. But I don't know. It's not that it's not strong enough. Oh yeah, well these are. I actually have lots of matching socks, but I have a habit of still putting mismatched socks on. Phoenix is good as a remote control flying game. Phoenix RC. Aerofly as well is really good. And you can buy, if you're using a DX5E or whatever the new remotes are, you can buy a audio to USB converter for like £15 off eBay. Yeah, I think Phoenix has seemed pretty realistic. I've not done real life RC stuff, but Aerofly and Phoenix seemed pretty good to me. Fresh from Lidl's. Cabbage, pepper, and egg noodles. Could probably do with more sweet corn. Has sweet corn got really expensive or something? It used to be cheap, but now everyone skimps on sweet corn. Do I plug in this butt kicker? I wonder if it's a knob sound that's broken. I think it could be the knob sound tripping it rather than it being the power supply. Faulty knob. We should look for other mini amps actually. What is a good mini amp? I don't know how many watts the Dayton Audio bass thing is. No, my monitors are using TV stands. There's some good desk bass triple monitor stands that clip on the back of the desk. If he's N2, was that an amp? Hi-Fi Zen 2. Why do they always have like really stupid names? That's bloody £300. Spent like £200-300 on a bloody knob sound was like £30. This is a headphone amp. This is too much. It's 15 times better. Better levitate for that price. Oh, knob sound mini's gone up to £43. Knob sound G3. 100 watt Class D hi-fi stereo, £66. Yeah, but it costs five times the price. Are you using it with headphones? Or are you using it with audio pucks? You don't realise the pain of doing iRacing live streams. They're depressing because inevitably We get someone in chat every time. Like the eye deluded. And then, you know, and then you get like the 12-year-olds. Eye delusionals. Sinlink. I mean, for all I know, it's just my power strip that's broken. I think maybe like 100 watts probably better. Knob Sound Mini's only 50 watts. Half of these things will use the same chips and everything. I mean, I do have I have a Cambridge audio amp. And it's having the USB for it as well, which is handy. Its own sound card in it. Hello, Only Sims. What's an ohm in wattage? I mean, knob sound comes up over and over again. Maybe my knob sound's fine. Knob sound's like got loads of positive reviews. It must be. Let's see if it's power strip, because I think it worked for last time. Could be the thing that it's plugged into on the other side. What I'll do is I'll use an extension cable, plug it into a different socket. Simracing. What a silly hobby. I think sim racing is probably the worst hobby someone could have. I can't think of. I mean, fishing's not that bad. Model railway enthusiast is less worse than sim racing. Like sim racing has to be one of the most delusional hobbies. No, Darren, those clips they don't really do anything. I mean, it could help with ground loop in some scenarios, but basically, sim racing is basically deluded racing game players that then spend loads of money on equipment to try and offset their delusion. It probably is the most delusional hobby out there. Yeah, RC flying is pretty good, yeah. Especially now, yeah, with the electric stuff and you're outside and kids like it. Yeah, it used to be nitro and stuff, and everything was really fragile and you couldn't get components. Whereas now you could order stuff next day on Amazon, Hello, Abdullah. I'm all right, thanks. Yeah. Still weird. I managed to trigger the fatigue. Basically, I'm getting better. So last 2 days, I was just like, oh, God, I was just dead. Rob Lee J, yeah, I've got a DX5E that I've used, but I used to use it with Phoenix, an Aerofly, and just for helicopters. I will do more flight sims when there's more missions and stuff for Microsoft Flight Sim. That's why I'm not doing flight sims that much. I really enjoy flight sims, but I feel like there's no mission, there's no objective. It's all a bit aimless, and also I like technically stuff that's hard to fly, so like small aircraft, or like, you know, I don't like big passenger jets. Yeah, I was watching a video of someone doing remote control throw glide, and it's actually pretty good. So you're getting a lot of fun out of it. Yeah, Flight Sim is really good in VR. I need to try Microsoft Flight Sim with I need to try it with the Quest 3. Let's try some different lenses on here. This is a prime lens. Look how much brighter it is. It's crazy. The aperture fully open. The joy of prime lenses. Right, open the aperture. Ow, my arm. Bloody hell. I might just put the standard lens on it. This is a really nice prime lens though. I think it's only like £70. It's a Sigma something or other. Well, that was weird. That was well weird. That was bloody weird. I've never seen a camera do that before. It was like focusing and then the edges then distorted. That was so weird. It was a camera like recalibrating itself. That was the first time I've ever seen that happen. Tesla's Cybertruck has a force feedback motor to give road feel. Would that be similar code to sim software? No. Well, in some ways, yes, but in other ways, no. I mean, it will be software that's pushing a wheel left and right based off some input, but no, like Sims use, they have to tie into, what is it, Direct, the old Microsoft system, Direct Input, which is still based off the way of doing it, going back to bloody, you know, the original Microsoft Sidewinder wheels. That's what it was designed around originally, and they're still using the same stuff, which is pretty crazy, actually. I think some companies might have done their own thing by now. Let's put this. Yeah, no, in the sense that it's a wheel attached with a servo motor that then drives the wheel. That bit will be similar. I mean, it's all servo motors, so, but the actual code base and everything will be different. It'll be some, I don't know what they use, but it'll be different. Probably something with a lot more redundancy to it. Well, it'll probably be on a chip, you know. So, but in theory, yeah, you could. It's just that's what an ECU would control in a car. It'll just be a programmable. It's probably, I don't know. I would probably wager that it's put into a chip at some point, but Jardier chilling out my wheel. Mini muscles upstairs at the moment. Check out SimStars, guys. We've got these little mini figures. They're cool. Yeah, the force feedback wheels are pretty durable. Thank you, Uhtred. These are really worth getting for your rig. These little £10 fans with a little button on the back. And you can point them. I use this for camera control. Okay. Bloody hell. Right, let's try using a power adapter and plug in the knob sound in directly. I'll get this. I don't know where I put this power strip. I mean, back in a minute. Yeah, tactile transducer. got 2 down here. Right. Do any of you guys just get cramp in the bottom of your foot? Why are you using Simrig fans but not Simrig moisturisers? I don't know. Right, let's see if this works. If this triggers the power, the stream, everything will stop, and then I have to reboot everything. So it's rather annoying. Then at least we'll know it's the power supply. Oh goody, this is all tight, this is all tangled up. My favourite. I don't know why people would buy a Cybertruck. Like, Tesla stuff seems like it's a bit shit, to be honest. Like, do you know what I mean? Also, I would trust, I mean, I don't trust car companies at all, but the amount of practical R&D and practical experience. So a car is like something that's a total pain in the arse to manufacture, and also is in you know, it's rolling, it's moving, and it's outside, and you know, so it's a complex outside device in very variable conditions. It's like the worst possible thing to try and build as a business. So I would generally trust businesses that have been making, no, I wouldn't necessarily trust them on the electronic part and the battery part, but I'd trust them on the boring bits of like the suspension and the chassis and the, you know, all the boring stuff. Yeah, I imagine it'll have like loads of innovative random engineering things to it, but then probably doesn't make sense at all. If that makes, you know. I wouldn't trust Americans at building cars. Japanese and Germans. they're the car building people. You're off to scan computers in Bolton. Triple monitor desk arms, good luck. I hope you find what you're looking for. Is this so you can trade Forex and lose loads of money under the pretense of doing business? I'm not gambling, I'm a trader. Well, Britain's made cars. They've got wheels, sometimes only 3. Yeah, I mean, for value for money, British cars are probably all right. Well, Britain's made okay cars in the past. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Don't look, Ford Escort. Oh yeah. What a dream. Let's have this going round here. See what happens. Nice orange cable, which is really blends in with the carpet nicely. This is my power washer cable. It's orange so you don't accidentally power wash the cable. I mean, might as well use Birmingham for something. Coding? Oh no, programmers are the worst. I hate programmers. They're terrible people. Imagine choosing to be a programmer. What kind of stuff has gone wrong in someone's life for them to wake up and go, oh, I really want to type stuff into compilers. Error on line 312,006. Compile error. Oh, I love this job. This engine will change the world. If I was a CEO of a car company, we would be selling shit cars. Now, I would want to be making affordable cars. I've got like continued cramp in this foot. Do any of you get this? It's like cramp here. It's such a ridiculous place to get cramp. I get it all the time. I know, I even had a banana for breakfast, so. Weird cramp in my feet. Oh, should I put the rear cam back on? Oh, that's zoomed in. When it's a bit warmer, Lorenzo. I was looking at flights actually. I think I can. It's better for me to fly up there than it is to get the train. I think it was to fly to Aberdeen or something. Right. Oh, I need to reattach. What's making that noise? This down here needs should just slide in. The white came out. Yeah, that was easier than I was expecting. That's the base shaker. It's just clipped through the back of the seat. And it actually works pretty well. And the knob sounds down there. I'm going to give it a little wipe. Give my knob a wipe. Lol. Because that's a word for genitals. Lol. What a joke. Lol. Oh yeah, lol. Oh dear. How did you not know that banana bread exists? It's like the best way of getting rid of old bananas. I was just sniffing this to make sure it's not bleached because I just sprayed it on the carpet. Ow! Ow! I've been assaulted. Dead butted my Simrig. Give it a good little clean off here. Oh, hello. Alright, these aren't touching each other at all, I don't think. Ow. Bloody hell. Pointy stuff everywhere. Ow. I mean, it shouldn't make any difference anyway. That's not touching anything. I mean, if this trips the power, I'll know it's this. I need a USB extension cable. Ah. Where's the USB extension? Ah. Ah. Right. Not often that I just turn around and the cable that I want is right in my face. Wunderbar! Where's the Hoover? It's in the corner. We're just wiring up the tactile transducer. Definitely, the tactile transducers are definitely worth it for fun. Value for money to enjoyment. I was watching, who's that guy that does Tecmo? He was reviewing a pool table. And the upgrade for the version of it that comes with like 4 Dayton audio pucks and a bass speaker is like an extra £300 or something stupid. And it's like Jesus Christ. That's like, they're charging £300 for something that costs like £40. Let's say it cost them £150, which is generous. They're charging £300 premium. It's insane. It's mental when companies do that. This is a thing in sim racing now. Because people don't know any better. They don't know what's quantifiably different between a DD wheel, load cell pedals, a sim rig, and then the software. So it means that as a business, you can just put an insane markup on stuff. I think it's fair for businesses to charge a markup for the work they do and knowledge and things. That's fine. But like, the degree of markup is actually, in some cases, utterly absurd. And it's the more niche something is, the more that you can do that. Something is making weird noises. I don't know what it is. Right, let's see if we get a power cut. Well, my knob's not plugged in, so right, here we go. Goodbye if this turns off. Still here for now. Zundong, Sundong. I want that on a t-shirt. Well, I need to design some merch. Right. Thing is, it doesn't normally explode straight away, so we'll have to see. Zundong! Okay, we'll turn the amp to max. I mean, amps don't use much wattage anyway, so it would be weird for them to trip their power supply. Dun dong! Plugged it in here. Let's see if Windows picks it up. Zundong! Such a good saying. Face, cam. There we go. Right. USB sound devices. Let's have a look. Oh, my Go XLR is probably messed up. Can you hear a buzzing sound? Ow! There you go. Yeah, it's just static. Builds up on the Go XLR until I touch it. Right. Yeah, it's weird. The rig's not grounded. Yeah, let's look for this sound card. Wow, it's a SIM hub. This works. USB. You guys be able to see this. Yeah. Ah, yeah, we can figure out. Look, it's this one. Oh, yeah, it's working. It's working! I felt it in my bottom. Okay, so it's just the bass speakers on front right channel. So, front rear, this is how I'm going to set it up. There you go. This is crazy. I set this up a long time ago, and it's remembered it all. I can't remember where the settings are though. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so we just have this for gear shift, wheel slip, yeah, just worked. How good is this software? The guy that programmed this software is awesome as well. Yeah, this is awesome. You have RPMs, LOB sim, really low. This is just for like when you're parked. It just makes it feel like there's stuff happening. Nice. And then we just have a gear shift clunk. Definitely think we could have a more powerful amp on this. But yeah, seems to be working all right. I need to put the front pucks on as well. Be Simracing. How do you get a device man? Sound device manager. Oh, there we go. Hello. Yeah, it was nice that I bumped into him. I think he came up to me. Oh no, he was wearing a SimHub shirt. So then, because otherwise I wouldn't have known who he was. I was like, I think I was like, oh, you do SimHub? He's like, oh, we don't do SimHub. He's proper French, like chilled out French. Well, nice guy. He's like, oh, I'm a big fan of your channel. I was like, oh, I'm a bigger fan of your SimHub. SimHub's the best, mate. He's an absolute legend of sim racing. He was quite shy, but just like programmer. But yeah, super friendly. Hopefully he's at Simracing Expo next year. He should be like on the poster. Like there's people in sim racing that are like, you know, like original physics programmers for like R Factor or like some of the tech guys behind some of the software and stuff. They should be the prominent people. Instead, it's like boring shit. You know, it's bloody YouTubers. They get all the attention and they're useless people. If we had to get rid of a group of society, the first would be YouTubers. They're just terrible people, all of them. They're all awful. Okay, we're at maximum power. Yeah, I think I could get a more powerful amp. What's this Dayton audio puck? Can I? No, I was going to be lazy and read it from the camera, but unfortunately. How many amps is this? I think it's. Oh, I don't even know how ohms and amps and all this shit works out. This is the BST. Sounds like a Korean boy band. 35 watts. How much does the knob sound? And the knob sound mini is 50 watts, so it should still be driving it at maximum capacity. Full volume. I mean, it's all right, but I don't know what ohms are. Why can't we just do everything in the same measurements? You know? Right. What is an ohm? It's resistance, isn't it? But like, right, hang on. Well, this, you know what I mean. Oh, so what are ohms? Dum 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 dum. It's a measurement of resistance between two. Yeah, so what is the actual ohms is just a measurement of resistance, but how does that relate to? Yeah, but how does that relate to wattage? I'm still confused. Still confused. Yeah, I mean, I get that it's resistance, but amps and watts. Hang on. Oh dear, yeah, like this stuff. I just don't get it. Because the amperage depends on the voltage. Yeah, so 120 volts, which is what we use as a power delivery in the UK. 1 amp is 120 watts. 2 amps, 240. We're not trying to work anything out. I'm just too dumb. I just don't understand this stuff. I don't have an intuitive understanding. I just have to look it up all the time. But I just don't fully understand. Well, I just get, like, if you've got something that's X ohms, like resistance, then you would need whatever. So you could overcome that resistance, presumably with higher wattage, but then that's going to cause more heat. You know, there's things that are interrelated. How many ohms is one headbang? Oh yeah, I just remember that. Yeah, I remember the chart. Yeah, I prefer to remember the hexagonal law. Yeah, well, there's a reason why I'm not an electrician. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of stuff you can memorise. Right, let's see if this works. Just a load of fire racing here. iRacing! Download the update. It's weird how much iRacing is updated and yet it's still the same. It's like 15 years ago. Fundamentally, it's the same sim. Oh, my drink! My can. Oh no, it's on my table. I wouldn't want to win the Eurovision Song Contest. You know, then you'd always be known forever as Eurovision Song Contest winner, which, to be honest, that's worse than being known as a sim racer, because more people know about Eurovision. If you're known as a sim racer, it's only within sim racing circles, so it's not too bad. But imagine being famous for Eurovision. It'd be the worst type of fame. People keep coming up to you going, "Oh, can you sing that song?" And you'd be like, "Oh no, I can't." We can put some funk music on here. Might put my headset on and do that. Off with the mic. Hello. Why did music stop? Doesn't make any sense. Well, there we go. F4's at Road Atlanta. Let's join a practice one of this. Oh, I've not played Sims for ages. Simracing, guys. Beautiful. We've got a nice clean room. Well, mostly clean. Could do with reorganising stuff. See if this tactile transducer works without the power cutting. That'd be nice. I could have just overloaded power strips. It did have a habit of working fine for ages and then spontaneously, like after 2 days, breaking. So it could be that the knob sound just heats up, which would be unfortunate because it's very hard to isolate the issue. Oh, what's going on here? Air fried beef. I don't think I have a setup for this. iRacing setups. Road Atlanta. Here we go. I haven't played this for so long. Look at that air fryer. Oh yeah, beef. Free beef. Why is it cooking beef in the air fryer? Look. My seat's wobbling. This is pretty good. That's weird. It's well weird having a tactile transducer. iRacing makes no sense. What on earth is going on here?
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Oh, for some reason I did. Oh, what's this? Oh, okay. It's like a PS2 game. No, it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Right. That's that. do you change the camera position? Shift. Can't go forwards and backwards, can we? This is fine. It's weird having tactile transducer because I haven't used it for ages. It does have a little bit of delay to the tactile transducer to what's going on in the sim. Why does it feel zoomed out? I haven't played iRacing for so long. I mean, it's actually
Sorry.
weird. No, it's just immersion. Yeah, I've tried the active pedals, yeah. I thought he was going to hit me then. I thought a guy was going to drive into me. Let's try. I'm using the IFFB at the moment, let's turn that off. Oh, I've been promoted. Oh no, look, I'm Class A. When did that happen? I got. Jesus Christ. Why am I Class A? I didn't do anything. Right, let's join this with no IFFB. Yeah, the Sim Magic stuff's nice, but like it doesn't really help you. You know, if you're driving at pace in a game, you know where the break point is. You know what the maximum. You're not driving reactively, so it's all kind of pointless. Unfortunately, like the games need to just do the force feedback better in the wheels. The active pedals are good if you wanna if you like jumping from car to car, and you like the cars to have different feeling for the pedals. So like let's say you play vintage cars and then you play road cars, then you do race cars, or then you play Euro Truck Sim. And also if you like heel and towing and you want to move your pedal position. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm just going to get a drink. Sudden biscuit urge. Sudden banana urge. Imagine being stoned to death with bananas. The hoovering was awesome. Still got all the wheel rims behind us. Ah, I'm wrecked. Probably gonna be like another 3 days until my fatigue decides to sort itself out. You can, but there's no point in smoking banana. It's a mild hallucinogen. It's probably really not good for you. I wouldn't recommend smoking anything. Oh, banana goes really well with Guinness though. It's a really nice flavour combo. Yeah, banana and Guinness go together really nicely. Putting maybe making banana bread but with Guinness could work out quite well. Normally, if you cook beer with bread with using beer, you can't taste the beer. It's the same as if you make pancakes with beer; it loses the beer flavour. I'm not sure how you'd keep that beer bitterness. So I think a large part of the bitterness comes from the bubbles and stuff. Yeah, that'd be nice though. I mean, you can make sourdough, but that tastes more yeasty. But Guinness is awesome. Definitely out of the non-alcoholic beer-like drinks, Guinness is great. Actually, I had a weird dream the other day where I was drinking non-alcoholic beer, but it was making me drunk. It was really weird because I was like, oh, this is non-alcoholic, but I'm drunk. And then my dream was simulating me being drunk, but obviously wasn't. It was just a dream. So that's crazy that you can dream and like it genuinely felt drunk, but it was a dream. So it's obviously not. It's completely fictional. Shows you how much your brain can just make up. Forget the driving. Let's just drink. Let's just drink and watch cars go past. Real sim racing. Real sim racing. Why would you toss the green bananas? The green ones, they're gonna go ripe eventually. There's no rush. Oh, this is quite nice with the tactile transducer. It feels like a massage chair. It's not that dissimilar to being sat in a real car that's parked with the engine on. pretty amazing that a tactile transducer can achieve that. I think everyone's falling asleep. High energy streaming right here, right now. This is a lot slower than the Super Formula. 10 out of 10 Dance Frog. iRacing is so weird. when you don't play iRacing for a while. What's a good lap time around here? Like, what is going on? Why is it not biting in? Dear, dear. Dear, oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. Oh, yes. Obviously. Don't counter steer. Alright. Is the stream working? It might be. Alright, let's turn the force feedback up a bit here. Okay. Beautiful. Does iRacing have a force feedback meter? Is it in the top corner? Does anybody know the shortcut to get the force feedback meter on the screen? Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing. Is it still using IFFB weirdly? F. Okay, I'll give it a go. I turned FFB off. It did feel different. Let's try that again. I think there's some updates for Moser software as well. I find it's this really weird issue I have with Moser. When I load the Moser Pithouse software loads up, but then when I click on it, it then loads and crashes, and then I load it again and it works. I don't normally need to load the Pithouse software, so it doesn't really matter, but it's just really weird. Just really weird behaviour. Not quite sure why it's doing that. Looks like we've got a mountain of wheel rims. I need to organise that. Oh, what is going on here? Why is iRacing? Oh, iRacing. What are you doing? It's going mental with resolution. $119.88. Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird. It's a weird behaviour for software. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's a strange thing. I've not had any other software do that I can remember. Okay, all our force feedback's linear. I did quite a bit of messing around with the force feedback equalizer, but unfortunately, you can't change the lower frequencies, which are the most important part. It's so weird for companies that they get the idea of being able to adjust force feedback, right, and tweak stuff, but then they don't put the correct options in. It's like, it's so weird. It's like the blind leading the blind in sim racing. That they go to all the effort of adding in filters, yet, apart from the really high frequency stuff, everything else is basically pointless on it, and you could just have a cut-off filter. So they put quite a bit of work into the software, but missed. Maybe this needs to be told. It's so weird. You see this over and over again in sim racing. Like the complicated stuff and loads of convoluted stuff gets done, but then the most important parts get ignored. So like in iRacing, they do rain, they do like nice online ranking stuff, they do all this convoluted, complicated stuff, and then the tyre model just doesn't work like a car tyre at the limit. Which, admittedly, that's quite a hard thing to get right, but it's just really weird. And the weird thing as well is that a lot of sim racers don't notice at all. It's just strange. I can't think of something else which is that. I just don't know. I don't know why I'm in such a minority on noticing these things. Have I finished cleaning? No, probably not. I really need to sort my desk out. I need to turn the sim rig behind me around as well. Like, you know, Microsoft Flight Sim. They have this huge map, massive map of the world, weather features, all this other stuff. They have this crazy stuff in it, but then they don't. I mean, they have bush trips, but you would have thought for that, they know they're releasing on console. Why would you not have a thing where you have a co-pilot that's like a real pilot giving you lessons? Like, they do have a few. Like, they did it with the old Microsoft Flight Sim. Like, scenarios. Scenario 1. You're flying a 747. One of the engines is faulty. Troubleshoot the problem and land the plane, and you're scored on how well you do it. Scenario 2, you have to fly a local flight, but the visibility's low. Do you know what I mean? Just like a whole bunch of scenarios would be the most obvious thing to put in a game like that. Like, absolutely the most obvious thing that you would want in that, and yet it's not there. It's like they have 1 billion landing challenges. It's like, well, come on. Oh, there we go. Feels like it's clipping a bit. Man, iRacing feels so weird. This is the default in-game force feedback. Yeah. It's so weird. It's so weird. Right. I turned my wheel up. It was clipping a bit, so let's turn it down. I'm using the modes at R12, which is supposed to be about 12 Newton meters, so this should be about right. I don't know what the auto setting gets it setting from. In theory, you could run this higher, and then it will scale the game's force feedback. If that makes sense. So that will make the stronger forces weaker, and the weaker forces weaker, and vice versa. If you run the wrong amount of setting, but in theory you could just put that on 12 and then just move this to make it weaker and stronger. Maybe it doesn't change the scale of it, not sure. You say weird, but don't you mean much better? Well, yeah, exactly. I definitely do, yeah. I've been wrong all this time. I've just been too critical about driving sims and driving games. You know, I need to focus on making more money, so I'm just going to say what the majority of people want me to say. So iRacing is a fantastic simulator. They keep improving it, and it's very realistic. Daniel Morad and Tony Kanaan say it's amazing, and real rate Formula Max Verstappen plays it. Also, the new Formula 1 games look absolutely superb. We're so lucky to have these titles. Thing is, some like miserable people say like R Factor 1, Automobilista 1 and AC, which are dated and old, too simple. Some people say they were better, but I think those people are just living in the past. So, you know, I just think people should be happy with what they've got. Do you know what I mean? That's the real issue. It's like these student protesters in America. Like, I don't know why if they would just not protest, it'd be a lot easier. It's like these. It's like people in the UK going on strike demanding higher wages. They should just not. It's just inconvenient. I think people should really think before they say negative stuff. Especially, I think YouTubers that make jokes, they shouldn't. People should just be literal about everything as well, all the time. Don't say anything that's potentially contrary to someone else's view. Just be as anodyne as possible. That's what I say. Right. Did I just turn it back up? What was it doing? Exactly. Yeah, a lot of people ignore what they've got. They really aren't thankful for what they've got, and they really don't appreciate the work that goes into everything. So, if they were more grateful, they would appreciate it. But it's too easy to just point out negatives of things. You should only ever point out positives of stuff. Bobby, you've had your T300 and TLCM pedals 3 years. Well, TCLM pedals are terrible, so you should feel bad. T300's awful. You should upgrade your equipment. You're wrong. I'm sorry, Bobby. Have you thought about buying? Really? That's just unacceptable. Only a weak-minded person would have a T300. Still. I don't really fully understand GSI wheels. Or well, fair enough. It's watches, isn't it? Like high-end sim. It's not GSI. I mean high-end sim wheels. It's a nice business, and they're nice wheel rims. But it's so pointless. Outside of arbitrary entertainment, people buy whatever. People like arbitrary things like watches. But it's really, really strange to spend £1,000 on a steering wheel, but not be really bothered about the tyre model in iRacing, which is the crux of driving. So it's very strange how sim racers are able to be so selective in their priorities and not see things in a hierarchy of what's important. And people do that with everything, like the hierarchy of what's important. People do it with road. People do it with everything. I mean, I'm sure I do it. I think it's a human thing. It must be like a fallacy where you don't see the actual hierarchy of what's important, and then people, in general, will ignore the something that's more important than something else. Completely ignore it to focus on something higher up or lower down. There must be a name for it. It must be like a studied... Don't say that, Neo. I don't know any aliens that use a T300. Aliens use spaceships. Yeah, I don't use the screens on the wheels really. Most cars have screens in them, or you can put something on the monitor. A separate monitor can be quite nice, but
Give me masters to learn how to drive.
Thank you.
I thought you were cleaning your room. Start cleaning or you won't get any kafta balls tonight. He made them with extra kafta.
Kafta balls? Who's that? Why are you sending me money? $23? Why are you sending me $23? Thank you very much. That's an absurd amount of money to send someone over the internet. Game of Mother videos. That's a full crate of non-alcoholic Guinness. Thank you. I made stir fry, yeah. Non-alcoholic, yeah. Alcohol triggers my fatigue issues. So does taking off a bloody... So you know memory foam mattresses? They have like a cover on the foam, and I was like, oh, I'll take it off and wash it because I've never washed it. So I thought, well, you know, it zips off. Well, it turns out they're not too bad to take off, but try putting the cover back on a memory foam mattress. It took like an hour and a half, and I like died. So triggered my mild chronic fatigue issues. So the last like 2 days it was alright, like for the day that I did it, the day after, but what I find is when I do stuff that triggers my fatigue, it's delayed by like 2 or 3 days, and then I basically get to feel hungover for like a week. All because of a memory foam mattress cover. So it's so ridiculous. No, I did the stir fry in a ninja wok. Wok and a wall. I might try and remove some of these bumps. Fanatec Wok. That's where it's at. I don't know what a good lap time around here is. I don't know what field of view I should be running. 71. The cars in iRacing are so unhinged when you actually just get to the limit. Like, it's crazy. They're just so like they're all like all over the place. Unless you do like a single action. Bizarre. It's a really good track though. What's got the best FFB? At my Woks? No, my Woks ain't that good FFB. Well, it's so different. Yeah, 2 weeks of AC. It's Still, I mean, I can't play ACC. ACC I can't play at all. So. At least on a track like this, when you're going at speed, it stabilises the vehicle. So when you oversteer like back there, the tyres come back. All the best things in Georgia. To be honest, the worst thing about iRacing isn't even the simulator. It's the some of the players, like the harassment I've received, and you know, the weird stuff. That's the worst. That's the worst part of anything, really. I'm not really doing Super Formula. I like this racetrack, Road Atlanta.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
So I'm maybe doing some of this in the F4. I might swap my pedals over finally. It's so stupid how you like just there's no point in counter steering. Yeah, imagine doing Formula 1 here would be great. We'd already gone over the limit of the tyres when I turned here. There's no force feedback for this. Oh, I did counter steer, but it was too late. I mean, it's a huge curb. I don't think a real car would. Don't think a real car would like you doing that. What am I doing? I might go back to IIFFB. Let's change this down. Capsule, yeah, no, you can tactile transducers can vibrate when the tires go into the limit, but it's not really about being able to feel it. It's just so what you need in force feedback is a constant load that represents the load that you're currently putting on the tires. That's like analogous to G forces. And then you can feel that, you know, if you're turning really aggressive or the state of the car is putting a load on the tyres suddenly or leading up to it, you can then feel what load you're putting on it, and then you would counter steer before you put more load on it, because you'd be like, oh, I can feel that I'm putting X amount of force on the tyres or this rotation. That's why you can drive, partly why AC's force feedback works so well. But also you need tyres that allow you to actually drive on the limit. No, it's how real cars work, Capsule. Like that's how you feel G forces on your body, so you then know how much force you're putting on the tyres. Because if you're going through a corner at 4G, turning 4G, that's pushing the car to the outside at 4G. So you know from experience of driving the car through that corner, you know that those tyres can do 4G, like you can take it. So you know you have a big range, and then as the grip of a tyre falls off, if it falls, it doesn't just disappear. It like the grip starts to go, and then the G forces will decrease on you. So then you can know, I'm the tyre's getting up to the limit. So a slip curb on a tyre is like grip, 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 and then it actually sort of goes up and down, like you have this sort of shape, right? So you can then correlate the G loading that you're experiencing on your body with the grip of the tyre. But if a tyre, when it starts to slide, gets stuck sliding, you just can't drive naturally. So, the process you have to go through in iRacing is that you just drive various lines and drive in a certain way, and then you know what you can and can't do by having it. You know, you just do stuff, and then you're like, it spins out at that time, that spins out that time, and then you know in your brain you've just memorised what you can and can't do. And then you do that enough to the point where you don't realise how unlike real driving that is, and then you become an iRacer. And then you're like, it's totally fine. And that's what I say, anyone that's memorised any sim, they like just get used to the sim that they play, or any video game. It's the same thing that happens with game developers when they're working on their own game. They get really good at playing their own game because they memorise what they can and can't do, and then when they put the game out to the general public, then no one can play it. It's because they've not had the same amount of practice as the developer would have had. So what a developer thinks is intuitive and easy is actually really not. That's for any game. This is why people don't realise that they've just memorised something. So you've got like the intuitive component of stuff, and stuff will be intuitive for a range of players, differing on their skill set and stuff. Then you have like the practiced skills. The classic car on AC Hot Lap. Yeah. I'm back for Road Atlanta, Jalmore. Road Atlanta is where it's at. This is the best track in iRacing.
Slow car ahead. Go right.
Rubber tank tracks. Have you seen tanks driving quickly? They're actually pretty agile. With a little radio. just in a little pot. It's just like a normal CB radio. Yeah, tanks are mental. How quick and agile they are relative to their weight. Yeah. There's that German video with the tank pouring out a beer or something, or it's driving along. Is that British or German? It's driving along, and then the gun turret has like a pint on it or something. Because of the it has crazy gyro stabilization. I'm tempted to mount the other tactile transducers. It's actually really nice having the base tactile transducer. I forgot how good it was. iRacing, you have to drive from the brake pedal and not from the steering. Which is a good way to drive, but it's really weird. Like in AC1 and AMS, you can choose how much the steering and how much you're driving from the steering, how much you drive from the brake and the accelerator. In iRacing, you have to drive from the brake pedal. Which one's 2 and 3? The right-hander up the hill and then over the crest. I think it's a blind. You have to line it up, don't you? No, you just get SimHub, Capsule. Transducers are super easy to set up. Because the problem is if you let's say you go into a corner too hot, and then you try to steer, the tyres are already warm, and so they don't respond properly in iRacing. Whereas in AC, AMS and real cars, you still, even if the tyres are like going through a corner and warm, you still get quite a lot of steering authority from them. It might not be, it's not going to be the fastest way to drive, but so I think you just feel handicapped driving in iRacing. Like you're denied using the tools that you're used to using. But then I think iRacing is a great training tool for training brake precision. It's like the sim isolates braking. So if you're crap at braking, iRacing forces you to get good at braking and trail braking under the limit. With no feel. It's crazy. The Simmagic haptic, they're just motors, Gelmore. You can just stick tactile transducers on your pedals. Same sort of thing. But yeah, I'm sure they're good, but there's lots of ways you can achieve the same thing. Can you imagine how that would feel going over that bump? Yeah, they're good of having your pedals vibrate based off, especially front wheel slip. They're good as they can give you a good impression for ABS, and they can also give you a good impression for pushing the fronts of a car. So like, if you've ever been on road tyres or cut slicks on in a real car, when you really push aggressively through a corner and you're pushing through understeer, the front tyres do this really like a sort of vibration, and you can tactile transducers can copy that quite well. Slicks don't really do the same thing.
Sorry.
They don't really vibrate like road tyres do. Yeah, you might as well just use Simub. Simub lets you choose the exact frequencies. You can have it be from gear shifts, understeer, oversteer, tyre slip. What you can set it up however you want. Really good.
22.132.
That's what I'm using for mine. I'm using a base shaker at the moment.
Come on, dude. You're coming out of the pits, man.
Turn up the bass. What do Fox Factory do? Suspension.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Yeah, so in iRacing as well, you have to use the tyre skid sound rather than the force feedback to know how close the tyres are to the limit. So this guy's doing flips over there.
You got a slow car on the left. Go left.
Oh, did Fox do mountain bikes, right? Pretty sure I had Fox suspension on a mountain bike years ago. Yeah, Road Atlanta's one of my favourite tracks. Road Atlanta, Road America, VIR, I think are really good race tracks.
New fast flat for you. Car 10, just at the fastest lap. 21.674. Car on your left. Clear.
I think Barber Motorsport track's good as well, but I think the Radicals are racing on at the moment. See, that's just dog shit. That's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's just so moronic. This is just a normal counter steer. It's already gone here from turning in slightly too hard whilst braking. It's gone. And because it's lower speed, there's less downforce to stabilise it. Oh, it's so fucking bad. Jesus Christ. So dumb. You just snap counter steer this. But you need to counter steer here in iRacing. Yeah, I refunded Grey Zone. It's just off. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. There's also no indication that it's just funny that the reason that happens is because I turned in too aggressive here and then turned out of it because I realised it. Then I turned in again aggressive, so that heats the contact patch of the tyre up, and that puts the tyre over the limit here in a way that you then can't catch. It's so moronic. Right. We'll try some other force feedback as well. It is very intense cleaning. The tactile transducer's working, that's nice. I'm just trying to. I'm getting up to pace in their 4 car. Do a couple of races. Just trying something out with equipment. No, AMS2, the in-game, you can change force feedback in-game, but the problem with AMS2 is not its force feedback. It's got pretty good force feedback, AMS2, even the default stuff. It's just the AMS2's physics, or same as iRacing. The physics just aren't very good, so there's not really anything you can do. Yeah, AMS2 actually has really good detailed force feedback options. You can change loads of stuff with it if you want to get it to feel a certain way. Right, if you had a specific preference to how you wanted your sim to feel, AMS2 you can do a lot with it, and it's also not delayed or anything. But AMS2, the cars don't. They just slide around loads. Yeah, I've tried. It's not really a new tyre model either. And it's terrible. Like it's fine if you're talking about it as like a video game. It's totally fine. But it's nowhere near AMS1 or AC. You know, it's so like imprecise and floaty. I guess if you're playing with the gamepad, I think it's better than Gran Turismo. I'm not sure. More direct than the Formula 1 games. But yeah, it's just really a bit weird. Right, let's try this. Oh my goodness. I don't think it's trying to be simcade. I think it's a simulator. It's just not very realistic. It's trying to be a sim. So simcade would normally be if a game is actually trying to be realistic or not. So a simcade would be like Gran Turismo. Well, I think Gran Turismo is trying to be realistic. It's just not very realistic. Forza, I'd say is simcade, especially the older ones like Forza Horizon. They're not trying to make a realistic sim. So yeah, Forza is a good example of simcade. This is better with IRFFB, to be honest, because it has rotational force coming through the force feedback. You then have a reference for how much load you're putting on the rear. Yeah, Project Gotham simcade. So I think simcade's often used as an insult when really it shouldn't. It should just be is a game designed to be not a sim. So AMS2 is designed to be a simulator. It's just not very realistic. And Anchovy, just realised your name. Do you like anchovies? Now I want anchovies. Yeah, yeah, I thought PHR was awesome. I didn't get to play it too much, but I thought it was really good.
You got a toy car on the right.
Hello, Simply Devil. See, I'm definitely someone that drives from the force feedback as my primary reference as to what's going on. I really liked Forza on the Xbox, the way they did the rumble for the brake. I thought it was really good. Yeah, Grid's got nice sort of grip, the tyre mechanics, where it's kind of grippy, but there's a little bit of slip and then it grips back in again. They did a really good job with that. It works well with the gamepad as well. It's actually it's very satisfying to drive. The car's bogged down a little bit when you slide, but it's a very, I think it's quite an enjoyable. It's a very Codemasters handling model. Like I think it was since not Conor McRae. Dirt 3 was the first game I noticed from Codemasters that had that nature to its physics. Hawaii was Test Drive Unlimited 2 or 1. Yeah, that was good on the 360. I played that with the Xbox force feedback wheel. That had nice graphics as well. The only problem with that Test Drive Unlimited was that the roads were all just an extruded spline, and so the roads were all the same surface basically. So it just felt like it's like, oh, it's a right, it's a left, but the road had no camber variation. The whole, do you know what I mean? Oh, so basically all the roads were exactly the same, which is a bit of a shame. But the idea of that game was quite nice. What a disappointment. We've done some vacuuming. This is a million times better with IRFFB. So like you can actually feel the back of the car, like how much load you're putting on the rear due to the oversteer effect. Still driving badly. Oh, now I'm pushing the traffic cone. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Steve, yeah. I don't know, yeah. I won't say anything. You know he's, yeah. You know what modern AAA titles are like. Well, so Anashovi, there is delay in IRFFB because it, especially stuff taken from the telemetry, right? But when you're talking about variations in sustained forces, the delay isn't really that relevant, especially for low frequency stuff, where if you're going through a corner like this, it doesn't need to be that. There doesn't need to be that fast response for the load to change from side to side. So the delay will be more apparent in high frequency vibrations like curbing, track bumps, right? I tell you what's going on in people's heads that don't like IRFFB. The oversteer effect, right? That gives you like a sort of counter push for the rotation of the vehicle. It gives the sensation to people of delayed force feedback because they're relating it to their experience of not using IRFFB. And so when they turn and they're getting what feels like a contradicting force that's also based off the load of the car, they're interpreting that as delay to precise, tight, snappy force feedback. And so then they overstate that it's got delay. There's just people just don't know what they're talking about. And they've got used to something. So it's just how it is. Also, yeah, so the delay, also the idea of delay in people's heads by default, they go, oh, latency. So it's bad because it's latency, and it's just not that simple. You know. What can you do? Yeah, well, I mean, it is noticeable that like there are aspects where if you're going left and right quickly and the car's snapping, you will, then it is going to be more noticeable. Yeah, it won't be as absolutely as direct, but as I say, what's more relevant is having a feed of force with variation to it, and that's not stuff that happens that quickly. But I mean, the fundamental thing in iRacing is if you go over the limit, you are screwed. So nothing can fix the physics in the sim until they fix the time model. But as we know, a lot of iRacers think it's fine. So, you know. But yeah, the oversteer effect in IRFFB will give you more. Gives you, like, objectively, people might not like how it feels, but objectively gives you information that you don't otherwise get. Now, an experienced iRacer would probably go, well, I don't need it, and they're probably right because they've just memorised what you can and can't do, and they're also using like tyre skid sound and things. And it's still, as I say, in neither scenario does it fix the physics problems with the sim. So I think IRFFB makes it more intuitive to get up to speed though and understand what's going on. It makes it more obvious if you're putting load on how you're driving and what you're doing. It makes that more obvious. So I think it in many ways makes iRacing more intuitive, which I would argue is better. Like, the more intuitive the driving sim is, probably the better it is for most people. Thing is, yeah, I watch a lot of people playing iRacing. And so many people they're so far off the pace. Nothing really matters that much because they're not driving anywhere near the limit. They're not even driving vaguely consistently. It's same with any sim. So, you know, like I'm terrible at driving. My inputs are all over the place. I'm awful. But I'm still in the top percentage of sim racers, so that shows you how bad things are. like, if someone as bad as me, that's not a naturally talented driver, is in the top split in iRacing, that's a problem. That shows you that most people are terrible. It's like if I play Counter-Strike, I'm like 15, 20k rating, if that. Right, say 15k rating. I would have to be, for me to be global elite now, I'd have to be playing at such a high level, which I'm not even vaguely close to. So that'd be the global elite. That'd be the. Yeah, actual good iRacers are basically 7k plus I rating without trying. That's people that are actually driving these, like, if you get like real world F1, F3, you know, decent drivers in iRacing, like Emil Bernstoff or something, they would be driving. They would be 7k I rating, not even trying. Whereas for someone like me, I would really have to be concentrating to be, you know, I have to practice quite a bit and memorise what you kind of can't do. Like, so, like, I'm sure if you got a meal to do, you know, the AC thing we did, the completing AC, but the that Imola in the BMW, I bet you Emil could probably do it in like 2 hours, if that. Whereas for me, it took like 14 hours of practice. Do you know what I mean? Because they're just precise. Like, they have better control of the limbs. So, D-Man, his Global Elite days gone. I mean, I when I played Global Elite level, which is not even that good compared to Face It and stuff. It was insane. Like, I could do 2 games and my brain would be melting from trying to be so precise. But yeah, for some reason, despite sim racing, I think being a lot easier than Counter-Strike and stuff, maybe because part of it is you need equipment and time and things. And I don't know, but some sim races are generally really bad. It's also the same in real motorsport. There's a very small number of people that are good at driving, which is weird, because I don't think driving is you know, I think I would say like football and gymnastics and things are much harder than driving. But it's a strange activity. It's weird that you tend to get a small group of people that are really, really, really good at driving, and the vast majority of people are terrible at it. Yeah, I agree. I do think there is a barrier to entry component of it, but for whatever reason, I think because in a driving sim you have to learn. You've got learning the track. So unlike other sports where you know, once you've learned a football pitch or a tennis court, in driving you really have a huge advantage for being very good at specific tracks. And that even amongst experienced drivers, track time is a really, really big variable. Whereas for most sports, everyone's using the same, you know, the equipment's not changing, the track's not changing, the court's not changing. Yeah, I think it can be quite fun, man. Like I enjoyed in AC. I enjoyed hot lapping, getting faster at that. So for people that enjoy hot lapping, and ultimately with any racing, any form of car racing, raw track pace is going to give you a massive advantage. Because the higher up you qualify, the less variable things are. Overtaking people slows you down a lot and also means you're more likely to get crashed into. So you can actually be a really shit race driver. In terms of racecraft, you can be really, really, really bad. But if you've got raw pace, you can offset your terrible strategy or terrible, like... you might even have bad car control in some senses, in you know, in a reactive sense or driving offline and stuff. But if you can memorize a specific line in a fast lap, and you can and also you can consistently do that, which I'm not saying this is easy, it's a skill. That in motorsport gives you and sim racing gives you a ridiculous advantage. It's like if you go to local go-kart tracks, there's people that just drive that track, so they happen to live near it, and they end up being really, really good at that track. And they'll rinse people that are like generally much better drivers, but they will beat them because they're just absolutely on it on those tracks. I think hot lapping in AC is fun because of the way that you... in real life, I think it's fun. The pleasurable, the intrinsic driving is fun when it's about how you sort of slide a car through a corner and then trying different amounts of slip and approaches and just experimenting. Whereas what you find in iRacing and ACC, I think, it's a very like binary approach. Which actually, I do think that can make iRacing a better training tool in some ways. As I say, specifically for braking and specifically for racing line. Because if you can't like take multiple lines or scrub the tyres much when at the limit, it forces the pace to be found by absolutely nailing what is the perfect line through the corner. So it's going to make you hyper precise. Yeah, that is a good feature. I've not used that enough. I'm surprised that's not in more sims. Can you imagine that with the old grass? The sweet spot for single monitor, it depends how close you want the monitor to you. If you're going to have the monitor on your rig, I'd say for value for money, 35 inch is really good, and you can have it quite close and works pretty well. But like 30, yeah, the 35 inch ultra wide, I think that's what I've got on my desk. Yeah, 35 inch ultra wide is the best value for money to stick on your rig, and it'll come to about here. Other than that, just whatever ultra wide you can get that you can afford. Out of 16:9 monitors, a 42 is really quite big on your rig. 30. What sizes can you get out of 16:9 screens? Let's see. I don't know what sizes are standard now. Often 42 inches like the minimum. Uh, 55 inch. Yeah, I don't know. 42 is often the smallest you can get. The ultra wide, I don't know if Argon's particularly good. Well, I've got a 55 inch. I'm using 55 inch screens. They're probably too big, I'd say. It depends how close you are to it, though. If you've got it further away, it's pretty good. I'll be back in a second, guys. really sort this side out. Oh, I'll do it later. I can't be bothered. How's everyone doing? Oh, I made the livery. But you could probably get off trading paints. Whoa. How's everyone doing? Hello, ex-Starco. Congratulations on the 100% AC achievement. You gave me a motivational boost. Oh, no. Now only 4 time attacks to go in the 2 BMW M3 GT2s. It should be in the setups. They should be there in the setup app. If you've got shader patch, they should be there. If not, there's some hot lap videos on YouTube which I think have setups. If it's not, next time I play AC, I'll I'll save the setup. I think they are. I think we did put some on the app. Bit of yogurt. I don't know what a good lap time around here is. We need to check on the finished races. When did it click? I think because we did one day with the starting setup, and we were doing 47s or something. I think it just took like. It was more just carrying the speed through Aqua Minerale and then the correct gear through the final 2 corners. Oh yeah, cutting the first corner as well nicely. Yeah, I don't know. It took like about 12 hours, I think, to get the sort of flow of it. The click. Yeah. I think once you get down to 43s, yeah, you got a bit of work to do. Even with the default setup, you should be able to get to 43s, I think. A lot of it is just keeping, is maintaining the speed through the corners, especially the last section, and pushing through the understeer a bit. Hello, Cat Debate. Yeah, it's a fun challenge though. It's good. It's a good car track combo. Boosting yeah, but the wrong type of motivation. Should be motivating you to become a filthy communist. Marxist scum. Bolshevik scum that I am. My mood changed. Oh no, I was I think I was pretty consistent. I was the regret. It's normally just a bit tiresome having people give tips in the chat over and over again. You're overdriving. You're underdriving. Oh dear. Backseat stream drivers. Absolute orange. could make markers. Well, yeah. The problem is if a stream is a certain length, YouTube doesn't index it properly until ages afterwards. Let's join another server. Full-time daddies. Well, that's your fault for having children. You shouldn't have children. Like, why bring a child into the air? They're probably going to experience the decline of society. Right, here we go. More practice. Oh, we also need to see the series results. There we go. And then we can see what time. Fastest lap, 120. 120.6. It's probably draft, but... Where's qualifying? There we go. 121.4. So 121.5 is pace. Ish. Right. Here we go. Well, no, so this is what people do, right? People aren't happy and they go, "Oh, my life is meaningless." And then they go, "Ah, I'll have children and I'll bring them up and they will have a meaningful life because I can bring them up." It's a form of offsetting philosophical responsibility. Where people go, "Oh, what's my meaning? Oh, I'm a parent and my meaning is now to raise my children." And it's like, hang on, you just created those children. That doesn't give you meaning. You've just created more people. Yeah, it's giving you responsibility, but you could take responsibility without children. You could say, "Oh, okay, I have responsibility to what X, Y, Z." Just because you've given yourself a mandatory responsibility by having a child, it is not a justification. This is what people do, though. Hello, Deepu Rage. That's not giving meaning to your life. It's giving you responsibility, but that's not meaning. I see this get repeated a lot. The whole people having children to add meaning to their life, but they haven't actually added meaning to their life. I think yeah, I mean adopting is not easy though. Can I gift you F122? Why would I do that? Why would you want to be gifted that? That's like being gifted chlamydia. Do you know what I mean? That's like asking someone to gift you a VD. Oh dear. Do you go into lots of people's chats asking for games? Just start a YouTube channel and people will send you games for free. You could just start your own YouTube channel, call it Gift Me Game. Play games, gift me games, and then what it is that you play games that people gift you. There you go, I've just given you a well good YouTube channel idea. I don't think people should be allowed to have children as well. I think societally, right, people say it's a freedom. People should be allowed to have children as a basic human right, and I'd be like, I don't think so. I think you should have to pass like a test before you're allowed to have children. I don't know why we allow people to just have children. Do you know what I mean? Like yeah, I just don't know why people are allowed to have children. Should be illegal. Also, if you're allowed to create life, why aren't you allowed to take life away? Do you know what I mean? Like, should be equal. If you go, well, anyone can have children. Well, why can't anyone just murder anyone? If you can create it, why not take it away? Like, why are we drawing lines here? Well, unfortunately for the establishment, there's not enough wealth equality, which means that people can't afford to have children. So the number of children is in decline. So they've ruined it for themselves. They're gonna have to do some wealth distribution so people can afford to have children again. They've really done themselves in. They've run out of slaves. Ah, that's true. Rich people can take life away, yeah. Poor people can't. I forgot, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. If you've got enough money, you can do whatever you want. Right, what was it? What was the time? 0.5, something 0.5. Oh, I've got something on my screen. I can't be bothered to get up to clean it. 21.5. Was it 2 or 1? 21.5. Oh, what is going on here? Hair in my face. Tea bag stuck to the screen. Well, the state in America is really weird. Like, the American government, don't get me wrong, British government's weird as well. But the amount of reach that the American government has, like what's it called? What's their secret service called? Yeah, the American deep state is a lot more complex than the British deep state. The NSA and stuff, yeah. It's really weird. It's like a government in a government. Don't get me wrong, we have MI5 and MI6 and stuff. But British stuff is very quaint. It's very quaint compared to America. So it's just so different. I mean, you'd have to be specifics with what's big government and where and how. I can understand why Americans are more skeptical of their government, especially due to their state and federal division. And also the degree to which corporations are tied into government in America. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of that in the UK as well, but the degree to how it's just really weird in America. Like, well, we're all on the list. It's alright though. Oh, my legs are aching. Interdimensional. Interdimensional. Super galactic. Isn't that a Beastie Boys song? I think the good thing with the West and the good thing with capitalism, if you make reasonable money and you sort of stay out of the way, you're generally left alone by the state. The problem is if you end up poor or you don't have any property, and then you're forced to interact with the state, or you're forced to get jobs you don't want to do, which is most people's lives. Get at PG Tips is terrible. Oh, hang on, it's the Southerner. Hi there. Welcome to the channel. I'm now speaking in American for you. So you can understand what I'm saying. Why, gee whiz! Jesus in a manger. Howdy doody, partner. Sure is nice to see you in these parts of the world. The good Lord, diddly bob, doosh, doodly boo. It's the best I can do. God, it's the best. Jesus, blessed be. Just like Matt Malone. Oh, by the way, guys, check out Jamie Drives if you haven't. Proper, the most southern of sim racers. It's amazing. When you come into the UK for some real tea, come to London. I'll give you a tour. I'll give you and your partner a tour of London. I'll be like, here's London Bridge. Here's Tower Bridge. Here's the Houses of Parliament. Come to London. You can get cheap flights. There you go. Tour guide, Game of Muscle tour guide. Amazing. Ah, dear. Used to live in London Bridge. Here's the Shard. I used to live in Tower Bridge. You want to come soon, but now you're committed to being a tour guide, I expect. Yeah, I would take you around. That'd be awesome. I'm quite often giving people tours of London. I've got a good route, a good walk, like a sort of 6-hour route through central London, where you get to see most of the stuff that people want to see.
You cut that corner and got a slow down penalty.
It's a nice thing with London, actually. You can see a lot of the tourist attractions in a very short period of time. German lady's got stamina. Germans they have a culture of walking. Germans will outwalk Brits. Six-hour routes. Well, that's including like an hour, 2 hours of resting. If you go from like House of Parliament and then like South Bank, and you probably want to go to do like Covent Garden, Trafalgar Square, and you use the tube as well. And you could. Americans would probably like to see what's it called, like the Sherlock Holmes stuff, British History Museum, Natural History Museum. They want to see Downing Street, House of Parliament. You know what Americans like. You have to show them. They could go. I could take you to the original Twinings shop. Twinings of London. It's only small. What are Germans not better at? Apparently, some German iRacing streamers aren't good at having a sense of humour. They're better at reposting clips out of context and then posting them on Twitter to rage bait. They're better. They're better at so many things. Oh, you went to Shakespeare Theatre. Oh, Globe Theatre. Yeah. Did you guys check out Jamie Drives, by the way, guys? Click on the name and check the channel. She chats. She's a chatty pickle. She's a weapon. Not surprising, really. Most Americans are weapons. Weapons with weapons. Weaponception. I've never been to the Globe Theatre. But why are you farting really loud? Okay. Thanks for that. I've not. Yeah, I've been around the outside of Globe Theatre, but I've never been in it. The productions are quite long. Yeah, Tate Modern's alright. It's free to go in. It's a bit. There's not really much in there, but it's a nice thing to. It's good. The cafe at the top of the Tate Modern is a good viewing point. Like, it's not normally too busy. You could normally get a coffee there any time of the day, even at peak season, and you get a good view. So it's the viewing, Tate Modern viewing platform's good. The Sky Garden in the walkie-talkie is a really good free. You have to book it, but it's free. It's a really good. That's a really good place to have a coffee in, like a scone. Especially when it's like shit weather and you just want to sit somewhere, get a nice view. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of places in London that are like really good, but they've not become like. So like the Millennium Eye is terrible. Like, you know, it's always completely busy. It's a bit. The view from it's not exactly the best. It's very expensive. It's a bit of a. You know, it's a bit of a waste. Although, mind you, I think you can just get time tickets now, so maybe it's not too bad. Yeah, I think London's a good tourist city. To be fair, I'm not a big fan of London because I go there quite a lot. And I always feel a bit trapped in London. I'm more of a countryside person. But yeah, thanks, Counter Debate. Oh, a loft conversion up here. Yeah. There's a lot in London as a tourist, and a lot of stuff that, I mean, there's expensive stuff. There's a lot of things that aren't expensive as well. Whereas you go to, I mean, I quite like Berlin, to be honest, as a tourist. Quite spaced out. It's quite nice.
You just hit the fastest lap.
What's the best city as a tourist? I found Seattle a bit miserable. As a tourist, everything seemed a bit The countryside around it is really nice. Munich, countryside's nice. There's not too much in the centre of Munich. Maastricht is quite nice. Is that a city? It's not really that big. Paris. I've not been to Paris in a long time. I don't have particularly good memories of Paris. Boost on? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I preferred... Oh, Valencia was nice. I don't know. Just nice to walk around. I get the impression that Seattle would be nice if you go with if you like food, if you know you like eating different food and things, and you're with a partner. But the nice thing with Seattle is the countryside's amazing, so you can stay in Seattle and then you can. There's plenty of awesome countryside you can get to quickly. Barcelona. I've never been to Barcelona. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think I like cities, to be honest. But I'd say I mean, Paris is probably like this as well, but I just don't remember. But Berlin and London in particular have a lot of like art stuff and music, and Edinburgh's like that as well. There's a lot of things going on. Good museums. Bloody hell. Not in the mood for funny talk. Stabbings. Yeah, you know. Sometimes you just want to get shanked. It's not serious muscle. I'm just I'm tired. Yeah, the countryside near Seattle is mind-blowing. It's like alien planet mind-blowing.
You got it, slow car on the right.
Oh, my seat back. My feet are hurting. My legs are hurting. Ghent? Oh, what in oh yeah, people say what's that? Belgian city? Bruges. People say that's nice.
Slow car on the left. Go right.
Yeah, it's probably too many tourists. It's probably nice if you can go there when it's not too busy. That's the problem with a lot of these places. I think I've been to Ghent as a child, I just don't remember it.
Car 4. Just set the fastest lap. 21.925.
Yeah. Well, a lot of that part of Europe's very close. It's mental how close in that Cologne, that Bonn region, like Maastricht, Cologne, Dusseldorf, Bonn, all like within like an hour. It's crazy. It's a weirdly densely packed part of the Europe. Brussels train station as well is insane. So many platforms. But you get that a lot in Germany. Cologne has a mental, like, train interchange. We don't, in the UK you tend to have like 4 platforms maximum. I mean, some in London you got some stations with like 7 or 8 platforms, but they kind of go out in different directions. It's better to get friends to show you around. It's better to have locals, yeah. Although I do like, myself, I quite like just walking around places that I don't know. Just walking around like a lost person. Oh, we need to move the brake bars back a bit here. What are we on? Oh, 56. I think I might try and do this one day in real life. Drive a F4 car around this track, or like a Radical or something. It'd be a fun thing to do. I think this lap's going to be all about nailing that corner there, because then you have so much draft as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't really enjoy art, to be honest. I like music and things. I don't know, as a tourist, it's fun seeing stuff, but the art world is so pretentious, it puts me off. Like, if it was all treated as like, oh, that's a fun thing that someone's done, oh, that looks fun, oh, you know, if it was treated like that, in the same way that people treat other things, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. But what it is people treat art with like some like weird reverence. It's what ruins churches and stuff as well. Like, churches are amazing, even small churches, cathedrals, whatever. They're awesome to look at. You know, it's interesting, all there's stuff in them, and then it's ruined with bloody religion. It's all like, oh yeah, well, you know, this is Saint McBibblebop of Flobbydibble, and he was blessed by Christ. I was like, oh, I just don't care. So, look, let's just talk about the Masons and the people that built this, and you know, all the religious crap is oh dear, you know what I mean. People have a habit of ruining everything.
Car 4, just set the fastest lap, 21.585.
Going. Tourist is a dangerous event. Oh, yeah. Well, the key is to not look like a tourist. Hello, MMK. We're just on Road Atlanta. Yeah, we were just tidying up, and then thought we'd have a bash on Road Atlanta.
2 laps of fuel left.
Seeing what times we can do. That's on 56 brake bars. Just taking it easy. How you doing? We got the tactile transducer back on the seat, which is nice. I might put the pedal ones on actually. I forgot how good it was. Forgot how nice it felt.
577.
I get so apathetic to sim racing stuff. Like even things that are quite good. And I think tactile transducers are awesome. What a bunch of happy optimists. No, it's all pessimism here. Oh dear. Imagine what that would feel like. Getting the curbing stuck on the
About 1 lap of fuel left.
under tray of an F4 car. That has got to feel absolutely terrible in real life. Like the car grating along. And your bum would be right on the under tray in the seat. It would be terrible.
Don't forget to pit for more fuel.
Carbon fibre. And does it have a wooden under tray on this? It's just carbon underbody. Probably has a wooden under tray. That'd be so bad. They should have a sound effect for it in this. I don't think they do. They do have a bottoming out sound effect, don't they? It's such a good track. Oh, that's better. Better lines. Nice. Excuse me, Nicholas, Mr. Muscle. This was advertised as cleaning stream. We've done some cleaning.
Left side.
I've run out of fuel.
Clear.
We can put the other tactile transducers on. I'll get cramp in the other side of my foot. Why do I get cramp in the bottom of my foot? I don't get cramp anywhere else. It's always in the bottom of my foot. What is wrong with me? It's such a weird place to get cramp. We'll have an orange and then we'll see if I got enough cable to wire up these tactile transducers on the. I don't know how we'll attach them. I'm going to swap the Harrisonville pedals over for the IMSIM pedals soon as well. It's not too much salt because I don't eat salt in anything. I don't add salt to anything, and I only eat. Yeah, I don't buy pre-made food. I know you get phantom cramp then, Cat Debate, it'd be even worse. I've eaten 2 bananas today as well. Potassiumed. Potassium Master. Eat some salmon? What's salmon got in it? It's got potassium in it as well. I haven't had salmon for ages actually. It's a good idea. It's quite expensive. Let's see how much frozen salmon is. Frozen salmon price Lidl. Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Iceland, Ocado. Okay, so let's go with Tesco's prices. It's £5. It's a pound per 100 grams of salmon. It's quite expensive. That's frozen as well. Oh, here we go. Lidl's doesn't even sell salmon. Lidl's website is quite well designed. Can't find salmon on their website though. Are we in the rant zone now? I've quit ranting. We've evolved. No, we just banned all the idiots, and everything's nice since then. I've blocked about 20 people on Twitch and about 20 people on Twitter, and everything's nice. It's funny that there's like 20 morons is all it takes to like ruin stuff when you've got like, we have about 2,000-3,000 regular viewers. Why is Lidl on the boycott list? What are you boycotting Lidl for? Yeah, the toxic. Well, I'm a pretty toxic streamer. What's this? Do not buy. Schwartz Group, which owns Lidl, acquired Israel hybrid cloud cybersecurity startup for 700 million. Oh, so isn't there loads of people involved in Israel? The thing is, like, aren't people gonna have to boycott loads of businesses? What about businesses in the West that are responsible for like everything that's terrible as well? Like, you know, like, what if you're going to boycott everyone involved in the Afghan war or the Iraq war? It gets a bit tricky, doesn't it? I don't know how you put, at the end of the day, a supermarket, people are always going to go to a supermarket. Even like, I could see how people could boycott individual brands, but an entire supermarket's a bit tricky, isn't it? Like, in terms of, if a group of people boycott one supermarket, there's always going to be enough people that it would negate that boycotting of that one supermarket for it to have an impact. Because it's such an amalgamation of goods. So I wonder if a more productive thing to put pressure on a supermarket like boycotting might not be the most effective route. It's like with oil companies. Like you go right, let's say you're going to boycott Shell. Their products are in so many things, it would be really hard. So it might be better to boycott them, not boycott them, but do other means of political. No, you're missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm saying, how do you most effectively stop a business from doing something wrong? And boycotting isn't always going to be the most effective way due to the structure of that business, is what I'm saying. Well, even if you've got an electric car, it's quite likely that the plastics or some other things, or the garages that you use, or the service stations, do you know what I mean? So it might be that direct protest. Obviously, you could. I'm not saying not to boycott. I'm just saying what is the most effective. So, like, by all means, people should boycott stuff, but protesting. If people were to so let's say people just boycotted Lidl. I'm just saying logistically, it probably wouldn't have an impact on their bottom line, so it probably wouldn't be effective. But if people that really wanted to boycott Lidl went outside the front of Lidl and protested, or had signs up saying Lidl is supporting genocide, that would look really bad for Lidl and would probably have more effect, even if those people were still shopping at Lidl. If you went outside your Lidl, your local Lidl, and were like, did you know that Lidl, well, like what you've done, you've said, oh, Lidl's supporting this component. Yeah, I'm not saying not to do both. That's what I'm just saying is what is more effective. If you had to pick one or the other, I think the protesting would be more effective when it comes to influencing big brands. I think boycotting is particularly effective for smaller individual items. Or so for example, I think you could genuinely boycott Nestle, for example. I mean, I don't buy anything that's Nestle where possible, because they're just fundamentally evil. Well, no, you don't. It's not hard to boycott EA because they don't make good games. Yeah, I boycott football as a sport. I don't go to any football matches. I don't watch any football. I don't really like watching football, but you know, that's it's. I do watch the World Cup. Oh, mackerel is suicidal. Yeah, the mackerel are mental. In Devon, near my parents, you get your fishing rod. You don't even bait it. You just throw it in the sea, and then thousands of mackerel jump on the hooks. At that point, I don't think they deserve to be alive. When you're that stupid of an animal, you throw the thing in, and you catch. You catch like 5 mackerel at a time. They're so dumb. Yeah. Sim boycott, yeah. I'm boycotting ACC. I think it's tricky with the Israel thing because I have nothing against a lot of people that live in Israel, obviously, and it's just same with like America or even the British government doing like mental shit internationally. But it's how you protest a specific thing that a government's doing, but not the entirety of a nation. That's not necessarily bad. Like in most countries, the people, like in Russia, most people in Russia are nice people. Like just because Netanyahu is just mental, There's like Israel will have a small number of people, politicians that are absolutely mental, just like the Tories in the UK. I'd say Israeli politicians are probably worse, even worse, like even more far right than the Tories. But you know, there'll be a small group of politicians, but doesn't mean that you really would be against all. Well, you wouldn't be against all Israel business, for example. Yeah, we did clean. What felt like pre-World War II? Yeah, England generally wanted peace because a lot of the European countries had you'd had World War One and it was so horrific, and most businesses want peace because it's more profitable generally on aggregate. It's better to have peace than war. Not like some businesses make a lot of money out of war, but in general, war is worse for the majority of business and corporate interests. America doing business with the fascist Germans, yeah. But so was Britain. They were, you know. But that's it. So it's hard to go, well, which part. You know, this is why you then have sanctions. Yeah, there's a balance, isn't there? And it's hard to define what balance is the correct balance to take when it comes to appeasement. So it's unless you're like in government and also have access to secret, you know, the actual real politic, it's hard to know as a general civilian. Yeah, well, the problem is, so let's say before World War II started, before Germany invaded Poland, let's say that the West intervened sooner, but that probably would have started World War II anyway, because Germany would have they would have gone along anyway. But let's say you didn't fight them at all, then they would have just kept expanding. And it would have probably taken America longer to get involved. And then you also had Japan going into China. So I don't know if... Okay, so let's... The thing was, after World War One, the reparations on Germany were unfair and unproductive. So World War Two was kind of created in part due to really bad... like Western politics. Like if you create a country that's destitute with hyperinflation that has no other option, you're gonna create a situation where it's more likely that fascism will be what gains traction. So basically, World War II was probably quite likely to happen at the point where the what was it called, the all the reparations and the rulings on what Germany could and couldn't do. The Treaty of Versailles. Yeah, if the Treaty of Versailles had been... The thing is, people in the West would go, well, that's not fair because Germany started World War One or whatever, and then they'll go, well, look, and we lost all these people, and it basically bankrupted a lot of countries fighting World War One, and then they would go, oh, it's not fair. So the politicians in the UK, for example, would have to go, well, no, we got a strong, you know, we put reparations on Germany. We're strong and powerful. That's why we should be elected. So, so politically, if they did the right thing and were like, yeah, okay, look, there's no point in... Okay, World War I's finished. World War One's finished. Thank Christ for that. Everyone's dead. What a complete waste. It was like literally pointless. Okay, right, Germany started it, whatever. It probably isn't even that simple. But you go, okay, these countries were on the enemy side that lost. But you can't then like punish them, because who are you punishing? You could what you should do is you punish the people that were leading the country at that point of the conflict, but not the population. But yeah, it's all a shit show. Whatever. The more I read on like European politics, and but you don't. This is my worry with Russia. Is like, okay, you sanction Russia now. Basically, you hope that Putin gets replaced at some point or dies of illness, old age, or whatever. Okay, but like, let's say you completely, if you were to isolate Russia entirely, and then let's say the economy fully collapsed, it's like, well, what are you creating? You're creating the situation where you're going to end up with a population that's going to think that the entirety of the West is completely against them, on top of the propaganda they've had. So then they end up basically being a full-on war economy, and then Russia ends up pushing itself more into India and, doing whatever it does elsewhere. And then you end up with a Russia that's a more violent state than if you had actually worked with Russia more. But then obviously you can't have... If Russia's going to invade countries that are right on the edge of Europe and like start bombing the shit out of civilians, yeah, they'd be like, wow, it's all a shit show, it's all so stupid. And then you're like, oh well, we won't let Russia do this, but we'll let Israel bomb the shit out of Gaza. Sure, Hamas needs to be stopped, and sure, countries should be able to defend themselves, but maybe we shouldn't support blowing the shit out of civilians. But in this case we will do, but in that case we won't. It all just becomes totally arbitrary. So, the whole thing. Cheded! Thank you very much. Thank you, Cheded, for being part of the Church of Force feedback. Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, the thing is, you need to give other countries a way out, basically. If you have a large diplomatic arrangement, let's say America, Europe, UK, and so then that acts as a powerful diplomatic trading bloc or, like, legal bloc or whatever. If they then are in a position to then say, look, okay, you can fight us if you want to, fine, or you can not fight us and you can play this with us, and then it's going to be economically beneficial. Well, most countries would then choose to do the economically beneficial thing. But the difficulty is with countries that have dictators, the dictator is more interested in protecting their position rather than the country and the people of the country, because at any moment they could get assassinated or replaced. So they have to maintain their dictatorship, and the way you maintain your dictatorship is you keep your population feeling like the country is always going to be attacked and that there's an enemy attacking you, and that the dictator is the only person that can keep everyone safe. So it's in the dictator's interest to always be at war and fighting someone else, because the moment that falls apart, the dictator probably gets replaced. So, I don't think you do keep your dictatorship by killing the internally within the country. Yeah. The thing is, though, I think the big issue for World War One and World War Two is it arises from wealth inequality, because for the situation to occur more with World War Two than World War One, but for a large part of World War Two is dependent on fascism and national socialism, fascism, and nationalistic movements, which themselves are largely dependent on large numbers of disenfranchised poor people. And then you can appeal to that group of people, even if you've got really bad racist policy, or even if you can appeal to them, because you go, look, yeah, you might not agree with what we're suggesting, but we're going to make your life better. So it's so moronic that the wealth inequality is not being addressed, and we're in such a rich, the West, UK, Europe is so rich compared to, if you go back to like 1920s or 1900s, the wealth we have now is insane because we got automated factories, we've got mass farming, we've got so, like, in the 1900s there were logistic, factual, objective reasons as to why you couldn't necessarily feed everybody or give everyone healthcare or have housing for everyone. There was actual physical limitations as to what you could do. We don't have that problem now. Like, you could, the UK tomorrow could start building luxury flats that everybody in the UK could live in. That's entirely economically feasible without it being a detriment to the country. That could just happen. That would be physically impossible in the 1900s. And so food can all be done. Like, with flammable cladding. Yeah, that's just how you control the population. It's all... dear. It's so stupid. We have an example from 100 years ago of what really created fascism in World War II. We have, like, a really good example. We even have, in the 1900s, people pointing out specifically what the problems are with the economy. It was all, like, understood before World War II happened. Then you actually have World War II, and then you have a load of socialism after World War II because people go, oh, shit. Yeah, clearly we need to address the fundamental issues and actually, and war actually redistributes a lot of wealth, largely because property gets destroyed, which is what a lot of wealth is tied into. And then, so that equalises things. So after World War II, you have 50, 60 years of effective growth and higher quality of life on a level that had never been seen before. That's after World War II. That's after everything is being blown to shit. So, with worse technology that exists now, and yet we're repeating the exact same thing where we have people that are homeless, people that can't access basic healthcare, people that can't even eat food, even though we've got massive food abundance. Nationalism, yeah. I think it was more fascism for pre-World War II, so 1900s. Communism, fascism, and like National Socialism as part of fascism, I think was the newer ideas in the 1900s. Whereas prior, I don't think people were particularly as well organised, and there was from my understanding, there was just a much more culturally accepted peasant class, and that class structure was just utterly unquestionable. Whereas I think the difference was in the 1900s, I think people saw how much wealth there was. It was in their face, like, to such an extent, it's just absurd that wealth inequality was so visually in their face. Whereas I think prior to that, for whatever reason, I think people were less willing to change the sort of social structures of the time. When was the French Revolution, though? That's 17, and that was American Revolution as well. But then even after those revolutions, the inequality stayed. That's 1789 and 1799. So that's at the start of the 1800s. Yeah, so I guess they worked out in France in the 1800s. Yeah. The French were ahead of everyone by 100 years. But then I don't know the ins and outs of the French Revolution. The thing is, a lot of these revolutions, the actual thing that sparks it off is totally arbitrary and really random. It's very, like, convenient looking at history and going, well, World War II happened because of this. this happened because this happened. It's like, well, actually, in reality, it's not that simple, is it? It's a lottery fallacy. It's looking at the end result. There can be so many hundreds of variables that create the revolution situation. But I'm putting my money on wealth inequality, because if you're so it's well known that humans and most great apes get really pissed off when they see other people doing better off than themselves for no reason. So I think that's probably a thing that motivates people to change stuff. What are the other huge factors or huge dangers there are in the future today other than wealth inequality? What, in terms of what will cause revolutions or like other wars? The environment. So like the environmental changes will be a massive destabilizer when you get even more immigration from countries that are no longer habitable. Food scarcity and food spikes of scarcity, which will occur from there being, like, even in the UK now, I think people aren't potatoes and carrots and things aren't growing. It's just too wet, so they haven't been able to plant crops. So that price fluctuations. I mean, you could still define that all under wealth inequality though, because you have to go, well, okay, look, you have global warming, you have shortages, you have these issues. If you're really wealthy, none of these issues affect you. So, whereas if everyone was feeling like, oh well, none of us can eat, everyone would be in the same thing. So you're not going to be like, you're not going to be able to go, oh, that group of people are terrible, because you'll be like, well, no, we're all suffering. It's like at the moment, everyone accepts you die of old age for the most part. Whereas if you invented a drug that only rich people could take, that allowed them to live to 300, then people would go mental about dying at 70 years old or whatever. So what's happened is, wealth inequality has grown, but technology has improved, so it's masked the degree that wealth inequality has been a problem. So people have more distractions, like you've got TVs, mobile phones, social media bollocks and stuff, and so that has hidden all the things that actually matter: housing, healthcare, accessibility to healthy food, community support. All those things have gotten worse since the 90s. the things that actually matter. But yeah, you can have a big TV, that's good. Why are you complaining? How dare people complain you've got a big TV? It's like, oh, hang on, I've got a big TV, but I've got cancer that I can't get the doctor to see if I've got cancer or not. But you've got a big TV, yeah, but I'm dying of cancer. You know. Yeah, the lack of freedom that you have from. So in the UK now, it's about £800 a month to rent a 2-bed flat, and it's like, well, okay, that money just disappears. So even mortgages, it's probably about the same. It's actually less for a mortgage than renting. But again, you're like, that is money being taken away from you. This is something I really don't understand. People get really wound up by tax, right? If you say, okay, we're going to tax you 20% more this year than last year, people go mental. They're like, oh my God, tax. But for some reason, you increase rental prices and food prices by 50% in the space of a year, and people are like, oh. It's like, hang on. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's tax or if it's prices going up. It doesn't make any difference. Like, it's really weird that people have an arbitrary distinction. It's probably through propaganda. Well, it's all propaganda, isn't it? That's how you control the narrative of what people think about and what they can talk about. There's a lot of money going into making people not talk about certain things. But it happens in sim racing, right? But you think, oh, it's bad in politics. The basic nature of capitalism, even just me as an example with iRacing, I whinge about its physics all the time, fine, which is probably not the most entertaining thing to watch. Ironically, we actually get good views when we whinge about physics. But being critical about iRacing's very obvious time model issues costs a lot of money. It cost me a lot of money, right? That's how it works. You can't if you go against the established narrative, it costs you money. So nobody goes against established narratives in politics, in business. Like, it literally costs you thousands of pounds, and you get people attacking you. Like, imagine what it's like, people that talk about general political stuff. You get absolutely slaughtered if you go against a political consensus in a country. You get murdered in some countries. So there's no motivation for people to ever go against the consensus narrative, which is normally generated and produced by the controlling interest of whatever it is, the controlling financial interest. It's so funny that people don't realise what they're doing. That they don't realise what they're doing. Well, Kira's doing all right. What do you mean? He's not going against. Kira's not going against anything. He's promoting. He promotes the mainstream narratives on stuff. Like, he's covering Formula 1. That gets you loads of subscribers because it's a popular sport. Kirith has never sat down and gone, oh, Formula 1's a ridiculous sport because it's fundamentally based on finances. Like, he's not ever said anything that's anti the commercial interests. Because why would you? Kirith's really good at business. He's trying to build a business, so there's certain things that you just don't say if your goal is to grow business or to make money. Don't go against what are established truths. Even with the Israel-Gaza thing, right? There was a period in time where you couldn't say anything vaguely critical about Israel because you were automatically anti-Semitic. Automatically. Even if what you said was like the most tame thing ever. But the mainstream narrative on that situation has gradually changed as Israel has done more and more mental stuff, but like as the general media or the more liberal media has gradually, slowly gone with what is very clearly what the majority of the population think from it. It's now culturally acceptable to go, oh, I don't really think that Israel is being particularly reasonable. That's now culturally acceptable. So you could say that. But if you said that like a month or 2 months after when they first started the counterattack or whatever, you would be classed as an anti-Semitic person by default. So, like, this is the thing. You have to just go with the wave of the consensus narrative. Doesn't matter if that consensus narrative is true or not. That is how you are successful in life. It's how you make friends and influence people. You say stuff that they are already likely to agree with. Craigs, it's not acceptable to make Nazi jokes as a sim racer. No, it is. It actually is acceptable. What you can do though is you can totally clip a live stream. You can know that there's a bunch of idiots out there that will ignore context and will take a live stream out of context for your own motivation to try and rage bait something, and you can then leverage that misinterpretation of the fact to then try and cancel someone. But fortunately, I'll be honest, I was actually pretty anxious about that because I don't know how dumb people are, and I have pretty low like, you don't know, like, a lot of people are really stupid, and so it was entirely possible that the sim racing industry was full of idiots. But fortunately, I actually had a lot of messages from people in the sim industry going, what on earth? They were like, what? This is so stupid. Fortunately, people in sim racing are generally quite educated and understood what was going on. Yeah, I was surprised though, because I have I have pretty low expectations when it comes to stuff in business. What's mental with that whole situation is that Dan Suzuki would do that, would repost that on Twitter as bait. So, you know, that's mental. And the fact that he would, either his moderator or someone would subscribe to my channel. You can only make clips of my channel if you're a subscriber, because we had people clipping the stream before and then posting stuff out of context to try and rage bait on Twitter. So they tried doing it before. So I made it so that you could only clip if you were a member. So someone, I think it was one of Dan Suzuki's mods, they initially retweeted it at least, basically went to the effort of paying money to wait to clip something out of context. Yeah, the context is that you're talking about specific people that have been harassing us, and sending us death threats. And also in a live stream, you know, there's a whole thing in a current live stream when you're talking about something or joking or whatever in a live stream, there's the immediate context of that live stream. If you then take something from that and then repost it with an assertion separate to it, you know. Why's the music stopped? Oh, hopefully your monitors work though, that'd be good. What else was I doing here? We've sorted these out. Oh yeah, the pedals. Ended up just sorting the cables. At the moment, I have these tactile transducers on these old pedals. Just get some scissors. I mean, I might just put them on the pedal tray. These are pretty heavy, these Dayton audio pots. It's weird, my microphone's making a buzzing sound. Not sure why, but well. No, there we go. Oh, I don't know. Not sure where to put these. Yeah, I'm not hopeful that wealth inequality stuff will get addressed. So I don't know if World War III would happen as such, like World War II. I could totally see. Well, you are seeing already like fascism on the rise, but then doesn't seem to be able to get the momentum that it did in the 30s. I'm not sure if I don't think like National Socialism or like, you know, sort of like Italian Mussolini-esque fascism could grow in the same way. Like I don't think there's as much inequality at the low end. Like the basic quality of life is not as low. So well, you'd hope that it's, but I don't know. Who knows what will happen in like 20 years? once you have like a proper environmental crisis. I'm not sure if I just like cable tie these to the. Let's wire this up. We'll just wire it up for now. Wire it up. Has the centre gone more to the right? Yeah, I think so. Definitely. Well, in the UK it has, because we've had like 14 years of Conservative government, and lots of the basic services have been destroyed. But it's less so in Europe. Like quality of life in Europe, for the most part, it depends on areas and countries, but like quality of life in Germany, France, not all of Germany, not all of France, but in general is relatively high. Norway, Sweden, Finland, they have quite good quality of life, especially relative to the UK, most of the UK.
So
I'm surprised how much British people put up with things being bad. It's like really surprising to me. Like, I think if they maybe they haven't lived in other countries, so they don't know how bad their quality of life is compared to other people. I need some cable ties or something to attach these to that stuff. You hope AI will help humanity. Oh, come on. You know what's going to happen? It's going to be used by a small group of people at the detriment to the majority of people. That's what always happens with technology. Oh yeah, in the short term, some people that are tech savvy and understand how to use it will benefit from it that otherwise wouldn't benefit. So it's like with computers and the internet and IT. Anytime there's a new technology, it allows people that get into the technology early on to have an opportunity where they otherwise wouldn't have had any opportunity. But that's normally a very small number of people. And also those people are normally middle class, upper middle class, who have the free time to be able and education to be able to take advantage of it. So it's still not for poor people or, you know, deprived areas. Oh, there we go. Right. Now I just need to mount them. We just need to mount these somehow. I mean, they've got we could Velcro them to the board for now. Probably just be really noisy. This camera working? Oh, there we go. Oh, poke my eye with my microphone. Yeah, I think it makes sense to use AI as a tool. It's useful for lots of stuff. Oh, bloody hell, I absolutely smacked my eye. Oh, maybe we can use this sticky stuff. I can use this and we can stick them down to start with. Last time I tried this, ultimately the best thing was to attach them to the pedals. I could just stick them down for now. Oh. Absolutely poked my eyeball. Total poke. Oh man, this stuff smells. It's this gecko tape stuff. Sort of nano. It's not actually sticky, it's got that weird coating on it. Or that microscopic gecko foot type thing. It works really good for attaching plastic to metal, or plastic to plastic, or metal to metal. Oh, thanks for subscribing or following. Welcome. Darren, yeah, well, it's like bots, isn't it? You can it's like manufacturing consent. So you can present a perception of reality that's not true, or that doesn't actually represent. Yeah, it's the more subtle ways in which it can be used, in the same way that how social media and bots and things work already. The danger of them isn't the obvious thing of, oh, that's shit content. The danger is like, so let's say you have a conspiracy video or something that's totally bollocks, like, oh, the moon landings didn't take place, and then you have a comment section, and the comment section has 50 comments. And the, 10 of those comments are absolutely, totally mental. Totally mental comments, which nobody would agree with. So that sets the range for what's totally mental. And then 15 of the comments seem kind of neutral, and then some of them are a little bit like, oh, I'm just questioning, but what about this? And then a couple of the comments are like, oh, it's good to be skeptical, and then let's remember this. You can't trust this, or you can't trust that. Just like really subtly, gradually pushing people in a direction of a false narrative, or to lead them into thinking a certain way. That's how it works. That's it. So people feel like they've come to their own conclusion, but actually they haven't. They've been like propagandized to in a very Machiavellian, subtle way. And that's how propaganda works. It's like what you're allowed to talk about, or what the general consensus is, and then people start self-censoring. And that's what sets the tone, and then it's all very creepy. That's how it works. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, people should be taught how to identify like how to understand quality of evidence, how to see what different sources are, or what's a quality source, what's a lower quality source, what's just a subjective view or anecdotal, all these things. What identifying the subtext of things and what people's motivations might be. All those sorts of... I really worry actually that, and I've seen a lot of this online now in the last sort of 10 years, people seem to have like a really bizarrely literal view of things. Like everything has to be literal. It's really weird. You see it on videos or stuff when I make jokes or do sarcastic videos, right? You see that there's a lot of comments on stuff that's like so obviously absurd. Like it's absurd and it's stupid to me thinking, I'll be thinking, oh, this isn't funny because it's too obviously ridiculous. Like it's just stupid. So like that video where I was like, oh, Simracing's dangerous. And Dave Cam did a video and someone else did a video, right? It was ridiculous. So obviously ridiculous. And yet there was quite a good percentage of people, and I still get comments now, of people taking it literally. Dave Cam had to put it as a top comment saying, oh guys, this is a joke. And Dave Cam was as ridiculous as I was. It's really scary, and it's the kind of stuff that you would see back, like when South Park first came out, or comedy on TV. It's like The Onion and stuff. Like people can't tell. There's a sizable number of people that operate in a completely literal world. They can't. I don't know what like sarcasm can be hard to detect and it's tricky, so that's fine, especially online. So there's a degree of that, but there is definitely quite a sizable number of people out there that just don't have the intellectual capacity to understand things in an abstract sense, and it's really quite scary. Everything has to be literal, and that's it. That's the only. They're a little bit quiet. Oh, hang on. Did I turn the amp down as well? Oh, we'll see. Let's add these front. How do I turn off the rear one? I'm using Dayton Audio Pucks. We're saying just search on YouTube for Roast with Dom Rickles. Well, this is the thing, identifying context as well is something that some people fail to be able to do. So this is a comprehension thing, isn't it? It's like a reading comprehension, or just comprehension in general, is like a lot of stuff is dependent on context. So what is said will have different meanings within different contexts. So if you're in a comedy club and someone says something, you'll be like, okay, this probably not being literal, Whereas if you're watching a press briefing by a government member or a news report and someone's actually, you know... But then you can... The Onion is presented like a news report, but you can tell by the inherent nature of the content that it's like it's ridiculous, and it's actually taking a piss out of the ridiculous stuff that's done in Fox News and things. But why would... The thing that would be the clue to me is so let's say I'm reading anything. This is SimHub, yeah. Corrupt Kirith back in chat. The thing that would be the clue to me is if I'm consuming media on the internet or reading a book, if something is said that seems completely ridiculous, my first thing would be like, oh, it's probably a joke. I wouldn't default to going, oh, that's so wrong, or I'm angry, or I'm upset, or, you know, my first thing would be, maybe you'd be wrong on occasion, but your first thing would be like, oh, it's so ridiculous, it must be a joke. Do you know what I mean? I don't think some people do that. I think they're just taking everything, whatever they immediately jump to is the thing that they go with. Exactly, Uhtred. Well, my first thing is like I have preconceived notions that I don't like something. So anytime that anything can be shoehorned into justifying my dislike of something, I will go with that. Well, also, Famous Geezer, if my channel didn't have a history of making absurd comments about loads of things all the time, and making jokes about being like absurd stuff, like we've made jokes about kicking homeless people. So also, if you're making, even then, if a joke is absurd, if the tenant of the joke is still not justifying a negative, it would still be ridiculous to be offended by something as well. like South Park, for example, has stuff in it that's potentially very offensive, but the actual point, the reason why South Park is normally funny, not all of it, like some of it's just completely absurd, but a lot of the jokes and the political commentary in South Park works because they're attacking stupid ideas. So that's why it's funny, because it's they're logically coherent. So because the humor doesn't work at all. If you make jokes that are like let's say, like I've never made a joke that's like attacking people that don't deserve to be attacked. Because why would you? Like, why? It doesn't make any sense, does it? But you'd be fully within your rights. Like if someone was like I feel like when you've got a comedian, I still think you should be allowed to make jokes, whatever jokes. It's not my thing. I don't particularly like it. I think people should be allowed to joke about whatever. But I think it's not funny if you have a comedian that's put the punchline is attacking, like so like if a fundamental tenet of a joke was homophobic, it just wouldn't be a funny joke, because it just wouldn't be funny, would it? like I don't, how could you not? No, it would. You could have a joke that was homophobic that was funny if it was like an inversion, but the punchline wasn't based on the homophobia. Like if, all things can be funny, but you see what I'm saying? It's very difficult. If you're someone that understands racism and homophobia, the joke wouldn't be funny if it was endorsing homophobia or racism, because it just wouldn't work, like, logically, because racism is not logically coherent. Like, so a joke, the only time a racist or homophobic joke could really work is if it's being, like, ironic, in the sense that it's playing on the trope of racism, but it's not, the joke is not so the point is, if a joke is actually racist, it ceases to be funny unless someone is racist, if you see what I mean. No, I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying that it's going to be very hard. Like, if something is it's just going to be very unlikely for someone to actually make a joke that's actually racist, that's actually funny. Yeah, like, I'm not sure how it would work. Because to be racist means that you lack basic critical thinking skills. So if you have the basic critical thinking skills, anybody that's not racist just wouldn't find it funny, because you'd be like, it doesn't work. Like, for even for completely abstract, ridiculous jokes, they have to be logically coherent to be funny, even though they're abstract. So let's say you had a joke that was, the components of it were racist, but the humour wouldn't be found in the racist part of it. The humour would be found in some separate component, or an abstraction, or a distraction, or some the premise and then the conclusion not being in line. The humour would not be in the bit that's racist. Racism is something people grow into. They're not trapped into it because they have low IQ. No, you'll find that predominantly people remain racist because they don't have critical thinking skills, or there's cultural racism, but then once you know that that's what's going on, you wouldn't find it funny, would you? People aren't born racist, and also, if someone's not particularly bright, they're more likely to accidentally be racist, because they're less likely to be able to undo the racist conditioning they've had. So it's going to require some degree of intellect to undo the brainwashing they've had as a child. Yeah, exactly, as Shumi is saying. So, like, if I made a joke, and the crux of the joke is that, fascism's good, or Nazism's good. If the joke was the premise of the joke was that Nazism is good, that wouldn't be funny. Unless the joke was, there's components of this horrendous thing, or Pol Pot wasn't that bad because they did this good thing. Then the joke is that, evil people also do good things, and or you're making a joke on people. The Titanic, people focus on all the people drowning, but look, it was environmentally friendly because it didn't have to carry as many lifeboats. Well, you could go, the joke is not saying that having less lifeboats is good. It's on a comparative absurdity. Yeah, Pol Pot jokes can't be funny. The Titanic joke's pretty deep. Yeah, it's lazy. That's what you notice, is like homophobic or a lot of trans jokes and stuff. The jokes are so lazy, and the joke is just one of going, they were bought, they want to change their gender, but they've got a penis. It's like, but yeah, they want to change the gender. It's like that joke only works if you are misinterpreting what the vast majority of trans people are trying to achieve. And so that joke, a lot of trans jokes are basically straw manning and disingenuous to what it is to be trans. And then they're making a punchline based off that disingenuous straw manning of what it is to be trans to then get a cheap laugh from an audience that don't understand the reality of the issue, which isn't funny. Once you know, it's not going to be funny. It'll be funny to a certain audience in the same way as actual racist jokes where someone goes, oh, Asian people, it's like, it's just only going to work if people are inherently racist towards Asians or something, or black people or white people, you know. No, Uhtred, you're missing the point. A good joke can be a strong. You're being ridiculous. You're totally ignoring the point. Yeah, but then the joke's not the racist part of it. You're missing. You're not understand. Like, I'd have to draw a diagram to explain what we're saying, because you don't seem to be able to get it through me talking through it. The joke, yeah, we need a joke flowchart diagram. Oh dear. Then also, but there's also the thing as well. No, but that's not the point. You've just missed the point entirely. It's not just racism. It's anything. If the premise is incorrect, the joke can't work. So you're missing the point. Like, racism, as an example, is inherently irrational and doesn't make sense. Like, so if you can't, it's not about incorrect jokes. Because then you're totally missing the point. If the joke is about... So, if the humour is that someone's saying something that's controversial, then the joke is about the controversy. It's not about the racism. So, in which case, the joke is not a racist joke. The joke is laughing at the... So, like, who's that comedian? He did all the jokes about language. Going back... What's his name? He died like 20, 30 years ago. Bold guy. I've forgotten his name. But he did loads of jokes about language, but the punchline is about what language people accept. Yeah, George Carlin. So his jokes weren't offensive jokes. He would be saying offensive... Jim Carrey. He would be saying offensive words that would be offensive to a lot of people, but the humour is based on the fact that the reality of language and the hypocrisy. That's what the humour was. The humour wasn't, oh, the F word is rude or the C word is rude or whatever. That wasn't the joke. So that's a really good example of... You can't just go and do a comedy set and you go, say an F word, or like the premise of the joke is just swearing. It's boring. I mean, I guess it could still be funny, but then it would be funny through like absurdity. Again, it wouldn't be funny for the thing itself. Yeah. Right, here we go. We got this set up. Do we have to explain humour to people? Like a chart of... This is the thing, though. This is what... So, people get really confused with this kind of stuff. I don't know, famous geezer. I mean, I never really found Norm Macdonald that funny. I think it could be funny, but I think he's more for Americans, to be honest. It's timing more, isn't it, and delivery. The humour of Norm Macdonald would be more the timing and the delivery and the ridiculousness of the joke, and he's clearly not. The punchline isn't an endorsement of actual literal racism. So it's not a racist joke, is it? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I just said, Shumi. No, laughing at a joke is you found it fun. You're completely... Hello, Brandon. You're totally ignoring the point of what's being said. Right. There will be some jokes that will only be funny to people that are laughing at the joke because that person is a racist or a xenophobe or homophobic or whatever, or anti-white or anti-black, right? And there will be jokes that are predicated on being they can only work for people that do not have critical thinking skills and are specifically interested in attacking people. So you're racist if you laugh at racist jokes. But it depends. Right, this is the problem. People cannot understand you can have a joke. So this is why people are so dumb with this, is that you can have a joke like that Norm Macdonald's joke, Norm Macdonald's ice cream, that's in a context of something that's racist. Or like there's a Peely, what are they called? Kay and Peely. What are they called? Wait, the two black comedians in America. Kaylin Peely, that's right. What's her name? Kay. Is it Kay and Peely? Key and Peely. So they've done loads of stuff where the joke is set within, like the song joke with the guy playing the guitar, where he doesn't realise the songs are like, like endorsing slavery and stuff. So those aren't racist jokes, are they? An actual racist joke would be a joke that is endorsing racism. That's an actual racist joke. The problem is dumb people that don't understand context or have poor comprehension skills will look at anything that's within a certain context and they'll go, oh, that's people died in 9/11, so any joke around 9/11 is offensive, or oh, people died in the Titanic, or people died in this conflict, or whatever. Anything around that is an offensive joke, or anything around like anything to do with race in the context of any racial thing, slavery in the UK, in America, or even like South Africa, whatever. It's racist, like because they don't have the comprehension skills, and then those are the type of people. So they'll watch South Park. That like really fundamentalist religious people will watch like South Park or something, and they'll be like, "Oh my god, it's anti." Well, it probably is anti-religion in fairness, but do you see what I'm saying? Because they latch onto the context of stuff rather than the actual meaning and subtext, because they don't have the mental capacity to understand subtext, and this is a huge problem. And you get this more and more online now, where people either disingenuously, for the sake of argument, ignore subtext or ignore context, and then they weaponize that to leverage other dumb people to bandwagon for their specific cause. Yeah, also, yeah, add into exactly famous geezer. Add into delivery being very important and context in general. Yeah, so it gets even more complex. Fedora, what? I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean? Which people? You need to add more context to your comment because I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, I'm saying some people don't have intelligence to understand subtext of things, and then they're often very vocal people, and they'll often get traction. But why would people listen to them? Because then they normally they will take something, they will take the most disingenuous interpretation of something, which will cause the most emotive response, which then gets the most traction on the internet or in general discourse. So then people bandwagon onto things without being critical. No, I'm not assuming all people. I'm saying I'm using the word intelligence to describe people that don't have specific intelligence for understanding subtext, context. There's a large number of people that just don't, and people assume that people do. There's a huge. When I say intelligence, I don't mean that they're necessarily universally stupid. I mean they lack intelligence for that specific skill. So, and it's I think it's got worse, and I think it's mixed in with the fact that you have people that just don't know any better, like they don't have intelligence for that thing, but you also have a lot of people that are just disingenuous and using whatever for their own gain. Well, there will be lots of factors, yeah. The X Factor.
Come on, ladies, come on, ladies.
£1 fish.
Come on, ladies, come on, ladies.
£1 fish.
£1 fish. Have a look.
£1 fish.
Have a look. £1 fish. Very, very good. £1 fish. Very, very cheap. £1.
The empty cam rattles the most.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you very much for the sound alert. Right. Well, just think how few people have air fryers. For a start, I might have convinced my parents to get an air fryer. They visited for my dad's birthday, and my mum was like, "Oh yeah, I could get an air fryer instead of a toaster," and I was like, "Yes, yes, you can." Air fryer, influencer, air fryer life. Right, let's see if this works all right. Hello. I find with the one problem with using slip is that to wheel lock. Yeah, the problem with wheel slip is if you're using it on the small tactile transducers, if you don't put them on your pedals. Yeah, you need different frequencies for small tactile transducers. Here we go. So I have, I don't know if you guys will be able to see this. Here we go. So we have wheel slip.
Car 14, just set the fastest lap.
Wheel lock.
22.337.
Got wheel slip here. But this is set for the rear tactile transducer. So yeah, it doesn't really work very well. These frequencies work well for the for the rear one, but I need to duplicate this. Can't remember how you duplicate it. There you go. Copy. Just add it again. How do you add effect? Oh, add effect. Then add slip again, and I'll do a new one. Wheel slip. Here we go. So now we've got two. There we go. Can I rename this? No. So I need to mute this channel. I can't remember how we do this. Oh. Slip. Front. And then I can't remember how this worked. Oh yeah. Then you go into this. Top GM. Do I like vintage racing? Yeah, it's alright. Here we go. So I now need to do... Right. Here we go. I'll put this on here. Oh. I'm not exactly on the racing line. Bonk. Right. Oh no, hang on. This I need on, I think. There we go. So now this is just the front transducers and nothing going to the rear. So then I need to change the frequency. Here we go. That's vibrating my whole sim rig. It's crazy. It's actually weird how certain frequencies resonate the whole rig. The lower frequency something is, the less yeah, the lower frequency is, the harder it is to position it, like work out the position of the force. Yeah, I've got the tactile transducers back on the rig. Alright, that should work. Well, we've got that set to 26, and then the wheel slip on 24. It's weird that those pucks on 26 are very low frequency. It's probably resonating the pedal tray. So you're generally better off putting the pucks directly on the pedals. It's not really. It's too subtle. The bass one on the seat works well. The thing is, yeah, you kind of need it. You have to set them up for each car, because road cars have a different amount of feel than Formula cars.
Car 14, just set the fastest lap. 21.
I think for feeling the front tyres in a sim, you're much better off with like an understeer effect in the force feedback wheel, and then basically the force feedback gets lighter up to a certain point for how much slip the front has. It's weird, it's giving me front slip force feedback. No, I mean I'm on a solid floor. This is on the saw. Yeah, probably his D-box costs like £5,000, I might get set up a motion rig eventually. I prefer it more for flight sim. It's more immersion, but also I like motion rigs dialed down. I'd say the best thing with tactile transducers though is that your rig. It just means that your rig doesn't feel static, which is really nice.
Car 14, just set the fastest lap. 21.8.
Just feels like there's more going on, you know. I think one of the downsides of sims is that they just feel so static. I don't know a better way of saying it. You're just disconnected. It's weird in iRacing when you use the slip effect. Bumps in the track are conveyed as if it's slip, which is weird. That's quite nice as you go through that corner. I mean, I'm not really pushing the tyres, but as you go through that corner, there's a little bit of a vibration that gives you a slight sense that you're doing something. Anti-static. What's anti-static MR? Don't know what that is. I think the thing is, in iRacing, you just have to use the tyre skid sound as a reference for if you're pushing the tyres. Yeah, I even even two actuators with a pivot feels really good. Yeah. Yeah, you just dial it down. So the advantage of having lots of travel is more that you can have. So let's say you go over a bump on the track, the car can go up and down while still doing the small stuff. Whereas if you have a motion rig that doesn't have much travel, you can only really focus on the fast bumps, which is fine, which is really good to be honest. But it's heave, isn't it? Yeah, heave is the one thing that motion rigs do really well. So like pitch, roll, compression and suspension, motion rigs do fantastic. Really, really good. But if you try and do G-forces in a motion rig, it's terrible. Hello, Bigger Ham. I was just setting up my tactile transducers. In fairness to iRacing, works really well with SimHub with tactile transducers. Project Cars actually, and AMS1 works really good with motion rigs. It's pretty amazing though. For £150, you can do really good tactile transducers. Like you get really good value for money out of it. I think basically DD wheel, VR headset, maybe even VR headset before DD wheel actually. VR headset, well, for any force feedback wheel, then VR headset, then DD wheel. But then the tactile transducers are so cheap and really good fun.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
I'd actually, maybe I'd go. The thing is, a DD wheel functionally is really good. Shake weight, what that hand thing, the exerciser thing. Oh, do you mean the shake out, like the seat that you sit on? I tried them. A slip angle kit. No, they don't. So you mean traction loss? The problem is with traction loss rigs is that they can't reset fast enough. So in a sense, I've used some traction loss motion rigs that actually are quite realistic in the feel, but if you're doing left-right corrections, which in fairness you're probably not in iRacing because the physics don't really support it properly, but if you're playing AC or AMS1 and you're going into a brake zone and the back of the car's going like, you know, is loose and you're doing really small corrections, the traction loss can't keep up with the car. And to be honest, you use the force feedback wheel to feel where that is. So I wouldn't bother with it, given the cost of traction loss. And given that it never works properly, like it with road cars it's fine. But the having motion for the corners of the rig is really good for suspension feel, and it can feel like a real car. Like D-box style actuators can feel the same as a real car. Not in terms of G-forces, but in terms of suspension feel. It's actually really weird. Like the first time I drove, when I drove that Aerial Atom that was broken, it felt like a motion rig. It had so much suspension travel because it had road car suspension on it. It was bizarre. It felt like a flight sim rig, but it was a real car. It felt like I was going to take off. Race car suspension is even closer to sim rig stuff though. It's super tight. And then go-karts and stuff. Yeah, I might get a motion rig at some point. I mean, I might try and blag one from someone. I can't afford to buy one. But I might be able to do some promotional thing. I don't know if I've got enough power though, that's the problem. I'm already using a lot of power. Yeah, see, this is nice. Like I'm just getting a deep vibration as we push through the tyres, which is somewhat analogous to, you know, you feel something rather than it feeling totally static. It's quite nice. But you can't. It's not high enough resolution to drive from. Yeah, we need to be doing. Was it 21.5s? That's it. The other thing is with the traction loss, the slip effect on SimHub. Also, you can also feel curbing. I don't know why why the telemetry perceives bumps as slip. I mean, I guess the wheel is slipping when you go over a bump. Must be that. Who doesn't like a deep vibration? This is it's such a fantastic track though. I think iRacing should just be this track. Well, I wonder if you put like some women are more affected by vibrations than others, but I want, like, you could sit someone in this. I wonder. You just get the right frequency. The resonant frequency of a specific part of their body. You work out what it is. Oh, I really love sim racing. Oh, I bet you do. What body part would that be? I don't know. I haven't found it, so I don't know.
Thank you.
Calf. Ankle. Go, we done 22-1. Oh, that ankle. My ankle's wobbling. Oh, I've only shown 3 women my sim rig, Brandon. So, you know. It's all secret. It's all kept out of the way. Now none of my family have seen this sim rig. I don't let them go near it. Where are they now? Under the patio. My uncle Fred taught me how to place how to use patios. Isn't that what patios are for? Fred was well good at levelling out a patio. I need if anyone's got a setup for the open one, that'd be good. Closet iRacing streamer, closet sim racer. Yeah, I really don't bring up sim racing. If you had a really bad patio that you needed digging up, it'd be worthwhile phoning the police and you go, you go to your next door neighbours and you go, oh, can I use your phone? You're like, okay. And then you phone the police from your next door neighbour and you go, oh, I saw the next door neighbour burying suspicious bags, look like body parts underneath the patio. And then the police come and they dig up your patio. And then you're like, oh, thank you. And they don't find anything. You're like, oh, thank you. Thanks for digging up my patio for me. That's how you save time and effort. Yeah, 10 out of 10 unethical life pro tip. If you say it convincing enough, you could probably get like 5 workers for free. You know. Because it's a lot of effort to dig up a patio. And you could say to them, look, I understand you got to do your job, but can you put the patio bricks in the corner over there? Free foundation preparation. Imagine doing that. Yeah, but you would know if you laid your patio originally, right? Knowing the police now in the UK, they wouldn't turn up. They'd be like, we haven't got any reports of any missing people.
You got a slow car on the left.
What could go wrong?
Car stop on the left.
Exactly. More important, stopping people protesting war crimes. That's the most important thing. Stop those pesky environmentalists as well. Bloody hell, they're terrible people. Those people concerned with the impending doom of humanity. God, don't you hate them? I do. I think we need to put more resources in stopping people unionising. I know. I just think people have their priorities all wrong. If someone's priorities are not making money at all costs, why bother? If there's anything we can all agree on in Western society, it's that you got to make money at all costs.
Car 8, just set the fastest lap. 21.394. Just set your fastest lap.
I think these transducers seems to be working all right. The this glue stuff, this sticky tape stuff, is working better than Velcro, because I guess it connects it to the surface better. Yeah, well, you can get into debt. You'll be making someone else money, so that's all right. As long as you're making someone money, it's fine. Nice. That car looks nice. Bennett's on. Was it Williams? I don't know. Actual benefit to keep what down? Is there a benefit to keep people down? Well, if you're in a position of power and you want to maintain your power, then yeah, there's a benefit to making sure that the bulk of people doing work that enables you to have your high quality of life can't interfere with your high quality of life. Yeah. Yeah, well, there's a whole bunch of motions, like cubic systems. The Sigma Integrale? What's their name? They do cheaper systems. They're still quite expensive, but the thing with those motion systems is you buy them once and then they never, they last forever. So, like, let's say you spent £4,000, and let's say you spent £5,000 on one. In 6 years' time, you could probably sell the exact same thing for £1,000 less, if that. Like, they're not. You're paying for like the components. Most of the prices in because they use like off-the-shelf servo motors, and then the controller boxes and things. So it might be hard to find someone to buy it, so you're not going to be able to sell them quickly, but they generally maintain value. It's like DD wheels. It can be hard to sell a DD wheel quickly, but you could probably find a buyer for like a Simracing or Assetto or Moser, you know what I mean? And they're going to pay a reasonable amount of money for it. No, it won't make you faster. It's just immersive. But the worst thing about motion rigs is if you've used the motion rig for a lot. So I've set some motion rigs up for people, and I've been on it for like 2-3 days, going through settings and things. And the worst thing is if you spend 3 days on a motion rig and then you go back to like your non-motion rig, you're just like, you're like, this is a bit rubbish. It's like, this is why I don't really understand road cars. If you've driven a race car, even a low-powered race car but with tight suspension, or you've gone around a track quickly, you're like, anything else is just like, you know what I mean? Like because you acclimatise to that very quickly. Best place to sell sim gear? I don't know. There are some different places. I know Coach Dave Academy. They've got like a sim gear thing for selling simulator stuff. I don't know. I think Sim Staff might have a reseller thing. Reddit, I think, has a place. Yeah, I have to have the VR turned down. Hello, Shady. If I do VR with motion, I have to turn it right down because I also don't like motion compensation because it doesn't line up. But this is nice with these transducers on the floor, on my pedal and my back. Yeah, if I had a motion rig, I'd set it up in a way where, like, visually, you guys really wouldn't be able to see much. That's what I always end up doing. I've used like really expensive motion rigs, and when I've messed around with them, I end up setting them up so they're barely moving at all. Fired up the transducer.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel left.
To make it your life goal. Well, price wise, so a VR headset's like 500 or 450, and a good motion rigs like I think £3,000, 3,500. So that's £4,000. Is what you're talking about to do like if you wanted to build a really good, and then DD, let's say 1,500, so 5,000, let's say £6,000 is the sort of pricing for a very high-end motion sim, VR motion simulator, and that will be like better than what Formula 1 teams were using 10 years ago in terms of like actual driving experience. Well, because no, like you can, I'm including the VR headset and everything else, and rig, sim rig and everything, and DD wheel. Yeah, that is one of the downsides of that. If you have a chonky sim rig, you need more aggressive motion. The pinball machines, where that bloody pinball machine was like, what was it? It was like £4,000, and then it went up to like 15, and then it went up to like £30,000. So stupid.
Don't forget to pit this lap for more fuel.
Okay, let's pit into the wall. You ready? There we go. Oh! And hospitalised. Can you imagine that? Exactly. Oh! Can you imagine the load on your head? That would full hands device slapper. There's a little gap through there. So it's probably so they can wheel cars back to the pit that don't start. Ooh. Well, I need to get a setup for the open session. When's the next race? I'll try and do a race. 7:45. Okay, we'll do the next one. Or we can't register yet anyway. Right, we'll do the next one. I'm going to get some more noodles. The transducers are working. I think I'm a winner. What should we call the stream on Twitch? iRacing has no tire model issues. iRacing tire model is fine. iRacing tire model is fine at the limit. There you go. Nice title. Oh dear. 7:45 is the next race. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to get some noodles. Twitch title humour 101. It should be error 404. Grip at limit not found. Oh dear. Right, back in a minute. hello. Got more noodles. I was thinking of joining the Special Forces. I'm sure they'll let me in. Special Forces! I'm already a member of the Special Forces. Oh dear. Right. You're fasting for a doctor's appointment. Sounds fun. Oh, we've got to wait 10 minutes until we can join the session of despair. Ah! You don't seem to have done Donington for a long time. Oh. Ah, Formula C's at Alton Park. Let's see what the previous results were. Right, qualifying. 1 minute 20. Oh no, 120.6. 120, 126. Back in the race. 120.5. Oh no. You give him blood? Oh, they only give it to vampires. They're going to use it to like put into AI computers. Do you get paid for giving blood? What do you do in America? I don't think you do on... hang on. America... Blood... Donation... Pay. Specialised donor program. £350 per collection. Hang on. So you get qualified, a health pre-screen appointment, earn $50. Based on your program eligibility, our staff may contact you to schedule a collection appointment. Earn up to $350 per collection. Wow. $350 every 2 months. 56-day waiting period. Don't think we're allowed to buy blood in the UK. There we go. We do not directly pay for the blood that's donated. Donors are reimbursed £60 for attending donation appointments and $45. We don't get nothing. Hang on. Blood Donation UK for medical research. Oh, there you go. They can clone you. You'll get paid. Oh, is this for clinical trials? Oh, I'd love to be tested on. Right. We collect blood for medical research purposes. The blood is used to develop and modify laboratory methods. As a blood donor, you'll need to complete a 4-hour fasting appointment. You'll be paid up to £100 for donated 600 millilitres of blood, or a proportional amount if less blood is donated. To donate blood, you must meet the following criteria: 18 to 50, sorted. Fit and healthy, debatable. Normal blood pressure, yeah, we're alright there. Weigh more than 50 kilograms, we got that, sorted. You must not have smoked a cigarette in at least 3 months, sorted. You must not have any medical problems like asthma, diabetes, epilepsy or anemia, sorted. You must not have donated blood in 4 months, okay. You must not have taken any recreational drugs in the last 6 weeks, including cannabis, speed, ecstasy, LSD. I took them all. No, every single one of them. That's what I take every night. In that order: cannabis, speed, ecstasy, cocaine, and then LSD for the. That's how you do it. You calm down with your cannabis, you speed up with the speed, then you relax with some ecstasy. Then you snort some cocaine to get going again, and then LSD to be all confused. Can you imagine? The ultimate combo. Oh yeah, apparently you can be drunk. That's alright. Yeah, no, that's alright. Everyone just accepts alcohol. Oh no, you must not have taken any prescription or over-the-counter medication, including painkillers. No, I had ibuprofen. That's it. Hang on. Cold treatments, throat lozenges, sleeping tablets, inhalers, foot powder. What is foot powder? Injections, vaccinations, herbal remedies, vitamins, minerals. Medicated creams, sun creams, self-tanning lotions or energy drinks. Hang on. Bloody hell. Oh, antifungal foot powder. Oh, I'm always using foot powder. Oh, I'm allowed to take the contraceptive pill. That's good to know. You must not be pregnant. Ah, shit. You must not suffer from heavy periods. Ah, I have this problem. Technically, for the last 10 years, I've been having a heavy period. My stomach is currently undergoing a heavy period. That's what I like to call it. I think most of my viewers are having a heavy period right now. We all need to go on a diet. Oh, you could earn between £90 and £250 referring a friend. Would any of you guys like to donate blood? Would you guys like to donate some blood? You can use my affiliate link. Recommend a friend or family member and you could receive up to £250. Ah, this is well good. Trialsforus.co.uk. Read some reviews. Testimonials, here we go. I would like to say that participating in a trial is something I'll do again in the future. Not only do you go through medical and get help for future generations by training a new drug, you also get a lot of time to yourself, which is a luxury. That is true. You would get a medical check for, you should get that on the NHS though, really, as a default. But yeah, maybe my vibrating feet would have will ruin their results. I don't, nothing like a bit of vibrating foot. We could do a medical trial on me vibrator muscle. I've just realised this camera is well zoomed out. We need to zoom this in. You guys are zoomed out. This camera's right. Let's sort this camera out. Join the server. On your butt kickers, yeah, we got them turned back on. Go. I need to clean the windowsill. Oh. It's nice when you got the butt kicker on. Ah, we need to tilt it down a bit. We look tiny. Top of the seat needs to be top of the seat needs to be at the top. Probably still be a little bit lower, but it's alright. There's no rubbish on the floor. Oh, that's Alastonimus. Need to. No, it's a Sparco R33.
Car right. Still there. Clear.
I haven't driven this F4 car for ages. Do I know that person? No. I know that there's a sizable number of iRacers that hate me. There's like a dedicated group of about 40 or so iRacers that go out of their way to stalk me on the internet. Which is fair play to them, they've not got anything better to do. I feel like I've made it. Well, yeah, probably because they are upset about someone being critical about their sim religion. But it's good to have haters. Yeah. I mean, it shows you've been successful, really. That you've pissed people off enough. Ah, nice one, Grant. Ah, nice. That's actually pretty good. Normally, promotions just come with more responsibility and less pay. I'm like the Elon Musk. Well, no, because Elon Musk is wrong. I'm more like the I don't know. No, I don't even know. I'm like the village idiot. I'm like the village drunk that's locked in the little clink thing. I need to promote myself. I've not had a promotion. Since I started this YouTube channel, I've not had a promotion. What new... What shall I call myself? Grand Archbishop of Force Feedback. Yeah, that's the worst part about working for yourself. You can't, there's no like... T-boy.
Clear on the left.
Leader of asexual sim racing cult. Gender neutral master.
Hit the fastest lap.
Yeah, we're like 2 seconds off the pace. Got a lot to do. Am I missing a performance? Yeah. I don't really have performance meetings. should hire Kirith to manage me. Kirith is good at business. I'm like, I'm my own worst enemy. I'm just too cynical about everything. Imagine not being cynical. Also, imagine not being critical. Like, if you were born, like, if you're just not that way. Can you imagine? Some people are like that. They're like totally happy. Well, not being about being happy, but you know what I mean. They're not cynical. They're just unaware. That'd be so good. Days of Blunder. Yeah, but the problem is it's all I know. So to me it's not liberating. To me it's just all I've known. Because that's just what I've always been like. Maybe anyone can do that. Just try it, see what happens. I lost my job. Yeah, I mean, I can't say anything I like. Like, obviously, like, you know. I think the thing is, like, if you know you're right, yeah, it's as if you have to work with, if you're on a project that's stupid, but you have to do it as part of a job, or someone's been a moron and you're forced to work with them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think the thing is that because I've always, like, my whole thing has been sort of critical and honest. Well, from my perspective, that's what people expect. Whereas if you get into a job where you have to, like, if you're just unlucky and the only employment you can find is something that's like not within what you like, or something you disagree with, you're going to be confronted with having to be dishonest on a more regular basis. But it's going to depend on industries, isn't it? Yeah, that's the good thing with comedy, though. I think
You got a slow car on the right.
comedy allows you to be more honest. It's a shame I'm not funny. Oh, I could get away with so much more if I put more effort into being funny. It's weird that. I find it really strange how you can say exactly the same thing, but if you construct how you say it slightly different, but the actual like the core meaning, the takeaway lesson could be exactly the same. If you say it in a certain way, a lot of people will accept it where they otherwise wouldn't. It's but generally speaking, I don't care how something's said. If it's the content of what's being said is more important. I think large numbers of people, how stuff is said is far more important than what's actually being said. Like the insides of sausages, yeah. They'll eat the sausage till they know what's in it. I'll eat a sausage even though I know what's in it. If it tastes good, I don't care. You know. I mean, also, if you've slaughtered an animal, which I think is wrong, like you're ethically wrong to eat meat, basically, for the most part. I think there's some cases where it's not. But if you are going to slaughter an animal, you better bloody eat all of it. And sausages are a good way to do that. So you're like wasting meat from an animal that you've slaughtered is, to me, that's really bad. So I don't know why people would be anti sausages and stuff.
Car stop on the left.
What if you kill a human? Well, to eat them, like if they die, like that's what the there's that whole thing in the past of like explorers on boats not wanting to eat each other because they're like, we're not animals. But it's like, well, if they died and you're starving, you shouldn't. Cannibalism isn't like murdering someone to eat them for some perverse thing. That's one thing. But if you are like the crash in the Andes, if there's people that are dead and you're hungry, you might as well eat them. You might as well eat them. I mean, there's probably like diseases and things to be aware of. But like, you know, if I died in a survival situation, for sure I'd want the other people that aren't dead to eat me so they can survive. Like, why wouldn't you? Is it? Well, that's a great ethical debate, isn't it? That's the tram line. You know, do you pull the lever to save 7? I mean, you're taking an action. So, you know. But yeah, if you had to pick one person, why? What's the? Do you pick someone off? Like, well, how do you reasonably pick someone? Like, unless you did it by like a lottery, it'd be one of the worst lotteries you could play. Well, it's not. You're not doing it for taste. You'll be like, logistically, I guess if you don't think you're going to get rescued anytime soon, eating the biggest person would have the most fat on them. But you're probably all going to be skinny by the time you need to eat a person.
Car stop on the left.
Yeah, I don't know if you would eat the fattest, if it would make sense for the fattest. But you'd probably go like, which person has the better survival skills? Because then that would be very relevant to your survival. Or like if someone was already very, they were older or frail or something, maybe you'd be like, oh, hang on. They look like they're going to die soonest anyway, so given that they are going to die regardless, we might as well speed things along so that we all get to not die. That was probably the most reasonable or the most likely mechanism. Yeah, they look like they're going to die soon. Finish them off. That'd be a good video game. You have to Yeah, like a single player survival game, but you have to stay alive with people being cannibals or whatever. Isn't this like Lord of the Flies? Bring out your dead. That's happened though in like old sailor times where people would murder someone so that they can eat them and stay alive. Simracing, yeah. Simracers probably have pretty good muscles in their arms though, so they might be useful. Train simmers probably go first.
Car stopped ahead.
That's true. The fattest person would live the longest. That's unfair. That means they got to eat more food and then they get to survive in the survival situation. Their gluttony has always been an advantage to them. So it's just really unfair, isn't it? You could all learn to meditate and then use less energy. And then whoever can't meditate, then get rid of them. Yeah, it does, Uhtred. You can survive longer if you've got body fat. The problem would probably be is water. But yeah, if you've got body fat, you can survive for longer than if you don't. Your body would just eat itself. But you're only talking like an extra month or two. Like let's say you're slightly fatter than someone else. Like you'd have to be like morbidly obese to get like 6 months. You know. And you'd still have issues with like vitamin deficiencies and stuff. Well, supposedly people taste like bacon, like pig.
Nice one, nice one.
Oh no, the muscle takes longer to break down than fat, but you might end. There's that when the body starts breaking down muscle, I think it can cause issues. But yeah, your body would just initially your body uses up sugar stores, like immediate sugar, was it glucose or whatever, which is just sugar. Then it starts breaking down fat and then muscles, and a mixture of both.
Car stopped on the left.
I don't know.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
You know, then maybe elderly people taste better. Yeah, you could get a shock. Yeah, an obese person might have other health issues that negates the benefits of being fat. Dry-aged grandpa. Ooh, my favourite. Oh no. Ow. Ow. Oh, I really like how the wheel tugs my hands when that happens. Really enjoyable. Oh, we got 5 minutes. I'll do a poll, guys. Start a prediction. GM gain I rating. Yes or no? There you go. 10 minutes. I mean, the big thing in a survival situation of murdering one of the people would be that's one less mouth to feed. And if you've got food scarcity, that would be huge. Like, if you've got enough people that are able to gather, but you let's say on an island with very limited food, you would, yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
Rouse House, thanks for following. Some people would genuinely be useless. It's quite hard. Like, let's say you sit at the sea, you might always be, if you're in the coast, you're probably always better having an extra person, because that's another person to fish is really significant. Because if you catch one large fish, that's enough food for like 4 people to keep going for like 2 or 3 days. So an extra person actually becomes quite beneficial. But if a person gets sick, that's when you're in trouble. But if you're just doing foraging, you have to pick a lot of limpets. It's probably the easiest thing to find at a beach. Basically, limpet has about 2 calories in it. So you're probably going to use up about the same amount of calories picking them as you would... They had heart attacks. they landed. 6 days of rowing. The 5k drift, yeah, I missed that. It was really fun.
Your cat split testy. Shut up.
Oh, here we go. This I forgot why.
Mate, Alpha guy, shut up. No, thank you, mate.
I forgot why we stopped playing this.
Díselo, primo, díselo.
Thomas, you good, mate?
Ay, la malacatona.
What? When did iRacing get filled with like 12-year-olds? Yeah. Does it turn out that driving in the wet is worse than driving in the dry? It's funny that, isn't it? I wonder if all the people that were saying that the rain is really good, I wonder if they will all message me going, "Oh yeah, actually, it turns out it's actually really bad for most things." It's funny that I don't normally get messages from people going, "Oh yeah, you were right, Game of Muscle, you bold git." Humans are delicious. The tastiest of humans. Oh no. We're going to get wrecked at the start of this, aren't we? Oh well. What can you do? Do more hot lapping. That's what we need to do. We can put the cameras on rotating here. Yeah, we need to sort out the wheels that are behind us. We've got tactile transducers here between the pedals. Sort out the wheels behind it. I need to sort my desk out as well. Power's not just turned off, so hopefully the power supply in the knob sounds okay. Now, pit lane start strat doesn't work because then you still have to overtake loads of cars. Yeah, we still have to get to the pit. So yeah. Oh, we'll see. John Rambo, sim racing makes me so happy. Today, driving a Ford Mustang on Riverside track, full grid. Yeah. What a life we have. Oh. I don't think I've ever learnt Juarez. Jerez. He's not bouncing along the floor. There's no I've never driven that right hand car. I don't think they use it for anything. We're driven the short layout of this track. You see the bit of road on the right? You've got this other pit lane on the left. I've never seen being used either. It's a pretty crazy track, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know if it is a proper layout. Oh yeah, you can drive on it. Yeah, it's solid. It is solid at least. You got the left-hand bit here. Is that they just go straight to the right? I don't know, I've just never seen that being used. Yeah, I think this would be a good spectator track. Really nice grass around it.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
But you get a lot of time for this first corner. Nailing that is a huge amount of time. If you get it wrong though, if you get it wrong, you're driving into the wall, so. Oh! Thought I was going to get 1x then. There should be more tracks like this though. Nice flowing tracks on hillsides. Get the car to turn in there. Okay, we're like 2 seconds off the pace, which is horrendous. I think one of the corners is a non-braking corner. That would explain us losing a second. Probably T1, it's half a second. I think I'm probably underdriving. I think I need more gas. Oh, we're last. We're definitely slow. Definitely, we've done too much AC. Oh no. We're not too far off. Like a second and a bit. 21-1. 2 seconds off. Nah, that's alright. We need to be doing 21-6 would be good. Good enough. That's okay. Just need to learn which corners are follow-through corners. Well, we're going to get caught in a wreck at the start, so... Oh, look at me, 69. We need to finish in the top 10. It's been so long since I've driven this. F4. It's a lot slidier than the... yeah, it's a lot slidier than the F3 car. You have to brake in a straight line and then turn as well, more in this. Totally forgotten how to drive it. Yeah. That's what we do. Yeah. Goose fat wheels. Hmm. Skiddy yet tasty. Oh, here we go. What do you think we'll survive the first lap? I don't. We started in 19th, so let's see. Starting right in the back. See if we
The
can
estimated
gain some
SOS
places.
is 3,062. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
We expect to be fighting for the podium. I don't. I expect to be fighting for my limbs.
Half the field is on the grid.
Half the field is on the grid. Hey? I hope the whole field's on the grid. Can't remember how you even start in this car. We might continue the grindometer. I don't know. I'm not sure how much I can be bothered to play iRacing.
Five cars left to grid.
There's no way this is going to be a clean race. Yeah, we have to just hope that AC Evo is good, but I don't think it will be.
Good luck, good luck.
Maybe iRacing will
Good luck.
one day do their tyres. Who knows? Who knows?
You're on the right, 3 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide. Car on your left, car on your left. Slow car ahead. Clear on the left, go right. Left side, you're on the right, 3 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide. You're on the right, 3 wide. Left side, 2 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide. There's an incident ahead, still there.
Is this top split, guys?
Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line.
I mean, it's so hard trying to let people through without getting rammed by people. We survived that. Didn't really gain any places from it, but we got wheels.
Right side. Clear on the right. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Car on your left.
Really don't know what
Clear.
they're doing.
Car stopped ahead. There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead.
Oh my god.
You got a slow car on the left.
No, it's the top
Slow car
split.
ahead.
There's iRacing, guys. What on earth? Like, they're still as bad as it's always been. It's like this is like it's still a complete mess. No moderation. Every race, total shit show. Like, what is that? Second lap, cars all over the place. Oh, it's so stupid, isn't it? They just don't do anything to fix it. They just don't care.
Car on your left. Clear.
They really don't care. Well, let's see where we're positioned. Let's do that. Oh, 12. Not too bad. A lot of drafting on this track. They reduced the drafting a lot of it from this car though, so you have to be like within 0.4, I think. If the car behind goes for a move, he's so stupid. Ah, there you go.
Stay on the right. Clear on the left. The car in P4.
Let's hope he's quick.
21.074. Car 5 is up the front. Just set your fastest lap of the session. You got a slow car on the left.
I have a suspicion this red car's going to crash. I just feel like he's that type of a driver. My inner spidey sense. Let's hope this back marker lifts a little bit so he's not blocking the apex. There you go.
On the left.
Oh, fortunately the red car's actually, he's not too slow.
Car 2 is up the front. That was your fastest lap of the session. Left side. Still there. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Watch how you're going, mate. Nice brake check.
Oh, I just...
Left side. Clear.
Oh my god, the car is so unhinged if you take a slightly different line. I'm like, I'll take a different line to be safe. The car's like totally unhinged. It's a shame we've lost the draft of the car in front. This is, for me, the fastest way to learn a track is to just follow faster drivers.
Car right. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right. The leader just did a 21.892.
I think it is just a lift through there. Then fourth gear through that. We're doing still 23s. Hello, Vindis. Oh, he's got damage, the car behind me.
Still there.
Why is he bothering if he's got damage?
Keep to the left. Clear.
Is he just going to keep sticking his nose in every lap with the draft? Oh dear.
Left side. Still there. This is less than optimal. Still
What is he
there, hold
doing?
your line.
Why is he sticking his car there? He has damage. He's just going to end up wrecking me. Oh my god.
Still there, hold your line. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 4.8.
There's not even space there, mate.
Clear on the left.
Ah, this guy, he's up. There you go. Car contact. Here we go. Are you ready for the wreck, guys? Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. iRacing. People battle you with damage, put the car in a stupid place, then if you try and actually race them, which would be fun, but you try to race them, inevitably you get netcoded at some
Right
point.
side.
So, yeah.
Stay on the left. Still there. You got a slow car on the left. Car stops on the left. The car in C2
What is he doing?
just set the fastest lap. 20.851. Still
If
there,
it wasn't
hold
for the
your line.
netcode, it would be
Still
fun
there,
because you'd be
hold
like,
your
oh,
line.
it's racing, that's good. But the netcode just makes it completely
Clear.
random.
Left side. Stay on the right. Keep to the right.
He's just driven off the
Clear.
track.
Stay back straight.
Oh dear. Well, at least he's gone now. Like,
Right side.
Now this guy must have pretty bad
Still
damage.
there. Clear on the right.
Thank you, Geoda. 37 months, oh my goodness. To be fair to the other guy, he didn't drive into me. I mean, he's fully, you know, he's within his rights to race. I think it's just iRacing just puts you on edge, because even if both drivers are doing completely the right thing, just takes like slight mismatch in netcode, and that's it. You're going flying, you know, or you get weird damage. It's race over. So it's just. Do you know what I mean? It's outside of your control entirely, which I think sort of. That's what makes it stressful when stuff is genuinely outside of your control. There's nothing you can do. So I guess you just have to go, there's nothing you can do, and then just forget about it. What? Why is it so unhinged at the limit? And when the car gets into a slide like that, instead of just being a quick counter steer and driving through it, the car's on some like drift master madness.
Car right. Stay on the left.
You know?
Clear.
We should not have lost 2 places from having to do a slight correction. It's crazy. We need to stay in 4th gear through there. Oh, Mr. Broken Nose is back behind us. Oh dear. I do not enjoy Mr. Broken Nose behind me.
Cheers.
Car right. Car 5 is up the front. Still there.
Oh, here we go again.
Keep to the left.
The inevitable Broken Nose punt is inbound.
Still there. Hold your line. Keep to the left. Clear.
He's driven off the track again. Oh my dear God. Nice and relaxing in iRacing. Just waiting for the rear end from him. Oh, we can. I'm losing a lot of time through that right-hander.
The leader is running 21.396.
This back marker.
Car 2 is now leading.
What is he doing? This is classic iRacing. Classic F4. You have a back marker interfering with the race in a sprint race.
Car right, clear.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Oh, he's driving into the back of me.
Clear.
What on earth? He's going to punt us, isn't he? Well, he's already bent his wing, so he probably doesn't care.
The car in P3 just set the fastest lap. 20.804. Right side, still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Yeah, incoming missile. Oh, that's another cut. So twice he's 0x'd us now. 2 times. When's the punt coming? Sam Folk, let him. No, if I let him pass, I won't catch the cars in front. We've got pace on these 2 cars. And there's not that many laps to go. There's only 1 more lap, so.
Okay,
Car
let's
right.
go.
Still there, hold your line. You've got about 5 laps of fuel. Still there, hold your line. Car 5 is now leading. Stay on the left. Clear
Oh,
on the
3
right.
times he's driven into us now. 3 0x's from the same
White
car.
flag, 1 more lap to go.
Bloody hell. 3 times. We could get these 2 places in front of us if we're lucky. Probably won't, but. Whoa! He almost rear-ended me again. What is that? He almost just took us out. He's lucky I went
Nice.
deep into the corner.
Good race, good race.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. These 2 cars. Let's do a nice, clean line. Let's see if we can get this. Oh, they weren't battling. We needed these 2 guys to be battling, so if I did a really clean line through there, we could.
3, 2, 1, go!
That was
Let
all
him
right.
pass. Pressure will make him
Oh,
crash.
the delay on the super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat there.
Okay, we'll get them next time.
Oh dear. Yeah, well we lost 27 I rating. Let's have a look at the start of this. I mean, what a mess of a race. Just I racing. Alright, let's see what happened here. What is... It's just bizarre, isn't it? little tap, and that pushes his tyres over the limit. That's just physics turned off. It's the mildest of taps, but because he's already going through the corner and he's on cold tyres, that pushes the tyres over. Because in iRacing land, that is how cars work. And then that causes this. Oh my god, people managed to miss him. Let's see what happened with this guy. Not sure what this was about. This guy's not really making a corner, is he? He's sort of reacted to that car. Let's see what happened with that big pile up. Oh, here we go. Let's see what... Oh my god, this car's flying everywhere. Oh, here we go. So let's see what happened. P1. Yort Van Wilk. Right, here we go. Oh, so why has this car just lost it? Was that netcode? What? It's like he just put a handbrake on. Is that from like some really super delayed netcode or something? That... No, that's really weird. No, this is the fixed setup race. So it looks like maybe netcode that a car hit him. Did this guy get damaged at the same time? Let's see. No, that's really weird. Who knows what happened there? I can't explain that. That's really weird. Maybe he downshifted twice or something. It's fixed setup, so he might have accidentally have double downshifted or something. I don't even know if that's possible. Okay, right. Good job avoiding him by this car. Oh, then he rolls back onto the track. So he spins here and then turns it back into the racing line. What? Like, why? Why, if you've spun here, would you roll your car back into the racing line? He's qualified in first place or top 3, so he should know. This is top split. He should know to, you know, not turn the car back into the racing line. So surely, like, if iRacing was serious, you would go, well, hang on a minute, this guy, he looks like he's reversing as well. So first of all, okay, whatever's happened here, why is he reversed back into the racing line at the, you know, in the second lap? It's crazy. So then that guy hits him, which then causes this guy to hit him. I mean, really? Who's Mike? Mike's driving the Lidl. Then Mike hits him. And then this guy, and then now he's parked in the middle of the road. Top split, guys. And then that's caused those guys to drive into him. It's just so dumb. Like, it's so stupid, isn't it? Really. And then that guy's flipped over there. This guy's driven into the back of this car. How has he done that? He's just took that guy. How does that even happen? Right, honestly, if you see that crash in front of you, honestly, yeah, but this red car should be like lifting a lot more. Like, why with all this going here would you like not? Like, he's had to slow down here, and these cars are probably going to go to the right, or something's probably going to happen with those cars. You don't stay in line with the car that's in front of you. You know, he's on the throttle here. From this point onwards, you would be coasting, because you really don't know. Like, you'd be like, oh, maybe this guy's going to go left, maybe this guy's going to go right, maybe this guy's going to join on. No, you might not live for an accident, but in this scenario here, where there's nowhere possible to go, you would either stay on your throttle and go left, or you would have to lift here, really, because you can't go on your throttle and go around the outside. So in iRacing, a lot of the time it does make sense to stay on your throttle. It's going to work out better on average. But in this scenario here, due to people being able to rejoin the left, these guys from the right, everything else is happening, there's car blocking his way, it doesn't make sense to get on the throttle at all here. So much so that you punt the car in front to that degree. It's so dumb. I mean, it's still the same. It's so like, people are like, oh, premium race service. But I mean, it's hilarious, I guess, so it's fine. Oh dear. It's weird that iRacing allows like historic cigarette advertisements on cars, right? Given that cigarettes, like, if they're going to ban people from swearing, I would argue that cigarette advertising on vehicles, even if it's historical vehicles, I would argue that is worse than swearing. Like promoting something that directly kills people is worse than just swearing, for sure. Like, if you're gonna make an ethical argument, I'd even say promoting smoking is probably worse than racism, to be honest. Like, if you were going to be I think racism's terrible, don't get me wrong, but I think promoting drugs that kill people, so like someone being racist on voice chat, is harmful and it's terrible, so people shouldn't do it, but that's not the same as promoting something that's literally a drug that kills people. So yeah, same with alcohol advertising. Yeah, I'm just saying, on an ethical scale, something is, if you're directly promoting something that's directly killing someone, like it's promoting actual assault, as opposed to verbal assault. And so on a hierarchy of, if you're making an ethical hierarchy, verbal assault is less worse than physical assault. So, like, for example, if I had a car livery that said give people cancer, or give poor people cancer, that which is what cigarettes do. Like, the majority of, if you look at the statistics, alcohol and smoking disproportionately affects less well-off people. So and it's marketed and specifically capitalizes on more vulnerable people. I don't think vaping's as bad, but I don't think it's good either. So yeah, I'm just saying it. If you're going to have an ethical conversation, it's weird for iRacing to be heavy-handed on swearing, but not on car liveries. And also, yeah, this is trading paints, but trading paints allows it. This is in a context where it's actually being used and is actually still being made to be appealing. So the reason why cigarette marketing was banned was because it makes cigarettes seem like in films and stuff, it makes it seem like a good thing. The allure, like I think 80s and 90s, don't get me wrong, the liveries look amazing. I like how they look, and the marketing is great, but the problem is it is for a thing that's also like energy drinks. I would argue a Red Bull livery, Red Bull is worse than someone swearing at someone. Like energy drinks and just sugar, promotion of sugar and energy drinks, like the amount of obesity and like death that's from a cultural acceptance of sugar is way worse than the effect of people just shouting at each other in a video game. So, you know, when you look at things, it's funny how arbitrary stuff is, and that arbitrary nature is based off what is culturally deemed to be okay, rather than an objective ethical argument. It's all just based off what is culturally deemed to be fine at a given point in time, which then just comes back to capitalism. That Red Bull is very successful financially, so it's accepted that and McDonald's and stuff promote stuff. It's accepted because it makes money, and for some reason the sugar lobby and fast food lobby and all those things is culturally accepted. Sugar does Speed Force Sim Racer, you're being obtuse. Abundance of sugar and a lack of healthy food options and a abundance of unhealthy food in the environment where people are consuming food, and a cultural acceptance of unhealthy food due largely to promotion from profiteering off unhealthy food, for sure does contribute to people on aggregate being fat. Just as smoking doesn't give you marketing smoking doesn't necessarily it doesn't give you cancer, but smoking cigarettes damages your lungs and does give you cancer. So marketing it and creating an environment where it's desirable to smoke is I think they look good as well, Ashley. I'm just saying it's rather arbitrary, isn't it, that you'll be like, we'll ban like political iconography, but we'll allow historical cigarette advertising. It's like, well, hang on, this country or these ideologies have killed people, but so cigarettes, and both are evil. So why are you drawing the line? if you're being fair, like if you're actually being rational about it, do you know what I mean? It's so arbitrary. Yes, and what's more, Speed Force Sim Racer, you are being purposefully obtuse. What means that how do people normally end up consuming a surplus of calories? Could it be that they're eating or drinking a lot of calories that aren't that noticeable? Oh yes, it is. So the way we use language is that you would go, sugar makes people fat, because guess what? It's easier to consume surplus calories. Congratulations. So you're going to get like an award for being obtuse. Your terrible comment. Yeah, crazy hearting. I agree. Like, there's a difference between swearing at something and attacking someone. But yeah, they're two different things. But promotion of something that genuinely has been responsible for millions of deaths and huge amounts of suffering is a bit bizarre to allow that, but then to be very aggressive on swearing. But you are right. They are two different things, and so maybe they're not directly related. But I think you would say, why are you being so draconian on one thing and not another thing, when you can make ethical parallels between them. Like if you've lost a family member from cancer due to smoking, or people that have drug addictions like smoking or whatever, that's very traumatic. Knowing people that died of a slow, painful death of cancer from smoking, that's really traumatic, right? That's way more traumatic than someone in a game going, "Oh, you whatever, you'd crash into me. Oh, you shouldn't be sim racing. You shit. Oh, F you." That's less traumatic to me than the death of people I know that have died from cancer from smoking or something. I think everyone would agree with that, but everyone knows this Speed Force sim racer, but the point is, it's like smoking, isn't it? If you don't smoke cigarettes, you won't get lung cancer. But if you market it, guess what people are going to do? A lot of people will smoke, because especially teenagers, or it'll be seen as being like, oh, that's a fun thing to do, I'll give it a go. Oh, people are smoking socially, okay. Oh, if it's culturally acceptable, a lot of people just go along with stuff. Whereas if it's not culturally acceptable or not marketed, people won't do it. So we had a whole period in up until 2006, I think it was, you could smoke in nightclubs and stuff. So even if you didn't smoke, you'd be covered in smoke, so you might as well smoke anyway, Like the second-hand smoke, you might as well have just been smoking cigarettes. But if you make it so that it's not marketed and not as desirable, and you're not allowed to smoke indoors or around other people, guess what? Less people smoke. So yeah. Although I think we should bring back smoking on aeroplanes. Personally, I like pipes. Bring back pipes. A good old Sherlock Holmes pipe. I say, Watson, it appears that there's been an accident in the F4s. Yes. Indubitably. What-o? Yeah, I think vaping needs to be regulated better, because there's a lot of... unfortunately, there are things that you could vape that were less worse than cigarettes, but then there's a lot of heavy metals and things in vape pens. Yeah, pipes and monocles, bring them back. Well, or right, I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy. Or we go, okay, we just allow swearing, we allow political stuff on the cars, we just allow everything, and we go, okay, we're not going to make a moral equivalence, or we're not going to be arbitrary. I'm just saying be consistent. That's all. Do you know what I mean? Like, because I'm actually quite liberal in terms of personal rules. Like, I think drugs should be decriminalised. I don't think you should harass people. I do agree with cigarette stuff being banned. I don't think sugary stuff should be promoted. Like, the cars should all be promoting educational things. That's what I'll do on my skin. We'll promote science podcasts and stuff. That's a good idea. Genius. But that's what should be on cars. Should be promoting positive things. Yeah, but I think the world, if everyone had a monocle and a pipe, if it was the law in America, if it was the law in America that you have to always have a pipe and a monocle, it's going to be very hard to carry out a shooting whilst having a monocle on your face and smoking a pipe. You just wouldn't have room for the weapon. So it's probably pretty good policy, I think. Right, we're going to join back into a practice here. I don't think OnlyFans is necessarily bad. Like if someone's made a choice to do that, I would argue that I would maybe say that it's a bit of a shame if, like, well, I don't know, modelling takes quite a lot of work. To be a good model and to also be in shape so you look desirable. It's quite hard work. But then there's obviously a disproportionate demand from men wanting women. And then you could go, well, there's a lot of women that are doing OnlyFans where they could probably do something a bit more fulfilling, or also something that's sustainable into older age. That's the problem with the OnlyFans, is that it will be sort of 18 to 30-year-olds or whatever, and then women on average will probably not be as appealing as other younger women, just because of how that works. But I don't know, like, yeah, the only thing would be is like, it's just if someone wouldn't pursue something else that they would actually find more fulfilling. So like the problem is if you turn women or anyone into just a physical object rather than. But I think OnlyFans is better than like other stuff. Like if the person's in control of it themselves and they've chose to do it and they're collecting the majority of the income, then it's not. There's a lot worse things. There's a lot of businesses exploiting men and women, like coal mining or something. That's literally using people's bodies. So yeah, I mean the problem is, Ryan, like I agree with you, but the problem is it's just generally quite an exploitative industry, and more there's industries where people are more likely to be taken advantage of. Yeah, exactly. Military, yeah. People often casually overlook that. They're like, oh, adult industry exploits women, and it's like, well, yeah, but what do you think the military is exploiting men? Like, but how many men are dying of exposure to chemicals from doing terrible jobs? Both jobs are terrible. I'm not saying one is less or more or less worse. It's just people are a bit selective, aren't they? I exploit the hell out of you guys. I've been exploiting your mental health. How's that make you all feel? I hope you all feel used. You're all being used by the game of muscle. Geoder, Chedhead. Used like a second-hand teabag. Darren Evans has become a new member. Used, absolutely used and abused. Makes you feel seedy. Dirty. Yeah, you're watching adverts Ah, dear. I'm going to do a few more practice laps, I think, just to see what sort of pace we can get up to. Then what we're doing. Crazy hearting. The problem is we then run deeper into the argument on what is and isn't ethical. Is Twitch livery ethical? Is OnlyFans? Yeah, well, no, but it's not really an argument, is it? You have to have a case by case conversation, and yeah, it's good. That's not really a problem. That's a good thing. So people should. You then do go right. Let's try and quantifiably define the ethical degree of things, and then try your best. So that's how ethics works. You're never going to come to a perfect thing, and there's going to be subjective arguments and multiple variables for each thing. But it's worthwhile trying to ethically quantify stuff. But culturally, things are being pushed to extremes. Of one extreme of full libertarianism on these things are going, well, no, it's all subjective. You can't quantify anything. It's subjective. Allow everything. And then on one extreme, and then on another extreme, going, oh no, this all has to be blocked for my arbitrary reasons. So people are uncomfortable. People, I want to say people. A lot of people are very uncomfortable when you have gradient arguments for something, or something that's not a defined thing, and you're just going, well, at this point in time, this is where we've decided. These are the reasons for why we've settled on this being ethically better or worse. And this is what has to be done for capitalism as well. Like, this is really hard for people in the West to understand, even people that are very left-leaning. Saying that you can quantifiably say that some things are less justifiable regardless of profit, and you're saying, well, look, yeah, that business has made money, or this makes money, but it's not a good thing. That really upsets a lot of people in the West, because we're so ingrained into sort of libertarian capitalism. Then it gets framed as you going, oh, that's communism, that's centralized planning, which isn't a bad thing. It's framed as if it's a bad thing to like centrally plan something. It's like, well, if you have limited resources, or if something is harmful, who else is going to set the laws? It's going to be the government, right? The laws are set by the government, which should be democratically elected. And then you go, yeah, let's not advertise cigarettes because it's harmful. Let's not do this. Centralised planning. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's make sure we don't have potholes in roads. Oh shit, wrong thing. We have to join. It's so weird how people dismiss conversation on stuff, I think. Join this one. Hello, Milo Slive as well. Do you know one thing that's interesting with communism, Marxism? If you read through the Communist Manifesto, most people, and I thought this was the case as well, most people think that communists don't think people should own property. And what they think by that is that people shouldn't own their own houses, right? Or own anything. But if you read through the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx is specifically focused on business ownership, and that not really talking about property as in your house. He's talking about like being a shareholder of a business, or owning a business that other people do work at. So, which isn't a bad idea to say that the workforce for a given business should get the dividends directly for their work. Like, I don't know how you can really argue against that. Like, why not? If you're doing the work, surely you you're expending your time and your life doing the work. So all businesses should really work like a cooperative, and I don't see how that's even controversial. Like, if anyone honestly thinks about it, you should be like, okay, you start a business, you've taken a degree of risk and time and whatever, so you should definitely get a percentage of money or an offset amount of risk. You could say it's part profits, but within the business structure, you get a risk mitigation fee that justifies the additional work that's required to make a business run and be a CEO and start companies, and offset the massive amount of, if you're starting a company, a lot of businesses, it's a lot of work, it's crazy, it's insane. So there should be the CEO or manager of a company should equitably receive payment for what they do. That's fine. But like if workers are doing the work, they should also receive an equitable amount of money for the work they're doing. It shouldn't just be like, oh, here's an arbitrary wage that's just set globally societally, and then definitely does not represent the actual value that you're adding, and then we just skim money off you, and then it doesn't even go towards the business, it just goes to shareholders who aren't even doing anything. How is that even, like, why is that just accepted? It's insane. The invisible hand knows better. Well, Skywell, the weird thing with that is that it's not an invisible hand, is it? So in theory, there are aspects to capitalism which are great, like there are self-organising things, and if you've got competition, that's fantastic. But the invisible hand invariably is other capitalist interests that are manipulating the market using their position of absolute power to force the market in various directions. So it might as well just be a government. It doesn't make any difference if it's a government or if it's large businesses that own most of the business corporate environment. Don't make any difference. They're both other people that are non-democratic. Well, one is arguably democratic, but they're both controlling the market. It's not a free market in either scenario. The labour value theory. What's that? Yeah, I think co-ops seem. Co-ops seem to be more sensible. Seem to make more sense. I think people would work harder as well if you know that you're going to get a fair amount of pay based off the work that you do. Oh, the true giant fish, there's been loads of opportunities where I could have made quite a lot of money from what would be insider trading. I mean, it wouldn't, legally, it wouldn't be, but I would class it as insider trading. But it would be totally legal. Like, you get that in any business. If you're around a lot of businesses and you know what's going on with the various businesses, you would know what you could invest or short. Like, whereas if you're not around those businesses, which is most people that are working 9-to-5 jobs, they're not around many businesses to know what's going on behind the scenes of certain businesses. They wouldn't know that to short it or not. Labour theory of value equals the value of a product based on how much energy and how much time it takes to make something. Oh yeah, okay. I'll be back in a second, guys. Just gonna grab some porridge. going. 8 commercials. Thanks for watching them. You can become a member to not get commercialised. The commercials pay my bills, so appreciate it. That's how I that's how I get food, is by people watching commercials. So pays for my non-alcoholic beer. Get some supplies. G-Hammer's gone. Fair play. Oh, right. Let's do some laps here. We need to not have so many wheel rims behind us. It's too many. I need like a wheel rim wall holder. How do you what do you do for that? Just hooks maybe. Ideally like quick releases, but like you need the hook to come out pretty far, I guess, unless you put it back to front. Has anyone mounted wheel rims to a wall? Guess you could have something that held onto the quick release bit. A stand? But I need to have like loads of them on the wall. Might as well just decorate the whole basement with wheel rims. I've got hundreds of them. It's like a wheel rim bloody... wheel rim bonanza. Okay. I only really normally use the Formula wheel rim. Like a round rim and a Formula rim, and I'm done. Some people buy loads of Formula rims, I'm not quite sure why. What's the current Moser wheel rim situation? For the ES wheel for £70. Oh, it's just the width. It's just the rim, no buttons. There you go, £125 for their cheapest wheel rim. Pretty good. How much is the Fanatec one? Fanatec wheel rims. Oh, the CSL steering wheel's £102. That's good. £171 for the with their plastic button box. $200 for a wheel rim with their. I mean, it's not the nicest feeling shifters, but it works. Hello, Turn 1 Meatball. Who else makes... Does Simmagic do wheel rims? Simmagic. $490, $370. The Simmagic wheels are quite expensive. I think Moser's got the cheapest wheel rims. Assetto actually. What's the cheapest one they've got? Forte Formula 500. 293. Is La Prima their cheapest one? Bottom box, I think it is. So 3, it's gonna be like £400. Moser are doing the best value wheel rims at the moment. Who else does wheel rims? No, nobody else does cheap wheels. Yeah, so if your goal was, if you wanted to get as cheap as possible good wheelbase with multiple wheel rims that are good quality, as cheap as possible, I think Moser's probably still the best option. Then, to be honest, I'd probably go for Assetto next, and then the Assetto button boxes don't look good, but they feel really good. Like the quality of them is really nice. Simagic's quite expensive. Their wheel rims. Hang on, what's that? Neo GT, Simmagic Neo GT. How much is that? That's still £352. The Moser is £270 for their equivalent. I mean, yeah, it might have clutches and stuff, but it's still GT Neo. Oh, 278 from AliExpress. Alright, here we go. Race anywhere, have it. £300. No, £245. Why is it £245? Is that before tax or? Oh, for £245, that's good. That's the price. Okay, let's say it's £300. The price seems to be all over the place. That's a GT rim. It's got clutches. Okay, so for 300. How much is the Moser one? 270. That's the same price. Okay, fair enough. So you could. What's the GTS wheel? Simmagic GTS. 350. Thanks for following. The GTS wheel is, I know, 420. So the GTS is, yeah. The Moser still works out cheaper. Other than that, GT3 wheel. So I'd still hand it to Moser, but yeah, the Simmagic GT3 is a good price. I think they use the same quick release on the Simmagic and the Moser. Same design. Cheers, everyone. Yeah, the Moser KS wheel, this one. It's really good. I mean, it's a bit. I think it's too heavy. I mean, if you like heavy wheels, it's great. But the problem is because it's heavy, it is good, and the heavy wheel rim does add a sort of bit of damping and solidity to the force feedback that can make the cars feel more like real cars in a sense. Because you end up with like physical inertia from the wheel, but then if you've got a weaker wheelbase, it's not a good thing. If you've got a strong wheelbase, it's fine. But this feels really nice. The actual wheel rim material, and I think I've done about 400 hours of driving with this, and it still looks brand new. The shifters feel good on it as well. So, is this a KS? I think. Oh no, the RS. But I think the KS is the cheaper one. It'd be quite interesting to try their cheaper one. Also, Moser have that Euro Truck Sim wheel, which I think is quite interesting for a lot of people. The type of people buying Mosers and stuff would probably be the type of people that play Truck Sim. Okay, you have to share me those videos later. Top 5 videos of the week. Hang on, when's the next one of these? Yeah, at least there are quite a few options now though, which is good. Oh, we can do this next one. Yeah, for a long period in time, you would look at DDs and you'd be like, oh, I can get the DD for £800, and then you'd be like, oh. But a quick release, oh, that's £100. Oh, button box, oh, that's £300. Oh, wheel rim, oh, that's £200. And by the time you added it all together, you're like up to like £1,500, £2,000. Didn't really matter what you bought. Woo! Let's do the poll here. Hello, LFSMMX. How's it going, man? Nice. What a ham. What shall I get for food tomorrow? Maybe I'll have pasta, vegetable pasta. Yeah, it's a proper steak, isn't it? Steak on the bone. Or it's an elephant. Or it's like a brake caliper. There we go. What does road sensitivity do on the Moser? The road sensitivity ranges from 0 to 10. The greater the value, the stronger the road feel. The smaller the value, the softer the road feel. Oh, it just edits the force feedback equalizer. It has this maximum wheel speed option in the software, but it goes above 100%. But I don't know what that means. Like, how can it go above 100%? Well, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I just don't know. I have everything pretty much on default. You use 40, so you're using it as a damper though, presumably. Well, you can't have a like normally if you have a percent, but you can go over 100. In relation to like power of stuff, it means that your 100 is the designed range, and then you're overclocking or something. Well, the thing is, you might want the wheel acceleration to be very quick. It doesn't mean that you're letting it do a full range. So normally you'd want the rotation of the wheel to be as fast as possible. Even if you're not drifting, you'd want the wheel to correct as quickly as possible. Like, just to stay in line with what the wheels in the sim are doing, basically. Like, it should always... the wheel rotation should be limited by the physics of the vehicle in the game. Yeah. Well, the software should be limiting the wheel rotation so that the car will rotate the wheel. The software will be outputting a position, and a car will only do that with what it can do. So, as a result, the hardware might as well be as fast as possible.
Car 55, just set the fastest lap, 25.716.
Unless, I guess you could use it. So if you prefer weaker force feedback, you could limit the wheel rotation speed. Or increase it with weaker force feedback. I don't know.
Car 8, just set the fastest lap, 23.645.
I don't know. I can't really... It's weird the settings are so arbitrary. Like the settings that you'd really want are missing. Which is telemetry driven force feedback stuff like IR-FFB type options should be built into the software for the wheels. That would be a really big selling point. That's one of the reasons why the AccuForce wheel is so good, but the sim companies... A, they don't seem to care, the wheel manufacturers, but B, it's a bit of a pain to update the software support every time a new sim comes out or when new games are updated. But you'd think you'd have like an advanced... They've done stuff like True Force and Full Force, which are totally pointless, which have had to pay to license into the games. So, that's just to do with Gran Turismo. Oh, it's so stupid. And then Gran Turismo has broken force feedback. Oh, it's so dumb, guys. It's so ridiculous. Simracing. It's like no one sat down and gone, hang on a minute. Why? Like, why? It's so weird. It's like no one's gone, hang on a minute. Why? Why are we doing this? For what reason are we doing these things? Oh well. It is what it is. What you up to, Euclid?
Slow car on the right. Car stop on the right.
Meal prep. Prep those meals. I could do with doing that. I can never decide what to make. I think I might make some curries. To be honest. I haven't had curry for ages. That's a good idea. Maybe make a good mix of curries and then freeze a whole bunch of them. Genius. And then I can use my rice maker again. Yes. Get in there. Rice life. I haven't had rice for ages. I seem to go through like months where I eat rice every single day. And then long periods of time where I don't have any rice at all. Oh. Sorry.
Left side, clear on the left.
Oh, sorry. Not sure what happened there. That was weird. Look at this. My car... I went wide and then my car turned... Why was my car so unhinged from the curbing? Oh, it's because of the suspension. Bonk. Good takedown. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of Korean curry. I really like what's it called? Kimchi, which is nice. Just kimchi just directly translate to cabbage. Fermented cabbage. Maybe chi means fermented and kim means cabbage.
Donut.
Ah, no, Tom Bland. Tom Bland. Bland in your face. bland battles. Blandinho.
Car right, clear. Car on your left.
Blandana.
Clear.
The bland and the bold and the bland. Oh man, it does not. But you do have to dab the brake into that.
Car stop on the left.
Do you guys think which is harder, the F4 or the Super Formula? The Super Formula is mega grippy.
You got a slow car on the left. Left side. Clear on the left.
Lol.
We'll sit on this time.
Ah, grass.
No.
Slidey grass.
I think you're underestimating me, mate.
Shut up, kid.
You tell him, mate.
Don't you talk to Jensen like that?
Not you, mate, not you.
The 12-year-olds. The iRacing toddlers. It's good to keep them off the streets, though.
You as well.
It's good that they're playing iRacing instead of getting involved in knife crime. You know. All the cool kids these days are stabbing each other. There's nothing else to do in London.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. I lost the way a little bit.
Slow car on the right. Go left. You got a slow car on the left.
It's fourth gear through there. Tyres are cold at the moment. Fourth gear through here. I think it's fourth gear through this corner as well. Is it third through this corner? No.
Car on your left. Clear.
Third through these. Oh, it's definitely fifth through there. There you go. Fourth through that, straighten it up and fly over it. Hello Frank Zappa, how's it going? Oh yeah, it's got to be third through that. Because I'm trundling.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
No, I don't ever talk about time models. Oh, counter debate. It's your fault.
Right side.
Just let him go through.
Clear. Just set your fastest lap.
I need to try. I've not tried WRC and VR yet. We only just finished tidying up today.
Right side. Clear.
But yeah, need to give WRC a go. Does it still stutter randomly? Did they fix that? Did they compile all the shaders? I felt like it needed like a year of development. Check standings. What standings? I'm just practicing here. It's not a race. Yeah, it's better it being. It was a bit of a mess.
Car on your left. Keep to the right.
What about blurriness though?
Keep to the right. Stay on the right. Clear.
Where's the standings? Ah, Mr. Gilbert. Gil bashing his way forwards. Mr. Gilbert, do you have a setup for the open race? Given that you've got maximum pace in the practice, in the fixed. Yeah, Unreal Engine is horrendous for blurriness. I was playing. What was it playing? Oh, yeah, that Grey Zone, which I refunded after an hour because it didn't run well. Bloody Armory Forger looks like 1 billion times sharper. I don't understand that Grey Zone game. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like the player movement, the lag. I mean, forget what you actually do in the game. It was just so horrendously laggy and just looks dull. It's just, oh my goodness.
Why is your car flying?
Yeah, temporal AA is a disaster. So is DL AA and all that stuff. You just need proper MS AA. Deferred renderers are the bane of sharp graphics. Everything needs to be a forward renderer. All the good games use forward renderers. Let's be honest.
Keep to the left.
You really can't. You really can't drive a slightly wider line and then turn to like scrub off speed. iRacing's singular way of driving. See, if this was AMS1 or AC, if you feel like your car is going too wide here, right? You feel like you're gonna run off a bit too wide because you're going in too hot. You just turn more. Because when you turn more, that's a form of braking. You're adding, you know, there's loads of downforce. It'll be slowing you down, but just not in this. There's that new contractors. There's that contractors game, Battle Royale in VR. Just came out actually on Steam like 2 days ago. I need to give that a go. No, Contractors. It's called Contractors. It's a VR game. Yeah. I think Unreal Engine's just... I think it's good for casual games and arcadey stuff and like... you know, like platformers, room-based FPSs. It's good for quick iterative design on more simple arcade games. But when you try and do like flight sims or large environments and you don't know what you're doing, like Hell Let Loose and things, like if the developer tries to make a photoreal game with huge environments, it's always a disaster. PUBG's not too bad because they kept the details and they optimized it quite well. But yeah. Unreal Engine's been really bad. I used to be a massive Unreal fanboy. Unreal 1, Unreal 2, Unreal Tournament. I really love them, and I think those were really good game engines as well. So was the Cry Team, the Serious Sam game engine. Don't know if they use that in anything else. The Serious engine was really good. Actually, I did some made some levels for it. It's only ever been used in Serious Sam and Talos Principle. It's a good engine though. Summoner, yeah. Well, that whole thing of getting terrain and then using doing parallax from textures and things, it's just too much noise. It's not a good. It's not good for gameplay.
Roberto kill you as well?
Unreal 5 has a lot of issues as well.
Yeah, he did, mate.
Because
what's he doing?
What happens is developers go, oh, we might as well put loads of trees in the game and all these objects to, you know, for Unreal 5. Oh, Unreal 5 does better shadows and better stuff. So they cram it with so much stuff that, yeah, it looks great in videos and screenshots, but you end up with something that runs worse. Whereas if you tried to make a game that looked as good as Unreal 4, but in Unreal 5, you'd end up with something that ran a lot better. You know, developers generally that use Unreal end up using all the latest features because they're like, well, why not? They're theirs, and they're what, you know, all these animations, all these objects. Oh, it looks so good. You know, it'd be silly not to use them. And the artists are like, oh, you know, all the artists have learned how to use all the tools, and so they want to use all the tools because, you know, that's when they're into map making and all that kind of stuff. So they want to use all the new features and make it look as nice as possible. Yeah, I can't show links for people. Like Serious Sam, let's have a look at Serious Sam 2. Like, I think if you just have really nice clean textures, things can look really good. Serious Sam 2. It had lots of grass. Let's see if I can find a YouTube video. Yeah, that's what always happens. Right, here you go. Serious Sam 2. Oh, what's going on here? Right, this looks nice. Right, I mean, this is the console version, I think, as well. Oh, there you go. We watch the actual gameplay at 2 minutes. That's fine. That'll be running at like 500 FPS. I mean, even Crysis now. Right. Yeah, look at this. Oh no, what game is this? Stalker 2. Stalker 2 out. Oh, going to the race. Oh no, top 20 list is a good way of making money on YouTube. Hello, newbie. Right, yeah, here we go. Crisis looks fine. And that's from 2007. And that Crisis would run now at like 200-300 FPS. Yeah, 177 FPS on a that's on a 4090, but but still. I mean, you can play Crisis on the Nintendo Switch, so. Yeah, it's to do a lot of performance is to do with optimization, or like if a game uses the GPU. So a lot of driving sims are sort of single thread, limited, and CPU heavy. So buying like an AMD 3D chip, of chips that have a lot of good single thread performance, or lots of L1 and L2 cache, have a really big advantage for like flight sims and driving sims. CS2 actually looks really quite nice and runs very well. Yeah, the LOD stuff's a bit weird in iRacing. It doesn't necessarily get that much more performance. I don't mind how iRacing looks myself. I'm more concerned with the physics. Yeah, the worst thing is once you play I can't play games at under 120 FPS now. It feels so weird. I'm worried that if I buy like a gaming monitor that does 140, that I'll just find it impossible to go back. Yes, playing driving sims in 2D after you've done VR is just really anticlimactic. Hello, Minias. Screens are a functional way to play driving sims. are good for live streaming, but
Green flag, green flag.
yeah, I'm not quite sure why.
Okay, here comes your first time black.
If you weren't a YouTuber, I don't know why you wouldn't just play in VR, really. Like, fair enough if you happen to get motion sick, but generally speaking, it always seemed a bit strange to me that you get quite a few people now, even now, building monstrous triple screen setups. It's like, why? Just, if you're an esports person, just get an ultra wide gaming monitor. If you're driving for the, for the immersion, get a VR headset. Maybe if you just have a general gaming PC, then I can see having triple screen, like your desk or something. People that aren't on a budget, if you're on it for like, with a Quest 3, pretty comfortable for like 2 hours. Most people don't sim race for more than 2 hours a day. So unless you're like an esports driver or something. Yeah, I know, but I don't. I just use. I just use one of the screens. Triple screen is totally pointless, especially in stuff like iRacing. Unless you did oval, I guess. But because you can't trust the netcode to drive close to people, and you can't trust other people to drive sensibly, so triple screen just lures you into feeling like you can race when you can't. Then all the other sims, you might as well just use, you've got like car radar. Like they're fine. Like, you can enjoy using triple screens. It's just more convenient using a single screen at 4K with higher refresh rates and stuff. My stomach's hurting. Don't know what I've done. No, there's no point doing that, Simon, because then you have to do weird Windows stuff. My stomach's killing me. Revenge of the stomach. Oh, I'm dying. Ultra wide's easier than triples. Oh, my stomach has just decided to murder me. Death of Gamer Muscle live. Bloody hell. That well hurts. I think it's going away. Don't know what that's about. No, it's high up in my stomach. Well, weird. It's iRacing, yeah. Yeah, some weird stomach cramp. It's alright, it's going away now. Bloody hurt. I think it's getting better. That's like having a sweat pain, that. Jesus Christ. That was like a 6 out of 10 on the pain scale. Right. Let's go. It feels better now. That was like adrenaline rush pain. Levels of pain when you get an adrenaline rush when it stops. Bloody hell. What on earth? Oh, I hope that doesn't happen again.
The estimated strength of field is 4,268.
You'll have the air fryer, yeah. Oh, here we go.
Tight field today. Look for opportunities.
Not again. I'm always getting pregnant. Oh, we're last. Didn't qualify very well. Yeah, diverticulitis. There we go. What happened in quali? I don't know. I don't even know what time we did. Does it say? No.
Half the field is on the grid.
I'm still learning. I haven't driven this car for ages. It's going to be a big wreck anyway, so it's fine. I ate the plastic. That's what it is.
5 cars left to grid. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
Because when I drank my tea, I don't know. Probably tea poisoning. Not quite last. There'll be a big pile up and then we'll crash into them. It's all good.
No.
Green.
I don't know how to start in this car. Yeah, it's alright. I'm not optimistic that we'll finish this race.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Why is Tom Bland at the back? What's he doing? Absolute blandage. We'll get wrecked by Tom Bland. It'll be typical F4. Typical Tom. The Blandageddon.
Go right.
There, there goes Tom. There he is.
Stupid slowdowns.
Blandigeddon. Oh, so stupid. He went flying. Well, that's what you expect when you see the Bland. I mean, what an earth. Every race with Tom, he's doing some kind of backflip in his car. He doesn't know anything else. Oh, the good replay.
I'm just trying to stay on the track, mate.
That's a bit unhelpful. Push for that.
Copy that. I'll push Margarita.
Oh no, we have toddlers in here again.
push.
The iRacing daycare.
How? Who is in front of you, by the way, bro? Tell that guy to like, just go.
Is he drunk?
Car right. Still there, hold your line. Still there. Clear. Car on your left.
Went a little bit deep into that. I may have missed the brake point a touch.
The car in T5 just set the fastest lap. 20.55.
Oh, car in the wall.
That's the report, mate.
Why do kids talk so much? It's weird, isn't it? Like, you notice it when you're playing in VR, they'll be like 10-year-olds super excited, just chatting a lot. I don't know why do younger people tend to talk more? It's not been punched in the pub. No, it's just it's interesting. It's probably a developmental thing. That it's good.
Bro, no, we need to go, man.
It's
The car in T.
Yeah, I agree. This is a bit stupid.
maybe like
Sorry, mate.
when you're younger, you're learning conversation and stuff, so you're maybe testing things, what have you. Yeah, I mean, live streaming, you're talking for the sake of a live stream. That's a different context. They're trying to communicate. Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Alright, can I go past since you're out?
I think as people get older, they realise that talking to people is pointless. They give up. Young people are optimistic that communication is effective. And as you get older, you're like, Why bother? Young people have yet to learn, yeah. Young people have yet to learn the futility of communication. It's not really an iRacing. It's, if you play VR, it's insane. There'll be like 8-year-olds running around screaming constantly about everything. They're excited about everything. It's crazy.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, Al. Let's go, man.
The car in P3. Just
Come on, man, get out the way, please.
20.23. Car 4 is up the front.
Yeah, Call of Duty is insane. Some of the videos of like young kids on the is it Last of Us or what's that game? The one where you have the aliens or the space people and you have to Among Us.
Push him, push him.
The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 1.1 seconds.
Please don't fight it, man. I don't want to lose more time. Thank you. Sorry, I got pushed into you.
22.27. New fastest lap for you.
Sorry, Xavier.
I'll agree to push.
Most of what people say in a race is stuff that doesn't need to be said at all.
Xavier, we need to rip hard.
Like,
because they're just going to push.
basically,
The leader's pitting now.
you either qualify fast and you've got pace, or in the race, you either, like, yeah, you don't need to talk to the other drivers at all. You're either, they're doing what they're doing and you're doing what you're doing.
Right side.
Just let him go through. This guy's quite a bit faster than us. So yeah, you don't need to. You don't need to say to people. I mean, if someone's blue flag and you say, "Oh, can you let me through?" because they're blue flag, that makes sense. But if you're like an F4 bandit, you're just doing thousands of races anyway, so it doesn't matter. A lot of them are on alt accounts, so surely you'd just be racing. It just doesn't make any sense. Surely being blocked by a car or like racing people is more fun. But then you're driving F4 where there's a lot of drafting and there's not really much you can do. So it just doesn't make sense. It's like, if you get really good at it, then go to Super Formula Lights or then go to Super Formula. Because the whole thing of F4 is just, you're going to be stuck behind cars. So, yeah, it's really weird. It's very strange, the whole F4 thing. I don't get why bandits are in F4 so much. Like, I would have thought you would. If you're really good to the point where you're in the top split and you're basically finishing in the top, like, you're repeatedly finishing in the top 5, I would go, right, I should probably go to a more challenging series like Super Formula or something, you know. so you can refine your skills even more, or do something. The GT3 is more competitive in some ways, so maybe do that if you're keen on iRacing. I guess there's the F4 esports thing, so maybe it's all practice for that. Yeah, they're not. It's just like a social thing, I think, for them as well. It's like, oh, we're in a game together, and then also it's an ego thing. So like, there's quite a few people in sim racing that just like beating other people, and so even though they find it's not a challenge, they like the ego thing of beating other drivers.
Car on your left.
So it just helps build ego, if that makes sense. It's like, oh, we're at the front of all these other people, and which, you know, when you're younger, that's a fun thing. I mean, it's fun to beat. Why is he bump drafting me? It's fun to beat people in anything, but do you know what I mean? I think it gets to a point where it's a bit tedious if you're winning without it being a challenge. Why is Danilo bump drafting me? Doesn't make any sense. These cars are not good for bump drafting. Yeah, well, that is that as well, which is technically a bannable offence in iRacing, but iRacing don't moderate their server at all. Oh, he's driven into me again. Think he can go for another one? No, we're doing AC. Yeah, I might install the update after this. Might install. Oh, maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Install shader patch update. Yeah, iRacing does nothing to moderate it. I think from iRacing's perspective, they're like, oh, at least it keeps them in F4. And then also iRacing is probably thinking, oh, there may be future Formula 1 drivers, and that's fantastic promotion. So this is what, like with the Smurf accounts, iRacing knows that it's a big appeal to iRacing is, oh, I'm racing with this Formula 1 driver, even though you're not racing with them because they're probably driving away from you, so you're not actually driving against them. But they know that that's a big marketing draw, so and they also make extra money out of alt accounts. Not much, but you know, if it gets those people on it more, you know. Business, eh? So it's quite funny because the Smurf account absolutely breaks Elo systems. Completely breaks it. Like you can't have a Smurf account with an Elo system. Because it means that people are racing at the wrong rank, and therefore other people are not gaining rating when they should, or they're losing rating when they shouldn't. Do you know what I mean?
That was your fastest lap of the session.
It's surprising what iRacing can get away with due to the lack of competition and just because it's a sim. There's this really weird thing that we were talking about this when we were playing like Grey Zone, or when you play Flashpoint and Armour and those kind of games. When a developer says it's a sim, when you have stuff that's objectively a bit shitty, players will go, oh, Desktop Wax, thanks for following. Players will be like, oh, it's a sim, so that's why it's cumbersome to use. Oh, it's a sim. You've never fired a real gun. You've never never done the real thing, so you can't say if it's good or bad.
On the left.
It's like this sim excuse, the sim delusion. Oh yeah, Flight Sim has really bad control bindings because it's a sim, you know. It needs to be complex. Because real life is complicated. EA would send me access if I asked for it, but don't. I'll buy it and then do unbiased review. Yeah, EA do often send me, well, offer to send me stuff. Well, I've done in the past. I'm just not interested. Often when you sign, if you're gonna get early, access to certain games with certain publishers, they make you sign stuff, and also you're heavily incentivized not to be critical. So I don't tend to do that. It'll be interesting to try it. I'll buy it and give it a go, but I'm not too optimistic. This guy's towing me along nicely. Punish those Smurfs. Yeah, that's good. Like, I think VR, even with a driving game that's not very good, VR makes stuff so immersive. It can make pretty bad games really quite compelling. You know, it's like having the best possible graphics. I just think it's difficult with driving games when if you played Automobilista 1 like 15 years ago and AC 1 10 years ago, it's a little bit weird that 10 years later you've got games that are worse. Like, do you know what I mean? It's just a bit weird, isn't it? Like, what other games come out that are worse than, like, the core mechanics are worse than stuff 10 years older? It's just a bit strange, and it's a bit strange for people to not mention it much. Yeah, I've got a force feedback joystick. Yeah, well, I mean, Battlefield is a good example. Those games have gotten worse. But, you know, these cars are probably going to crash in front, and then we'll get a place if we're lucky. But yeah, people should mention it when games have gotten worse, but they don't seem to with driving games.
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 1.4 seconds. Car stop on the left.
Oh, here we go. We need like another lap.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Right, let's...
Okay, we'll get them next time.
I don't have enough pace. You have to be faster. Ow, cramping everything. What? Why am I getting cramp in everything today? Feet cramp, stomach cramp. Bloody hell. Full body cramp day. I've had 2 bananas. happened to the Bland here? Tom Blanded. Oh, what happened here? Not enough salt. I muted the in-game audio. Ah, it's so stupid. So stupid. The overreaction from the car in front. This guy just is not aware at all. He's just stayed on the throttle through here as well. Instead of braking and lifting, he just turns right into Tom. So stupid. I mean, yeah, Tom should know that he needs to drive on the grass. Tom needs to go all the way over here. There's a big bump there though, so you can't drive on this bit, otherwise it launches your car. Lol. Bland. This is the Tom Bland screenshot. Blandageddon. That's where you expect to see Tom. Nothing's changed. I have like a month away from iRacing. Nothing has changed. Nothing at all has changed. iRacing. It's been the same for 15 years. It's like a time machine. They've done a really good job of capturing 2008 sim racing. So we should appreciate it. It's a museum of vintage tyre models and netcode. It's this is like one of those George Stephenson steam engines, but it's a sim racing equivalent. So we should be really. It's really good that iRacing has preserved outdated physics. Good job to Cody's as well. Well, we might complete iRacing. We need to get faster though on this track. We're on what am I on? 4,000 I think. 4,075. A license though on the Formula, which is weird because we haven't really tried to drive clean. What's on the road side? Let's have a look here. Road. Sports car. Oh man, Ferrari's at Long Beach. TCR's at Laguna Seca. Porsche Cup. Dear God. Oh, MX-5's at Alton Park. 8 laps. What's the GT3 on? Oh, Red Bull Ring. That'll be terrible. Oh, MX5 on the Nordschleifer. Alright, let's try this. This is the worst car in iRacing. Try the practice. There we go, guys. You ready? Ready for premium driving? Every time I drive this car, I always question how on earth. This car makes me wonder. Like every time I drive it, it always surprises me how bad it is. Like my mind always doesn't realise how bad it is. Like I forget how bad it is. And I can never preemptively prepare myself for how bad this car is to drive. That's the genius of this vehicle. Well, it's always worse than I'm even thinking it could be. Which is ironic because it's the best. It's one of the best cars in AC and other sims. I guarantee you, a real Porsche just doesn't do that. Like, you would just counter steer. There's no way. What is going on with my wheel? Like, no way. You would just counter steer. That's just from slightly too much throttle. It's just slightly too much throttle. So I'm counter steering immediately, but it's stuck over the limit. This would just not happen to this degree. It's insane. No car in any other sim, no car in any other sim would behave like this. Can you imagine if imagine if someone got this car in real life and they're just driving up the hill at Bathurst and they're just coming out of a corner. They immediately counter steer as well. And it just grip off. Don't matter. It doesn't matter. This would just be a totally blasé situation to counter steer in a car. This would just be like, oh yeah, just counter steer. It's ridiculous. It's actually insane. Simon, no, you don't know what you're talking about. So first of all, cold tyres irrelevant. Cold tyres still are actually quite controllable. Yeah. Cold tyres just mean zero grip. What are you basing what you say, Simon? I'm sorry, you're just wrong. Yeah, you don't. I'm sorry. So what you've done is you've read or heard about or seen that cold tyres have low grip. They do. Yeah. Later. And then I don't know how if someone's like drives Porsche Cup, and you like say you're a real world Porsche Cup driver, and you go, oh yeah, that's what would happen. How would you then explain why that doesn't happen at all in R Factor 2, in ACC, in Assetto Corsa 1, in Automobilista 1? Why would it just be iRacing that the car just doesn't respond to counter steer? Do you know what I mean? Like, so what? it's shoehorning what occurs into it. It's preemptively, you have to shoehorn what's happened in the game to then match up with the occasional situation that happens in reality to maintain the sim delusion. Yeah, that's true, Shumi. Don't they have tyre blankets on this as well? Well, I think what happens is a lot you memorise, so people confuse memorising what you can and can't do with a specific simulator. And then if someone spins in a way that's against the memorised what you can and can't do because they haven't memorised it yet, then the person that's memorised it goes, oh yeah, it's because it's cold tyres and you overdrove it. It's like, well yeah, obviously it's cold tyres and they overdrove it in the context of the simulator, sure, but that's separate to what someone's expectations should realistically be with a simulated car, right? Let these guys get past. It's just funny because these types of cars are like the best cars to drive in other sims and absolutely the worst cars to drive in iRacing. I'd imagine in real life these would be absolutely superb as well. Like brutal, but I think really amazing because they get straight onto the tyres, which is that's why they're so bad in iRacing, but why they're so good in real life. Because there's no, in reality, and in sims with good tyre models, there's no fannying about waiting for the tyres to load up and get to the limit. You'd be like straight on it, which is why Porsches are so like revered. No, so you can't fix tyre model with car setup. Yeah, the cold tyres meme in sim racing, it's like, I don't know what it's born, well I do know what it's born from, but in reality, even absolute brand new slicks, which are like worst cold brand new slicks on a track that's not being used much, sort of like somewhat, like it's not wet, but like borderline worst dry conditions, a car still drives predictably. It's lower grip, but it's still like catchable. It doesn't just completely turn off. Like, there's this thing in Sims where the cold tyre behaviour, even in good Sims, the cold tyre behaviour is like really exaggerated. And then the thing is, sim racers have watched seen commentary or understand that cold tyres have less grip. So when they get absolutely abused by a sim having cold tyres, instead of them going, oh, hang on, maybe that seems a little bit over the top, they go, oh, wow, that's a really realistic sim because the tyres were cold, so I have to be really careful. It's like, yeah. It's all about, like, a preconceived notion, and then anything the sim does is gospel. It's a really... People do it with all sims. It's not just driving sims. People do it with flight sims and... you know, anything that's a simulator, armour, doesn't matter. They take stuff that's shit in the game and then go, oh, it's a simulator, so it's actually really good. It's really good that this is annoying. Oh, this inventory system where you can't pick stuff up, that's really good. Or this way of being able to bend over that's really like slow acceleration on the character movement and everything, that's just like real life. It's really good. It's like, no, it's cumbersome and unrealistic. No, in real life you're leaning and crouching and you can do this. It's like, yeah, but in real life you just move your legs. You don't have to push like 5 keys. It's this really strange thing that people do with all sims. Walk with Rick. It's about £350 a year to play iRacing. Trespasser, yeah. Oh, you can move the arm and the wrist just like a real wrist. Wow, it's a simulator. That's so real. It's like, no, that's if you've got basic training with a weapon or using your hands, you don't have to concentrate on which angle you're moving your wrist. So yeah, okay, it is more realistic in a sense, the dexterity, but the end result is less realistic. The sim racers, sim fans, really, and PC gamers massively fail with understanding that concept. Crunks, yeah, it should. So, every real car I've been in, which is not many, but every single one, the sensation is one of the car is wanting you to aggressively push it. Not one of, dear God, let's tone things down, otherwise we're going to crash. You know? In a real car, the likelihood is that you will underdrive it rather than overdriving it. Like you'll naturally, inherently, probably be underdriving, and it will require you to push it harder and like give it more welly and turn and drive more aggressively. Most people driving in real life that are inexperienced underdrive massively. A few people overdrive, but like generally speaking, people don't get the most out of the tyres. They don't push into understeer. They don't push into oversteer. They underdrive because you actually have to put a bit of effort into overdriving. Like you really have to push the car a bit. But in Sims, it's like So in iRacing, it's like, oh, you tried to drive on the limit a fraction in a car that you've not memorised what you can and can't do. Well, off you go into the wall. AMS1 is not like that. AC's not like that. Race Room's not like that. LMU's not too bad. iRacing is really, really unforgiving. Because as soon as you go over the limit, the tyres get stuck over the limit. Like, I give it a bit too much throttle there, and it's stuck. So at this point here, it's gone straight away because you're on too much throttle for the amount of turning. And I guarantee it's because probably one of the tyres has gone over the limit. Yeah, yeah, you can save it by pushing the brake and the accelerator at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, you see the rear right has gone over. Kind of half caught it by riding the brake and the accelerator partially. Yeah, this car should be one of the best cars in iRacing. In, as I say, in every other sim, Porsches are generally really, really good for drivers' cars, and Porsche Cups and stuff are particularly good because they just require you to always dance the steering with the, you know, you constantly go in between brake, accelerator, steering, and balancing it really precisely to get the most out of it. So even though it's quite a slow car, it's really rewarding. Super rewarding car in other sims. And in iRacing, I think it's like it wants to be driven like a Formula car. You know, the whole brake in a straight line, the whole the iRacing singular way of driving. Brake, fixed degree of rotation, use the brake to turn the car through the corner, come off the brake smoothly, get on the throttle. That singular way of driving. Yeah, iRacing is the only active sim, so I mean, how does a bump like that push the car over the limit entirely? Right. This is the fixed setup, so... It's the curbing, but surely you would just counter steer that. Like that initial bump. Why? Like, so this pushes the rear left over the limit when I've gone over the bump here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this would be mental to do in real life. Don't get me wrong, but as soon as that's happened, it's off. The car's off. Like the tyre's off. It's not responding to anything. This setup seems to have a lot of suspension travel. We've trampolined over that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure if you hit that bit of curbing at speed, it'd probably be insane. But you know it's gone at this amount of angle here, at this point here, it's gone. No, yeah, it's the weight. No, Christopher Allwood. Yeah, that's just the car rotating. It's the tyres turning off. So, what you've just written, you could say about every situation. Like you could say, it's the weight distribution that kicked it off. Well, you could say that for every single thing that ever happens in a car. Like you could say that for everything. The point is, like, yeah, weight distribution causes everything with the weight of a car. So yeah, this is so horrendously bad. I'm not even going to touch it. Yeah, every time you spin in any kind, any sim, you go, oh, it's weight distribution. It's like, well, yeah, it's one of the components of physics. No, it's not inertia. They don't do it like that. It's the tyres. Tyres go over the limit, they're gone. The grip doesn't come back, regardless of what you do on the steering wheel. So, I actually think iRacing have really good values in for the cars, like suspension, all the other stuff. I think they actually do a really good job on that. But the problem is, all of that stuff is predicated on the tyre model and the tyre physics. If your tyre model if you can't go over the limit and bring the tyres back from the limit, nothing else of the car's going to work properly as soon as you go over the limit. As long as you're under the limit, everything's fine. The moment you go over the limit, everything breaks. Crunk, they're controllable. Yeah, they will be less grippy for the next corner or two. But you can still go really over the limit on slick tyres. On real slick tyres, you can massively overdrive them, and they still operate like tyres. You can even lock a slick tyre up, trail it for like 5 meters, leaving a skid mark, and as soon as you come off, it will operate generally like a normal tyre, but with huge flat spotted it. So it's so mental with iRacing. I know I keep going on about it, but this is like one of the most ridiculous things. Well, yeah, exactly. Imagine if motorbikes had iRacing's tyre model. The moment that you did any kind of slide left or right or locked the rear, you would just fall off the bike because the tyre wouldn't be able to purchase the road anymore. Like bikes. If bikes had iRacing physics, they couldn't exist. Like they couldn't exist. That's how absurd it is. That is actually a really good example of how completely mental iRacing's physics are. And yet, iRacers will deadpan sit there. iRacing streamers will go, oh yeah, the other sims like bloody what's his face? Australian guy, really good streamer. Bloody, what's his face? Daniel Gray, really, I like him. But he will sit there, deadpan, and he will say, iRacing's, it's less broken than other sims. So, yeah, if you drive under the limit. I know how many times, but it's so mental. I can't think of something as mental as this. It's impossible not to mention it every time. It's like, it'd be like everyone's sat in a it's like someone at Pompeii. Now, I don't have any beef with him, but I really like him. He's a really good streamer. It's like Pompeii. I bet you there was loads of people going, guys, we're building this on a volcano here, and guys, this volcano really looks like it's going to erupt.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Cherry goes,
Take my bald energy.
Thank you very much. They're like, for sure, this volcano really is not a safe place to build a city. I don't think it's a good idea. And then all the majority of people in Pompeii are all like, but my crops are growing. And it's like, yeah, your crops are growing now, but when the whole city is under ash, your crops aren't going to matter, are they, mate? That's what he's like. It's so unbelievable. It's insane. I can't think of something that's as like mentally obvious that people deny within gaming. Oh dear. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. The Pompeii of racing simulators. I wouldn't be out for. Road Atlanta's good fun though. Quite the analogy. And we've probably upset some Italians. We've probably upset some Pompeians. Do you want to clip that and then repost it? Gamer Muscle hates Pompeii. Controversial. Gamer Muscle compares iRacers to Pompeii residents that died in a fiery death. That's basically me. That joke and that analogy is basically me saying that iRacers deserve to die a fiery death from a pyroclastic flow? I mean, God, post it on Twitter, guys. Bait it as much as possible. Yeah, cancel this guy. Oh dear. Clip it and ship it. What a terrible person. I'll get a message. It'll be clipped, and then I'll get a message with someone going, mate, you can't joke about Pompeii. You can't make jokes about people dying in volcanoes. That's too far. Like, you can't make that comparison, because I am personally offended by Pompeii jokes. So you can't say, don't joke about that. I'm never letting this go, guys. I'm never letting this whole stupid clip Twitch thing go. Like, I'm not letting it go. It was one of the stupidest things that someone's ever done to me. So it's not going anywhere. It's going to keep being brought up. I don't hold grudges, obviously. Oh, hang on. Nürburgring combined in the LMP3. Oh dear. Baked alive almost instantly. It depends. If you were to get hit by a pyroclastic flow directly, it wouldn't be too bad. You'd probably die instantly because it's so hot. But if you were like caught in the ash afterwards, it probably would be pretty bad. A lot of people died slowly in Pompeii and then were covered in ash afterwards. So a lot of people died horrendous deaths in Pompeii, like suffocated and stuff. It's actually pretty terrible. But I mean, it was thousands of years ago. It's fine, and we get a good preserved Roman city out of it. So really, you know, horrendous death, being gassed and cooked alive, but on the positive, preserved Roman city. You know, I'm just saying, if that hadn't have happened and all those people hadn't have died horrendous deaths, we would not have such a well-preserved Roman city to understand Roman architecture, the types of baking, the all the graffiti, the structure. You know, we wouldn't have stuff preserved to that degree. So, yeah, death, pretty bad. Archaeological gold mine, though. Just saying, every now and again, a volcanic eruption killing an entire city might not always be bad, you know? If you weigh it up. If you go enough into the future, everything seems okay. Like, after a certain point, you're like, oh, Titanic, pretty funny, really. Let's make a film about it. Lol. You know, I don't know how many years it is. There'll be, at some point, they'll be like, oh, you know, you can get away with anything. Genghis Khan going around. Vikings. People now, they look at Vikings and they're like, oh, funny hats, even though they didn't wear the hats, we just made that up. Oh, rape and pillage. Oh, Vikings. Oh, TV shows, Netflix. We even have a Netflix show called Vikings. Rape and pillage. Oh, lol, they've just killed everyone and raped them and stole everything. Lol, entertaining. We love this. It's like, hang on a minute. They're murderers. But it's enough, yeah. You go back enough, it's fine. There's definitely like an ethical time period where you go, enough time has passed. So basically, you can understand why people just go on, like, just to do whatever they feel like now, because they're like, I'll kill a few thousand people there, few children, doesn't matter. 2,000 years time, people will be like, oh, do you remember that? Do you remember that casual genocide that happened? Oh, not really. Should we make a comedy about it? Oh yeah, why not? 2,000 years has passed. It's all right, you know. So that's just enough time. Enough time passes. Everything's justifiable. We'll get to a point in the future where we'll have like, this is the thing, right? Darth Vader with the Death Star. Everyone's like, oh, Death Star, terrible, blows up planets. But in the intergalactic spatial time frame of things, yeah, you blow up a planet and you kill like 1 billion people, 5 billion people, but you've made the Empire stronger. And after 4,000 or 5,000 years in the future, people will go, oh, look at that engineering marvel called the Death Star. It was capable of blowing up 5 planets at a time. Oh, but what about all the people that died? Oh, don't worry about that. The Death Star. Wow, it used this power source, and everyone will be building models of it going, oh, you know, like we do now with like trebuchets and things. We're like, oh, landmines, oh, lol. You know, so it just takes a bit of time. Just takes a bit of time and everyone's happy with anything, really. You just have to wait for, like, I don't know how many generations to pass before it's justified. People think knights were gallant. Imagine how rusty they were. I guess they probably put like oil all over their suits so they didn't get rusty. Yeah, did you enjoy that? The time. Hang on, there must be like a time to when everything is ethically justifiable. Period. Right. How long after something evil is it no longer evil? Determining when something is no longer considered evil can be quite subjective and context dependent. In ethical and moral terms, the perception of evilness might change over time due to various factors, such as how cool the Death Star was. Okay, is 500 years long enough? "500 years is certainly a considerable span of time. It's likely that perceptions and interpretation of events, actions, and individuals may change. However, whether or not 500 years is long enough, I think it is. Right, guys, how many years is long enough for something to no longer be considered evil? Or for like no one to care? I think 500 years is probably enough. Certainly 1,000. Well, how long ago was Pompeii? Yes, it's about 5 years in the UK. 1,945 years ago. Okay, so 2,000 years. Nobody would like think of Pompeii as that bad. It's a holiday destination. So 2,000 years for sure. What's a big terrible event that happened sooner than 2,000 years ago that people have forgiven? Maybe if the Romans were still around, if we were still Romans, we would be like, oh, no, that was really bad. When was the Crusades? How long ago were the Crusades? Here we go. Yeah, that's only 928 years. The First Crusade. So, yeah, it's 2,000 years. Wow, let's say Pompeii, 1,900. When was Genghis Khan? How long ago was Genghis Khan? Too soon. I know, 800 years. People accept that. 802 years ago. Yeah, so that's all right though. So, but the Crusades, but that's because there's lots of Christians still, so they still feel guilty about what happened. So it's not really to do with time span, like with the Pompeii thing. It's because there's no more Roman Empire. So once that grouping, so like Genghis Khan's no longer got people following him. Once that grouping is finished, then it's a time period after that grouping. So it's probably like 500 years after the group, like, so when Genghis Khan died, 500 years or so after his death, it's like, oh, it's fine. Like Vikings, because like same with pirates. Pirates don't really exist. I mean, they do have pirates, but not like that how they used to be. Or the same with Vikings. Like obviously Swedish and Danish people still live, Scandinavians, but they're not Vikings, are they? Vikings 900, 1,200 years ago. So yeah, it's like medieval times, isn't it? We don't have the same kings and queens or government, so it's all right. You can go, it's fine. It's different people. So that's what it is. Yeah, it's to do with if you feel historically connected to that group of people, or if a group of people feel connected to those groups of people arbitrarily and subjectively, and then a time span of when that separation. So no one really feels historically connected to medieval whatever. Maybe some people do. So yeah, there we go. We worked it out. So we just have to. So for people to not care about September the 11th, we just need like America to fail, and then wait 500 years, and people will be like, buildings, planes. Yeah, there you go. We've worked it out. We cracked the code. The time gap between when people give a shit and don't give a shit. So basically, we need iRacing to go bust and then wait 500 years before it's no longer traumatizing to my relatives and people that know me and follow this channel. I'll be long gone. Oh dear. I wonder how long it takes people to adapt to like a new tyre model, to forget the old tyre model, if that ever happens with a sim. Like, let's say iRacing make it so the tyres actually work like real tyres and don't get stuck over the limit. That day, not only will that probably be never happen, but that day when it occurs, will all the iRacers go, yeah, it's different, but it's only slightly different? Is that what they will say? We're calling it, guys. If iRacing properly fixes the tyre model so they actually work like tyres, how will iRacers justify it? How will they justify it in their brains for them to not be wrong? Thanks for subscribing to the Creek. Yeah, complaining about iRacing's like a religion on this channel. Complaining about everything is. I think they'll say. I think iRacers would go, well, I liked it how it was before, but I think it's slightly better now. It's an evolution. They won't see it as, it's fundamentally different, because they can't. Because then they would have had to admitted that it was messed up beforehand. The same. I wonder what happens with like ACC players. If AC2, Assetto Corsa Evo, drives more like Assetto Corsa and AMS1, doesn't have input delay, and isn't messed up like ACC, I wonder how ACC players will justify it. Will they go, I mean, let's face it, AC Evo will probably drive like ACC. But let's just hope that it doesn't. How will ACC players justify it? Or would they just not notice? These are the quandaries. What's SC? I don't even know what SC is. Star Citizen. Yeah. Yeah, Star Citizen hasn't actually delivered on anything, has it? They keep adding shit to it, but not really doing the core gameplay. What if GTR Revival plays like exactly the same as Project Cars 2? What then? And also has delay because it's using Unreal Engine. And then it becomes the most popular sim because it's on console and PC and they do good licensing and maybe it has good single player, but it drives like ass. Oh no! Can you imagine? It's too much to ask for a sim to actually be good. No, but the Last Garage is such a small indie project. Like the physics were good, just it's very much like Automobilista or R Factor sort of physics. Same Pajenka, tire model solution, but yeah, it was nice. It's pretty good. Last Garage would just be about people making good content for it. It's like, so potentially, Last Garage would actually be a better fit for people like Reza, to be honest, because Reza did a really good job with MS1. They've got really good content that's in Project Cars. Last Garage can use a newer game engine, like Godot engine or whatever. Godot, I don't know what you want to call it. And then Reza can do really good content. So that would actually be really good. And would really make sense if Reza were to license Last Garage, then they could do a really good simulator with that. Problem is, I don't think Reza really do much programming in terms of like net code and underlying core programming. They're basically more like a very good mod team. Oh, right. I will try WRC on the Quest at some point. We tidied up today. We've got this room nicer. That's good. Yeah. We did a bit of iRacing. A little bit of ranting. Messed around with the wheel, which is nice. That's about it, really. Pista Motorsport. What engine are they using? I've seen some sim stuff. Weirdly, like there's always like weird projects, and then you sort of hear about them, and then they don't. Nothing comes out of them. What is this? Pista Motorsports. This looks like it's using G-Motor. Hang on. Visit the Steam store page. Get behind the wheel with realistic graphics, physics, and a wide selection of Argentina race cars. Studio 56. They've just done 3D models. I mean, it looks like R Factor 2. Engine. Or R Factor 1 even. Like G Motor. Yeah, this looks like G Motor.